Welcome, traveler. Before we begin, take a moment to get comfortable. Let your body settle and allow the world around you to grow quiet. Tonight, you are about to board the Wayfarer, a heavily armed skyship preparing to cross the storm wall. A vast ring of lightning surrounding the known world. Beyond the storm wait floating continents, forgotten fortresses, ancient guardians, and secrets that have remained hidden for more than a century. So relax, close your eyes, and let the rain carry you beyond the edge of every known map. Your expedition begins now. The first lightning strike hits the harbor tower before dawn. Its white branches spread across the clouds, illuminating the entire city of Vera for the length of a heartbeat. Copper roofs flare like polished shields. Mooring chains gleam along the cliffs. High above the sleeping districts, the exploration ship Wayfarer hangs beneath 12 enormous lift balloons, her armored hull dark against the stormlit sky. You feel the strike through the soles of your boots. The vibration travels down the tower, across the iron bridge beneath you, and into the brass housing of the storm ward. Blue sparks dance between its exposed coils. Hold steady, you say. The apprentice beside you tightens both hands around the grounding lever. Taven is young enough to believe that gripping a machine harder will make it obey. Another growl rolls through the clouds. It is steady, he says. It's singing. The copper coils have begun to hum at 3 different pitches. The lowest belongs to the tower. The middle tone comes from the harbor's lightning grid. The highest is the dangerous one, thin and wavering like the rim of a glass. You remove your glove and place 2 fingers against the ward's central ring. The metal is warm, too warm. Ease the western conductor. Taven glances toward the lever marked with a red stripe. Chief Belden said never to reduce the conductor during a storm. Chief Belden repairs warehouses. We're shielding a skyship carrying 600 powder charges. That persuades him. He turns the lever by a quarter measure. The highest note deepens. You reach into the open housing with an insulated hook, catch the silver ward thread, and guide it away from a cracked channel. Lightning strikes again. This time, it does not hit the tower. It hits the Wayfarer. A blinding web races over the ship's hull. Every protective rune along her starboard side ignites at once, tracing circles and angular knots across black iron plating. The vessel shudders against her mooring chains. Sailors on the upper decks crouch instinctively while the current runs around them, seeking the ward masts mounted along the rails. The charge enters the harbor grid. The tower beneath you groans. Taven cries out as the lever kicks against his palms, but he holds it. You push the ward thread into its new channel and lock it down. The humming resolves into one clear note. Energy pours safely through the grounding cables and disappears into the wet cliffs below. For several breaths, the only sound is rain ticking against your leather coat. Then Taven begins laughing. You pull your glove back on. You can laugh after we closed the housing. You knew that would work. I knew what would happen if we did nothing. His laughter fades. Together, you replace the brass cover and tighten its bolts. Far below, bells ring from the harbor platforms. Winches begin turning. Dock crews emerge from shelter and hurry along narrow bridges suspended over the gorge. The departure signal has been given. Across the iron bridge, the wayfarer waits. She is larger than any vessel you have served aboard. Her hull was built in a naval yard and reinforced for an expedition. No ordinary ship would survive. Armored shutters protect her windows. 3 cannon decks line each side. Harpoon throwers stand on rotating platforms near the bow, their barbed heads large enough to pierce a whale. Beneath the keel, 4 directional engines glow with banked green fire. Her lift balloons are enclosed in chain mesh to discourage airborne predators. Steel fins spread from the stern. Lightning rods rise above every mast. Along the bow, painted in white letters taller than a person, is the ship's name. Beyond her lies the eastern sky, and beyond the eastern sky, barely visible beneath the storm clouds, stands the storm wall. From Vera, it resembles a dark line drawn across the edge of the world. At night, silent lightning flickers inside it. During clear weather, people gather on balconies to watch those distant flashes and invent stories about the vessels that vanished within. You have never believed most of the stories. You believe the old crew manifest folded inside your coat. You found it 6 months ago in a sealed drawer beneath the floorboards of your family home. The paper bore the crest of the legendary exploration vessel, Aurora, lost beyond the storm wall 107 years earlier. Near the bottom of the passenger list was the name Alian Vale, your family name. Beneath it, written in faded ink, were the words, Auxiliary Ward Engineer. No surviving record in Vera mentioned an Alian Vale. No family history spoke of him. Yet someone had hidden the manifest carefully enough that it survived a century. You cross the bridge toward the ship. The hooked spear strapped across your back taps softly against your shoulder. Its ashwood shaft has been cut to your height, and its crescent hook curves beneath a narrow thrusting blade. It is a boarding weapon, useful for catching rails, pulling shields aside, or dragging an enemy off balance on a swaying deck. You have carried it on patrol ships and merchant escorts. You have never carried it beyond the known world. A broad figure waits at the end of the bridge. Master-at-Arms Bran Oro wears a long coat of lacquered scales and has a beard divided into 3 iron-bound braids. One of his eyes is pale from an old injury. The other studies you with the patience of someone inspecting a weapon before battle. You're late, he says. The harbor ward was about to split. Then the harbor is fortunate you were late. He holds out his hand. You give him your boarding papers. Bran reads them slowly, though he already knows who you are. He tested every fighter chosen for the expedition. During your trial, he tried to knock you from a suspended platform with a blunted axe. You caught his belt with the hook of your spear and pulled both of you over the edge. The safety ropes stopped your fall. Bran has treated you with cautious approval ever since. Storm Ward Engineer, he reads. Secondary Boarding Company. Forward Repair Detail. He turns the page. Emergency Mast Climber. Defensive Rune Certification. Limited Field Surgery. Very limited. That still puts you ahead of half the gunners. He hands the papers back and nods toward the open hatch. Your station is below the forward deck. Chief Engineer Nira has been threatening to depart without you. She knows the wards would fail before breakfast. She said they would fail before sunrise. Then she is more optimistic than usual. Bran's beard shifts with what may be the beginning of a smile. As you step through the hatch, he catches your sleeve. Vale, you look back. His expression has changed. Once the moorings are released, Captain Sorin will not turn around because someone has regrets. I know. No one knows until the city is behind them. His grip loosens. You still have time to walk back across that bridge. Rainwater runs from the edge of the hatch between you. You think of the hidden manifest, of Alian Vale's name, of every unanswered question that waited inside your family home until there was no one left who could explain it. Then you look east, where lightning moves within the storm wall. I've spent 6 months trying to reach this deck, you say. I'm not leaving it now. Bran nods once. Then welcome aboard. The interior of the Wayfarer smells of lamp oil, hot metal, wet rope, and newly cut cedar. The passageways are narrower than the ship appears from outside. Pipes run along the ceilings. Ammunition hoists pass through reinforced shafts. Sailors squeeze around one another carrying crates, tool satchels, coils of cable, and bundles of spears. You descend 2 ladders and follow the vibration of the engines toward the forward wardroom. Chief Engineer Nira Ven is lying beneath the primary shield regulator with half her body inside the machinery. Only her boots and the hem of her gray coat are visible. You're late, she says. You can't see me. I can hear the spear hitting every doorway. You unstrap the weapon and lean it against a workbench. The wardroom occupies the pointed chamber directly behind the bow armor. Its walls are covered with insulated copper channels. 6 regulator columns rise around a central table of black stone. The table displays a faint outline of the ship, every ward line glowing in pale blue. Most are steady. 3 near the stern pulse irregularly. Nira slides out from beneath the regulator. Her dark hair is tied into a knot held together by 2 metal pins. A burn scar crosses the back of one hand. She has the permanent squint of someone who distrusts both machines and people until they prove useful. Harbor surge, she asks. Cracked channel in the western tower. Did you report it? I wrote it on the maintenance board. so no one will read it until the tower catches fire. She rises and wipes grease onto her coat. Nira has spent 17 years building protective wards for naval vessels. She has survived 4 lightning breaches, 2 engine explosions, and a mutiny aboard a privateer whose captain tried to replace trained engineers with cheaper alchemists. When you first applied to join the expedition, she rejected you. When you applied again, she asked why you kept returning. You showed her the Aurora Manifest. She stared at Elian Vale's name for a long time before folding the page and giving it back. The next morning, she added you to her crew. She has never explained why. Rear regulators are drifting, she says. The armorers installed a new cannon brace through one of my conduits. Did you tell them to remove it? I told them where they could install it instead. You glance at her. They objected. Strongly, the ship tilts as cargo is shifted somewhere above. Tools slide across the workbench. You catch a brass gauge before it reaches the edge. Nira walks to the central table and taps the glowing outline of the stern. Our ordinary shield pattern will not survive direct exposure inside the wall. The lightning there does not behave like weather. It circles. It searches. Sometimes it follows metal. Sometimes it follows heat. Sometimes it strikes the same point until that point ceases to exist. You make it sound welcoming. You read the expedition records. Most ended before the ships reached the wall. Exactly. She opens a drawer and removes a narrow crystal rod wrapped in wire. This is a storm key. There are 8 aboard. Each stores a secondary ward pattern. If the primary network loses coherence, we can use one to restore the shield. How many times? Once, and after that, we try not to lose coherence again. She places the crystal in your palm. It is colder than the room. Keep it in the inner pocket of your coat. If I'm incapacitated, you take control of the forward wardroom. You study her face, searching for some sign that this is another test. You have 3 senior engineers. 2 are assigned to the engines. The 3rd believes lightning is attracted to moral weakness. Is it? No, but stupidity appears to be highly conductive. A warning bell rings overhead. One long note. Final boarding. Nira turns back to the table. Check every line from the bow to the central mast. I want the shield balanced before the captain speaks. You begin with the port regulators. The work steadies you. A ward is not a wall in the ordinary sense. It is a path. Properly arranged, the silver threads and carved runes persuade dangerous energy to travel around a protected space rather than through it. A weak ward does not simply break. It bends. It develops currents and hidden pressures. One careless adjustment can drive a lightning strike into an engine room or turn an iron railing hot enough to melt flesh. You listen to the regulators. Test their temperature. Adjust the spacing between the resonant plates. As you work, the last cargo comes aboard. Heavy boots cross the deck overhead. Chains tighten and relax. Voices echo through speaking tubes. Somewhere aft, an animal bellows from inside a reinforced crate. You finish aligning the forward network as the second warning bell sounds. 3 short notes. Mooring crews ready. Niera checks your work without comment. When she finds nothing to correct, she presses a switch on the central table. The ship's outline brightens. A soft blue glow moves through the walls. The Wayfarer's wards are awake. "Come," Niera says. You follow her up a steep ladder to the main deck. Rain has weakened to a cold mist. Dawn gathers behind the city, painting the clouds above Vera in shades of silver and pale gold. Hundreds of people crowd the harbor balconies. Some hold flags. Others raise lanterns despite the growing light. The entire expedition crew has assembled on deck. Gunners stand near their weapons. Sail handlers wait beneath the folded fins. Scholars in blue traveling coats gather around sealed instrument cases. Boarding fighters form 2 lines along the rails. At the raised quarterdeck stands Captain Mara Soren. She is not dressed like the heroic captains painted in taverns. There are no bright feathers in her hat, no jeweled sword at her hip. Her coat is plain, navy wool reinforced at the shoulders, and her gray-streaked hair has been cut short enough that the wind cannot catch it. A brass-speaking horn carries her voice across the deck. The ships that crossed the storm wall before us sailed with courage, she says. Courage did not bring them home. The harbor grows quiet. We carry stronger engines, heavier armor, and knowledge purchased with their loss. Yet none of those guarantees our return. Her gaze travels over the crew. We will return because we will not mistake boldness for wisdom. We will not chase every light we see beyond the storm. We will not risk the ship for pride, glory, or treasure. Every person aboard is responsible for the lives standing beside them. You notice Bran near the mainmast, arms folded across his scaled coat. Beside him stands a woman you have not met. She wears the long green sash of a navigator, and the left side of her head has been shaved to reveal delicate compass tattoos around her ear. A folding spyglass hangs from her belt. We cross the wall to learn what lies beyond it, Captain Soren continues. We search for navigable skies, habitable lands, lost vessels, and evidence of the people who came before us. Whatever we find, we face it as one crew. The captain turns toward the city. Release moorings. Winches thunder. The first chain drops from the bow and swings beneath the ship. Another follows from the stern. Dock hands pull the heavy links away from the hull, while the Wayfarer's engines deepen from a murmur to a steady roar. The deck trembles. For the first time, nothing binds the ship to Vera. The cliffs begin to recede. People cheer from the balconies. Bells ring across the city. White birds scatter from the rooftops and circle below the ship as the Wayfarer rises into the morning sky. You move toward the rail. Vera spreads beneath you, larger than it ever seemed from its streets. Towers cling to both sides of the gorge. Bridges cross the open air at different heights. Water wheels turn in the river far below. Beyond the outer districts, farmland covers the high plateaus in green and gold squares. Near the western edge of the city stands the district where you grew up. You cannot see your family home from this distance, but you know where it is. You picture the empty rooms, the loose floorboard, and the narrow drawer where the manifest waited through several generations. The city slowly disappears beneath the clouds. You look disappointed. The voice comes from your right. The tattooed navigator stands beside you, holding 2 metal cups. She offers one. Steam rises from dark tea, scented with cloves. I expected departure to feel different, you say. How? Louder, perhaps. She glances at the cannon crews, ringing bells, roaring engines, and cheering harbor behind you. You have alarming standards. You take the cup. I'm Selka Rhine, she says, Chief Pathfinder. You give her your name. I know, Nira mentioned you. That sounds dangerous. She said you understand wards better than rank. That sounds like Nira. Selka leans against the rail. Her movements remain balanced despite the ship's gentle rise, as though she has spent more time on moving decks than solid ground. The clouds thin ahead. The eastern horizon appears. So does the storm wall. It is no longer a distant line. It fills the sky. A vast ring of black cloud rises from the lower mists beyond sight and climbs into the highest reaches of the atmosphere. Lightning moves continuously within it, not falling from sky to ground, but twisting sideways, upward, and in great spirals. Some flashes are blue-white. Others burn violet or deep red. The wall curves across the horizon in both directions, encircling the known world, even from many miles away. You feel its pressure in your teeth. Conversation across the deck fades. First time this close, Selka asks. You nod. It grows larger for another hour, she says. Then it becomes everything. How do you navigate inside it? I don't. You turn toward her. She lifts her cup toward a raised platform near the bow. There, 3 scholars are fitting a circular device onto a pivoting stand. The instrument contains overlapping rings of crystal and brass, all surrounding a suspended black needle. The storm compass, Selka says, recovered from an observatory built before the wall appeared. It points toward regions of lower electrical pressure. Does it work? It moved during testing. That wasn't my question. No, she says, it was. The Wayfarer continues east. For the first hour, the crew settles into departure routines. Sails unfold from armored housings, not cloth sails, but layered fins of treated silk and thin metal ribs designed to catch high-altitude currents. Gunners secure their stations. Lookouts climb into enclosed baskets beneath the lift balloons. You return below with Nira and inspect the shield network As the storm's influence grows, the regulators become restless. Their clear tones acquire a faint tremor. Static crawls across exposed bolts. Every loose strand of hair rises when you pass beneath the central mast conduit. Nira assigns you to the forward control ring. Do not chase every fluctuation, she says. The wall will produce thousands. How do I know which matter? The ones that repeat. You watch the gauges. Pressure rises along the starboard side, fades, then returns. A second pattern forms near the keel. You adjust the grounding sequence and feel the ship's ward settle around the change. Time loses its ordinary shape. There is only the motion of needles, the rhythm of the engines, and the growing sound outside the hull. Thunder becomes continuous. The lights flicker. A messenger arrives from the deck, breathless from the ladders. Captain requests all station leaders. Nira points at you. You're with me. The main deck has changed. Armored shutters now cover every exposed window. Crew members wear goggles and insulated hoods. Rain sweeps horizontally across the ship, striking the hull hard enough to sound like thrown gravel. The storm wall stands less than a mile ahead. There is no visible passage. The clouds churn like mountains, collapsing into one another. Lightning forms, immense branching structures that remain in the air for several seconds before fading. Captain Sorin stands behind the storm compass with Selka and the other senior officers. The suspended needle turns slowly, searching. Engines at crossing power, the captain orders. Green fire brightens beneath the ship. Shield status, she asks. Nira looks to you. You feel every eye at the bow shift in your direction. The forward ward network pulses through the deck under your boots. You have spent years learning to sense faults through vibration, but never with so much energy pressing from outside. Balanced, you say. Pressure is increasing evenly. Nira adds, we can hold the current load. Captain Sorin watches the wall. Current load is about to become irrelevant. The black needle of the storm compass snaps toward the northeast. Selka grips the outer ring and calls out a heading. The Wayfarer turns. For a moment, the wall appears unchanged. Then a narrow region ahead darkens. The lightning there grows less dense, opening a corridor perhaps twice the width of the ship. Captain Sorin lifts one hand. The deck crews brace. Take us through. The Wayfarer enters the storm wall. The world becomes white. Lightning covers the shield so completely that you see the entire shape of the vessel outlined around you. The air smells of hot copper. Every cannon, railing, and buckle vibrates. The forward ward slams against your senses. Pressure surges along the bow. Port channel rising, you shout. Nira is already turning the control wheel. Disperse to the lift mesh. You pull a lever. Energy races upward through the mast conduits. The chain mesh around the balloons glows red, drawing the lightning away from the hull. The ship pitches violently. Someone falls near the forward harpoon platform. Bran catches the sailor by the back of his coat before he slides across the deck. The storm compass rings spin so quickly they blur. Selka shouts new headings. The Wayfarer rolls left, then climbs. Engines roar beneath you. Lightning strikes the shield again and again, each impact passing through your arms as you hold the control lever. A warning rune ignites on the central mast. Rear shield distortion. Then another. Keel pressure. The storm does not strike randomly. It gathers around weaknesses, probing each section in turn. It's searching, you say. Nira looks at you. A bolt thicker than a ship's mast forms ahead. It does not flash and vanish. It bends toward the Wayfarer. Brace for direct strike. Captain Soren calls. You see the path it will take. The forward shield is strong enough to spread the first impact, but the energy will travel along the port channels toward the engines. The new cannon brace cuts through one of those conduits. Nira warned the armorers. There is no time to remove it. You release the control lever and run. Vale, Nira shouts. You cross the deck as the lightning descends. The cannon brace sits beneath the port weapon platform, bolted through the ward channel. You drop to one knee, pull the hooked spear from your back, and wedge its blade beneath the emergency release pin. The spear shaft hums in your hands. The bolt strikes. Sound disappears beneath the force of it. The shield becomes a sphere of blue fire. Energy pours through the port channel. The cannon brace glows orange. You pull the spear. The release pin does not move. A gunner rushes to help, but you shout for him to stay back. The brace is already charged. Touching it would complete a path through his body. You twist the hooked blade and put your weight behind it. The pin tears free. The cannon brace breaks loose just as the current reaches it. Metal erupts in sparks. The entire support swings outward, hanging by one final bolt. The ward energy passes through the cleared channel and races harmlessly toward the rear dispersal fins. The shield holds. Your spear does not. The ashwood shaft splits near the blade. You fall backward, still gripping the broken weapon. For several seconds, the deck remains hidden beneath fading blue light. Then the wall closes around the ship again. Nira reaches you and pulls you upright. You abandoned your station. The port conduit was blocked. I know why you did it. She looks at the broken spear in your hands. Can you stand? You test your balance. Your palms sting through your gloves, but your legs hold. Yes. Then return to the ward. You run with her toward the control ring. The crossing continues. Minutes stretch until they feel like hours. The Wayfarer climbs dives and turns through passages visible only to the storm compass. Twice, the lightning gathers into persistent shapes, resembling enormous grasping fingers. Once, something dark moves inside the clouds beside the ship, keeping pace before vanishing into the flashes. The shield weakens by degrees. One of the lift mesh channels burns out. A rear regulator fractures. The starboard ward mast loses its upper ring, but the network remains coherent. You begin to understand the wall's rhythm. It surges in repeating waves. First the bow, then the lift balloons, then the keel. Each cycle lasts 13 breaths. You call the pattern to Nira. She watches through 2 repetitions. You're right. Together, you shift the shield's strength before each wave arrives. The ward no longer reacts after impact. It prepares. Pressure eases. The ship steadies. Ahead, the clouds grow thinner. No one celebrates. Not yet. A final band of red lightning twists across the passage. The storm compass needle points directly through it. Selka studies the instrument. Can we go around? Captain Soren asks. Not without losing the corridor. The red lightning gathers into a rotating ring. The Wayfarer flies toward its center. You count the storm's rhythm. 11 breaths. 12. 13. Full bow shield, you shout. Nira drives both hands against the control wheel. The ward concentrates ahead. The ship enters the ring. Red fire streams along the hull. The forward armor groans. Several runes extinguish. One of the black stone regulators cracks down the middle. You take the storm key from inside your coat. The crystal is no longer cold. It pulses against your palm. Not yet, Nira says through clenched teeth. The shield outline on the central table flickers. The regulator crack widens. Not yet. The ship surges forward. For one terrible instant, every ward line disappears. You break the storm key against the control ring. The crystal shatters. Stored light spills through the silver threads. The secondary pattern races outward, rebuilding the shield from bow to stern. The wall strikes once more. Then the Wayfarer breaks through. Thunder falls behind you. Wind sweeps across the deck, cool and clean. The ship emerges into open sunlight. No one moves. The crew stands frozen at their stations, staring ahead. You lower your hands from the control ring. Beyond the storm wall lies an endless blue sky. There is no ocean beneath you. There is no land below. Instead, enormous floating continents drift among layers of white cloud. Forests cover their upper surfaces. Waterfalls pour from their edges and dissolve into mist thousands of feet beneath them. Smaller islands circle the larger land masses like slow-moving moons. Far in the distance, towers hang upside down beneath a golden cloud. A flock of creatures with wings wider than houses glides between the islands. And directly ahead, caught in the branches of a vast floating forest, rests the broken hull of an ancient skyship. Even at this distance, you recognize the shape of its bow. You have studied every surviving drawing. The vessel is smaller than the Wayfarer, its armor blackened and split, its masts tangled among silver-leaved trees. Along the ruined side, beneath a century of moss, faded letters remain visible. Aurora. Captain Soren slowly turns toward you. The storm wall rages behind the ship, sealing the known world away. Ahead, the legendary vessel waits in the sunlight, and from somewhere inside its wreckage, a blue ward light begins to flash. The blue light flashes 3 times. A pause follows. Then it flashes 3 more. Nira grips the edge of the control ring. That is not an accidental discharge. Captain Sarin raises the speaking horn. All stations remain alert. No one leaves their post. The order passes across the deck in clipped repetitions. Sailors who had begun to stare openly at the floating continents return to their duties. Cannon crews rotate their weapons toward the wreck. Lookouts sweep the surrounding forest with long brass scopes. The Aurora lies perhaps 2 miles ahead, held at an angle among the upper branches of trees, unlike any you have seen. Their trunks are pale silver and wide enough to contain houses. Long leaves hang in layered curtains, each one glinting as though coated in frost. There is no wind near the island, yet the branches sway. The blue signal appears again from a dark opening beneath the wreck's stern. 3 flashes. A pause. 3 flashes. Old naval distress code, Bran says from beside the captain. Crew alive. Assistance required. After 107 years, Selka asks. No one answers. You study the pattern. The flashes are too regular to come from a dying lamp. They rise and fade with the even rhythm of a ward circuit. Nira notices your expression. What? It may not be a message. It is repeating a naval code. So would any device designed to summon help. Bran's pale eye settles on the wreck. A trap. Possibly. Captain Sarin lowers the speaking horn. Can you identify the source from here? You look toward the broken ship, then at the storm compass. Its black needle no longer points toward the lowest electrical pressure. It hangs almost still, trembling faintly toward the floating island. Not from this distance. Selka turns one of the compass rings. The air around the island is stable. No major current beneath it. We can approach from the southwest. Anything moving in the forest? The captain asks. The chief lookout leans from the enclosed basket above. Birds, perhaps. Small ones. No large creatures. Captain Soren considers the wreck for several breaths. Every person aboard knows the expedition was sent to explore, not merely survive the crossing. Yet the sight of the Aurora changes the weight of that purpose. The lost vessel is no longer a tale copied into weathered books. It is real, waiting beneath a strange sun. Bring us within half a mile, she says. Slowly, the directional engines shift. The Wayfarer glides toward the island. As the distance closes, details emerge from the landscape. The forest grows from dark soil, threaded with luminous roots. Streams wind between the trees before falling from the continent's edge. Some of the silver leaves are longer than a ship's mast. The island itself is not stone. Its exposed underside is a tangled mass of enormous roots wrapped around layers of amber crystal. Clouds form along those roots and trail behind the drifting land. The aurora rests near the island's edge. Her keel has split across a branch, and the remains of one lift balloon hang in strips from the trees. Vines cover the gunports. A sapling has grown through the forward deck, yet parts of the hull appear remarkably intact. The armor around the central wardroom has not rusted. It shines. The wreck should have collapsed decades ago, Nira says. Perhaps these skies preserve metal, Selka suggests. Then why is the stern rotting? The Wayfarer slows. No movement appears aboard the old ship. The blue signal continues. Captain Sorin orders the anchors prepared, but there is no seabed beneath you. Instead, the crew lowers 4 hooked mooring lines toward the floating island. Each iron hook catches around a thick root. Winches tighten until the Wayfarer hangs steady beside the forest. The storm wall remains visible behind you, a black horizon lit from within. From this side, its shape is clearer. It rises like a ring-shaped mountain, stretching endlessly north and south. The clouds at its base curl inward, as though drawn toward the known world. You expect relief after crossing it. Instead, the sight of the wall from outside gives you the uneasy feeling of standing behind a locked door without knowing which side was meant to be safe. Captain Sorin gathers the senior crew around the storm compass. We send a small party, she says. No more than 12. Bran commands. 2 ward engineers, 1 navigator, 4 boarding fighters, 2 scholars, 1 field medic. Bran looks toward you. Vale comes. Nira turns sharply. Vale just spent a storm key and nearly lost both hands. Your palms still sting, but you flex them inside your gloves. I can work. That was not an invitation to demonstrate stubbornness. Captain Sorin studies you. The Aurora signal is ward-powered. Almost certainly. Can you disable it? If I can reach the circuit, then you go. Nira's jaw tightens. The captain adds, you go as the second engineer. I assumed as much, Nira says. No, Pell goes with Vale. You remain here. Nira's gaze becomes colder. Captain, if the wreck disables our boarding party, I need my chief engineer on the ship. For a moment, the 2 women simply look at one another. Then Nira turns to you. You will not touch any unfamiliar ward without testing its return path. I know. You will test it twice. I know. Say it. I will test every return path twice, and you will come back before I have to explain to your replacement why half the forward regulators were adjusted by someone with no respect for standard spacing. There is concern beneath the irritation. You hear it because she rarely allows it to rise so close to the surface. I'll come back, you say. Nira reaches into her coat and removes a small brass tuning fork. The stem is wrapped in black cord. Runes have been etched along both prongs. Strike this near any active circuit. If If the note rises, the ward is drawing energy. If it falls, the ward is discharging. If it produces 2 notes, leave immediately. What does 2 notes mean? That something is drawing energy from both sides of the circuit. That can happen. She presses the fork into your hand. You are standing beyond the storm wall. Adjust your expectations. The boarding party assembles near the port launch. The launch is a narrow armored boat suspended beneath 2 gas bladders. It carries no sails, relying on a compact engine and 4 steering vanes. Bran sits near the bow with an axe across his knees. Beside him are 3 boarding fighters you recognize from training. Yarapel, a quiet shield bearer with a shaved head Dren cask, who carries twin short blades, and Leo Wren, the youngest of Bran's company, armed with a heavy crossbow. The second engineer is Holland Pell, Yara's older brother. Unlike Nira, Holland treats machines with cheerful optimism. This has resulted in several inventions and at least 1 sealing fire. Selka joins you with the storm compass needle mounted inside a smaller handheld frame. The scholars are Dr. Ilian Mar, an elderly historian with a beard stained yellow by pipe smoke, and Kest Arden, a linguist whose many notebooks are strapped to her chest beneath a waterproof harness. The field medic, Sirave, checks each person's gloves and breathing mask before allowing them aboard. You're holding that badly, Bran says. You look down at the broken hooked spear. The shaft ends unevenly, just below the blade. It still has a point. It has half a handle. It only needs to reach farther than my arm. Bran takes the weapon from you, examines the split wood, and pulls a coil of binding wire from his belt. He reinforces the break with several tight turns before handing it back. You will replace it when we return. When we return, his good eye narrows. You are beginning to irritate me. The launch detaches from the Wayfarer. Its engine hums softly as Selka guides it toward the island. Leaving the larger ship creates an immediate sense of exposure. The sky is too open. There is no sea beneath you, only mile after mile of descending clouds. Through gaps in the white layers, you glimpse distant lights moving far below. The island grows above the launch. Its lowest roots twist through the mist like the legs of some sleeping animal. Small winged shapes dart between them. Their translucent bodies flash green and gold in the sunlight. The launch rises toward the forest edge. A stone platform protrudes from the soil near the wreck. It is almost completely hidden by vines. Built structure, Dr. Mar says, leaning forward. The island was inhabited, or visited, Kest replies. The platform bears several broken pillars and a line of shallow grooves wide enough to guide the landing runners of a skyship. Selka brings the launch down. The moment its runners touch stone, the handheld compass needle spins. Electrical field, you ask. Movement, she says. The island is turning. You glance toward the horizon. The storm wall, has shifted slightly to the south. The continent is drifting and rotating at the same time. Can you find the wayfarer again? Leo asks. Selka looks offended. I can find a moving ship from inside a cave during a magnetic storm. Have you done that? No, but I dislike the implication that I could not. Bran steps onto the platform. Quiet from here. The forest absorbs sound. Your boots sink slightly into soft golden moss. The air is warmer than it was aboard the Wayfarer, and carries the scent of rain, tree resin, and unfamiliar flowers. Droplets gather along the silver leaves overhead, though the sky is clear. The aurora rests 50 yards away. Up close, the wreck appears larger and more damaged. The bow has been crushed inward. Thick roots penetrate the lower hull. The mainmast lies across the forest floor, covered in pale blossoms. The faded name along the side remains legible. You stop beneath it. The letters are hand-painted, their edges cracked by time. Elian Vale crossed this hull. Perhaps he stood on the same deck you now see through the hanging vines. Perhaps he tended wards built into these same plates. The thought does not arrive with the force you expected. It settles quietly, almost too large to grasp. Holland looks at you, but says nothing. Bran signals the party forward. Yara raises her rectangular shield. Dren and Leo spread to either side. You follow behind them with the shortened spear ready. The blue flash comes from a breach beneath the stern. 3 pulses illuminate the leaves. There is no hatch nearby. The roots have torn open the lower hull, creating a narrow passage into darkness. Bran crouches beside the opening. No tracks, he says. Sira points toward the moss. Something disturbed it recently. A faint groove runs from the breach into the forest. Not footprints. Something dragged across the ground. Leo loads his crossbow. You strike Nira's tuning fork against your palm and hold it near the torn armor. A low note hums through the air. Then it drops. Discharging, you say. Safe, Bran asks. Safer than drawing. He motions for you to lead. You step through the breach. The interior is cool and smells of wet metal. Your lamp reveals a narrow maintenance corridor tilted sharply to one side. Roots have pushed through the floor. Bundles of old ward thread run behind cracked glass panels, glowing faintly blue. The circuit is still alive. After a century, you test the tuning fork again. One falling note. Holland examines the exposed lines. Silver thread, 4th generation braiding. I've only seen this in museum pieces. Could it last this long? Selka asks. Not without a power source. The blue light flashes farther ahead. The corridor brightens and darkens around you. You proceed slowly, testing each doorway and junction. The wreck creaks as the island moves beneath it, but the sound is deep and gradual, more like a building settling than a ship about to collapse. Personal objects remain in the cabins. A cup sits inside a wall bracket. A deck of painted cards has swollen together from moisture. A child's wooden bird hangs from a cord above one bunk. Dr. Marr pauses near an open doorway. There were families aboard. The official record lists only naval crew and scholars, Kest says. The official record was altered, you tell her. Both scholars look at you. You do not explain further. The passage opens into an ammunition chamber. The racks are empty. Every powder barrel has been removed. But there are no signs of an explosion or hurried evacuation. The iron brackets remain neatly closed. Dren touches one. Someone unloaded them. Why? Leo whispers. Bran points toward the far wall. A message has been carved into the metal. Kest clears the moss and raises her lamp. The letters are written in Old Varen script. S-H-E, here's the Ienjuanias. Below it, in a different hand, someone has added, then let her hear U.S. leave. Dr. Marr reads both lines twice. Who is she? Yara asks. No one answers. The signal flashes again, now directly beneath your feet. You find a ladder descending into the tilted lower deck. Bran goes first. The shaft ends inside the central wardroom. Most of the chamber has survived intact. 6 black stone regulators stand around a circular control table, nearly identical in purpose to those aboard the Wayfarer, but older in design. Their surfaces have been carved with dense spirals. Copper channels cover the walls in branching patterns. The blue signal comes from the central table. A fist-sized crystal pulses beneath a glass cover. 3 flashes. A pause. 3 flashes. Holland exhales. That crystal should have exhausted itself before our grandparents were born. You circle the table. A ship outline is etched into its surface. Most of the ward network is dark. One line remains active, running from the crystal toward the forward hull. It's powering something else, you say. Holland follows the path with his lamp. And the signal is a pressure release. Not a message, Bran says. No. You test the circuit twice. Both times, the tuning fork produces a falling note. You loosen the glass cover. The crystal's glow brightens. A clicking sound begins inside the forward wall. Leo raises his crossbow. Stop, Holland says. You hold still. The clicking continues at precise intervals. A panel opens beside the control table. Behind it waits a narrow cylinder, wrapped in preserved leather. Dr. Marr steps closer. A message case. Bran watches the room while you remove it. The leather remains supple. Wax seals protect both ends. One bears the crest of the Aurora. The other bears no symbol you recognize, only a circle crossed by 7 outward lines. Your pulse quickens. You break the ship seal. Inside the cylinder is a roll of thin metal sheets. Writing has been etched across them. The first sheet is a formal expedition record. Kest reads aloud in a low voice. Final report of Captain Oren Kale, commanding officer of the Royal Exploration Vessel, Aurora. recorded in the 184th year of the Sky Crown. Dr. Marr calculates quietly. 4 days after the aurora entered the wall. Cast continues. Crossing successful. 11 dead, 19 injured. Eastern lift chamber destroyed. Storm conditions consistent with artificial containment field. Selka steps nearer. Artificial. Kest scans the next lines. Discovery of inhabited regions confirmed. Multiple floating landmasses. Evidence of advanced civilizations. Initial contact peaceful. She turns the sheet. The next section has been damaged by heat. Only fragments remain. Cities beneath the cloud shelf. Warned against engine use after sundown. The sound carries farther than expected. The sheet ends there. You unroll the second. A rough map has been engraved into its surface. The storm wall forms a circle at the western edge. Beyond it, routes extend through scattered islands toward a chain of symbols. Some resemble cities. Others are marked with warnings. Far to the east, almost at the edge of the sheet, stands the 7-rayed circle. Beside it, in faded lettering, is a single word. VORR. Dr. Marr's face loses color. You know it, Bran asks. No, but I have seen the symbol. Where? On tablets recovered beneath the oldest foundations of Vera. The royal archivists believed it represented the sun. Selka looks at the etched circle. It does not look like the sun. The tablets were written before the city existed, before any surviving kingdom. A third sheet contains names. You read them faster than you intend. Officers, engineers, scholars, passengers. Halfway down, you find a Leon Vale, auxiliary ward engineer. Beside his name, another notation has been added later. Transferred to ground party at Kalis Refuge. Your hand tightens around the metal sheet. He survived the crossing, at least for a time. You read the line again. Kalis Refuge. Selka searches the map. Here. She points to a mark, northeast of the island. 3 floating towers beneath an arch. How far? Bran asks. Without knowing the map's scale, perhaps 3 days, perhaps 10. The blue crystal suddenly stops flashing. Darkness fills the room. A second later, something moves inside the wall. The sound is soft. A long scrape, then another. Yara raises her shield. You strike the tuning fork. It rings with 2 notes. One rises, one falls. Out, you say. Bran does not hesitate. Back to the ladder. The wall behind the control table splits open. A mass of silver roots pushes through the gap. They do not grow blindly. They twist toward the central crystal, branching and searching. Thin tendrils crawl across the table. Holland grabs the message sheets. You seize the crystal housing and pull. It refuses to move. What are you doing? He shouts. The roots are feeding through the ward. Another section of wall buckles. The silver roots enter from both sides, drawn toward the active channels. You cut one with the spear blade. Clear sap sprays across the floor. Every root in the chamber recoils. Then they turn toward you. Now they're feeding through you, Dren says. The nearest tendril snaps forward. You catch it on the hook of the broken spear and pull it aside. Yara steps between you and the wall, taking the next strike against her shield. The impact drives her back half a step. Move, Bran orders. The party retreats toward the ladder. Roots spread across the ceiling. They wrap around regulator columns and crush the old stone with slow, deliberate pressure. Blue light returns as the ward network discharges into them. A thick root blocks the ladder shaft. Bran chops into it with his axe. The blade sinks only a few inches. Dren joins him, cutting at the smaller tendrils. Leo fires a bolt into the mass. The iron head disappears beneath the pale bark. You look at the surrounding ward channels. The roots are following the active lines because the lines carry energy. If you shut down the crystal, they may stop. If you shut it down incorrectly, the remaining stored charge may release into the room. You strike the tuning fork near the control table. 2 notes, drawing and discharging. The circuit has 2 return paths, one through the ship, one through the roots. Niera's warning returns to you. If it produces 2 notes, leave immediately. The ladder remains blocked. There is no immediate way to obey. Holland, you call. Find the grounding channel. He looks from the roots to the table. You said 2 notes. I heard them. That means the circuit is feeding from both ends. I know. Breaking it may collapse the ward inward. I know. You say that often for someone proposing this. He drops beside the control table anyway. Together, you trace the remaining glow. The main grounding line once ran toward the keel, but a second line has been carved into the table by hand. It leads to the circular symbol on the message case seal. 7 rays. 4. This wasn't part of the original ship, Holland says. No. A root lashes around the nearest regulator and tears it from the floor. Stone shatters. The ward network pulses. The roots swell as light travels inside them. You follow the added channel to a small recessed switch beneath the table. Someone installed it after the Aurora crashed. A label has been etched beside it. Awaken, only 4 return. Your fingers hover over the switch. The signal began after we crossed the wall, you say. Holland stares at the inscription. It detected us, or the Wayfarer's engines. Another root strikes Yara's shield. This time, she drops to one knee. Bran's axe finally cuts halfway through the root, blocking the ladder. We need time, he says. You point to the original grounding line. If we sever this first, the roots become the only return path. And then we reverse the crystal polarity. Holland's expression changes from alarm to understanding. The roots will carry the entire stored charge. Can it work? Yes. Can it kill us? Yes. Better than being crushed. That is a persuasive engineering standard. You draw your utility knife and cut the old silver thread. The wardroom goes silent. Every blue line extinguishes, except the added channel. The roots freeze. For one breath, nothing moves. Then the crystal brightens from blue to white. Now, Holland says, you pull the recessed switch. The ward reverses. Light explodes through the silver roots. They convulse across the chamber. The tendrils withdraw from the walls, twisting around one another as the current races outward into the forest. The root blocking the ladder jerks back. Bran cuts through it. Up, Yara climbs first. Leo and Kest follow. Dr. Marr moves more quickly than his age suggests. The light inside the roots turns from white to violet. Cracks spread through the central crystal. Holland shoves the message sheets into your coat and climbs. You reach the ladder last. The crystal shatters. A wave of force lifts you from the floor. Your shoulder strikes the wall. The broken spear falls from your hand. Violet light fills the chamber, revealing the roots woven through every section of the wreck. They are not supporting the ship. They have grown around something beneath it. For an instant, you see a shape below the wardroom through a split in the floor. A smooth black surface, curved, far larger than the aurora. Then the light vanishes. Bran reaches down from the ladder. You take his wrist. He pulls you into the shaft as the wardroom collapses beneath you. The boarding party climbs through the wreck. Behind you, metal folds and roots tear free. The floor tilts farther. Cabinets and fragments of armor slide through the corridors. You emerge through the breach into sunlight. The forest has changed. Every silver tree is glowing. Current moves through the canopy in spreading waves, passing from branch to branch. Leaves turn violet as the charge reaches them. Selka looks upward. The entire island is a conductor. A deep sound rises from beneath the soil. Not thunder, a horn. It is so low that you feel it more than hear it. The floating continent shudders. Bird-like creatures burst from the canopy in thousands, filling the sky with translucent wings. The ground near the stone platform splits. Silver roots pull themselves from the soil, revealing sections of the smooth black object you glimpsed beneath the wreck. It is not part of the island. It is an armored structure buried inside it. A line of red symbols ignites across its surface. Dr. Marr stares. That is the same script as the foundation tablets. The horn sounds again. Far beyond the forest, another horn answers. Then another. Across the open sky, lights awaken beneath distant floating continents. Bran turns toward the launch. Back to the ship. You run. The stone platform trembles beneath your boots. The launch rises before everyone is fully seated, its engine whining as Selka pushes it toward maximum power. Behind you, the aurora sinks into the opening ground. The wreck breaks apart slowly, branches closing over it as the buried black structure rises. It resembles the upper section of an enormous tower, though it has no windows and no visible entrance. Red symbols spiral around its sides. At its peak, a ring opens. Something inside begins to turn. Signal device, Leo asks. No, Selka says. It is tracking us. A red beam passes across the clouds. It sweeps over the launch without touching it, then continues toward the Wayfarer. The expedition ship hangs half a mile away, her cannons turning toward the island. The beam reaches her hull. Every ward rune aboard the Wayfarer ignites red. You feel the contact, even from the launch. The beam is reading the shield, learning its pattern. Nira's voice erupts from the launch's speaking crystal. Boarding party, report. You seize the receiver. The wreck was connected to a buried structure. It has activated and is scanning the ship. Can it penetrate our ward? Not yet. The black tower rotates. Its upper ring aligns with the Wayfarer. A point of white light forms at its center. You recognize the pressure building around it. Tell the captain to move, you shout. Now. The Wayfarer's engines flare. The ship turns as the tower fires. A narrow bolt crosses the distance without sound. It misses the bow by several yards. Where it passes through the clouds, the vapor disappears, leaving a perfectly clear tunnel through the sky. The launch races toward the open boarding hatch. A second tower rises from another part of the island. Then a third. Red symbols awaken beneath the forest. The entire floating continent is an ancient fortress. The Wayfarer releases her mooring lines. Iron hooks tear free from the roots and fall into the clouds. Cannon fire rolls across the sky. The ship's forward batteries strike the nearest tower. Explosions cover its black surface, but when the smoke clears, the armor remains unbroken. The launch reaches the hull. Bran leaps for the boarding rail before the runners touch. Yara follows. Crew members haul Dr. Marr and Kest through the hatch. You climb aboard with the message sheets pressed inside your coat. Nira waits on the other side. She grabs your shoulders, looks once at the dirt, sap, and fresh tear across your sleeve, then releases you. What did you touch? The return path. Her eyes close briefly. You reversed an unknown century-old ward. It worked. The island is shooting at us. It worked locally. The ship rolls as another beam passes beneath the keel. Captain Soren's voice sounds through the speaking tubes. All engines full. Navigator, take us clear. Selka runs for the bridge. Nira pulls you toward the wardroom. What did the wreck contain? A final report. A map. Elian Vale survived the crossing. Her hand tightens on your arm. You found his name. He was transferred to a place called Kalis Refuge. For the first time since you met her, Nira appears genuinely stunned. Then the ship shudders. A warning bell rings. The red beam has struck the outer shield. You both run. Inside the wardroom, every regulator screams. The ship outline burns red along the stern. The ancient fortress has matched the shield's frequency and is forcing energy backward through the ward. Nira takes the central wheel. Forward dispersal. You move to the control ring. The attack is unlike lightning. It does not search for a weakness. It creates one. The beam presses against a single section of the shield, holding steady while its vibration changes by tiny degrees. Each change moves closer to the ward's natural resonance. Once they match, the shield will tear itself apart. We have to shift the entire pattern, you say. We cannot rebuild it while under load. We don't rebuild, we rotate. Nira looks toward you. The idea forms between you at the same moment. A ship's ward is normally fixed to its hull. Bow remains bow. Stern remains stern. But the secondary pattern from the storm key taught you how the network can reconstruct itself in motion. You no longer have the key. You still remember the sequence. Nira begins resetting the regulator columns. You release the bow channel and feed its energy toward starboard. Holland reaches the wardroom and takes the port controls without asking for instructions. The glowing outline of the Wayfarer turns within the table. Not the ship itself, only the shield. The strongest section moves from the bow toward the stern. The ancient beam loses resonance. Pressure drops. Again, Nira says. You rotate the pattern farther. The fortress fires a second beam from the eastern tower. It strikes the port side. Holland catches the load and shifts it forward before the frequency can settle. The ward begins moving continuously around the vessel, a protective current circling the hull. On the table, the ship outline becomes a ring of blue light. The next beam glances away. Outside, cannon fire continues. But Captain Soren is no longer trying to destroy the towers. The gunners target the surrounding forest, throwing clouds of dirt and splintered branches into the air to obscure the fortress's sight. The Wayfarer climbs. One beam cuts through the mist below. Another passes over the lift balloons. Then the island drops behind the clouds. The red glow fades from the ward table. No one in the room relaxes until the last warning rune goes dark. Nira slowly releases the control wheel. You remembered the storm key pattern. Yes, you saw it once. I was holding it when it broke. She studies the rotating shield display. We keep this configuration. The regulators will wear faster. We have spare parts. Not enough for a long expedition. Then we find more. She looks toward the eastern wall. Those solid armor blocks any view of the unknown skies. We are going to need them. Hours later, the Wayfarer hides beneath a shelf of clouds 50 miles from the awakened fortress. Repairs continue throughout the ship. One cannon platform was damaged during the escape. 2 ward channels burned through their insulation. The launch returned with a cracked steering vane and silverroot sap hardening across its hull. No one died. That fact passes quietly among the crew, repeated with the gratitude of people who know how easily it could have been otherwise. At sunset, Captain Soren gathers the officers, scholars, and boarding party inside the chart room. The metal sheets from the aurora lie across the central table. Dr. Marr has cleaned them. Kest has copied every surviving line. The map appears clearer beneath the hanging lamps. Kalis Refuge lies northeast. Beyond it, the route passes through regions marked with old warnings. A nest-shaped symbol, 3 crossed blades, a spiral of clouds, and finally, the 7-rayed circle of 4. Captain Soren reads the final report again. The storm wall is described as an artificial containment field, she says. Do we trust this record? The terminology is precise, Dr. Marr replies. Captain Kale understood what he was writing. Containment of what? No surviving section says. Selka points toward the 7-rayed symbol. The altered ward aboard the Aurora was linked to this place and activated when our engines approached, you say. Captain Soren looks at you. You believe the signal was meant to detect returning ships. Yes, the inscription said to awaken it only for return. Return from where? No one answers. The chart room is silent, except for the distant hum of the engines. You remove the crew sheet from beneath the map and place your finger beside Elian Vale's name. He was transferred to Kalis Refuge, you say. So were 31 others. Dr. Marr studies the list. Engineers, navigators, farmers, 2 physicians, and several children. A settlement party, Selka says. Or survivors who could not continue, Bran adds. Captain Soren rests both hands on the table. Our original route was to survey the western islands before advancing farther east. The awakened fortress makes that region unsafe, and the Aurora's report suggests an inhabited refuge may exist beyond it. She looks around the room. We proceed to Kalis Refuge. No one objects. Outside the stern windows, the storm wall is now a distant dark band beneath the fading light. The wayfarer turns northeast. As night settles over the unknown sky, lamps appear along the deck. Crew members eat hot stew beside their stations. Repair hammers ring softly through the hull. You stand alone for a time near the bow. Your broken spear rests against the rail, its wired shaft shortened and scorched. Far below, clouds glow beneath the light of 2 moons. Floating islands drift across the stars as slowly as ships at anchor. Somewhere ahead waits the refuge named in the Aurora's records. Somewhere beyond that lies 4. Behind you, the storm wall continues to flash around the world you once believed was the whole of creation. You unfold the copied crew list beneath the light of a deck lantern. Elian Vale's name remains where it has waited for more than a century. This time, there is a destination beside it, and for the first time since discovering the hidden manifest, you possess something more useful than hope. You have a route. For 4 days, the wayfarer follows the route engraved on the Aurora's map. The floating continents become more numerous as you travel northeast. Some are no larger than gardens, carrying a single tree and a pool of rainwater through the open sky. Others stretch from horizon to horizon, their upper forests hidden beneath rolling mist, and their root-covered undersides descending like inverted mountain ranges. The crew begins to recognize patterns in their movement. The smallest islands drift quickly, pushed by high currents. Larger continents move along invisible paths, returning to the same regions over periods that Selka measures with instruments and careful observations of the stars. The sky is not empty space, but a vast, slow river with channels, tides, and depths. You spend most of those days inside the forward wardroom. The rotating shield pattern holds, though maintaining it requires constant adjustment. Every regulator wears unevenly because the strongest section of the ward no longer remains fixed to the bow. Holland replaces 2 resonant plates. You reroute a scorched conductor beneath the port cannon deck and discover that the armorers have quietly removed every brace crossing a ward channel. Nira says nothing about this victory. She merely inspects the cleared conduits and remarks that fear appears to improve professional judgment. At night, when the engines are reduced and the ship glides on the high currents, the wardroom becomes almost peaceful. The regulator columns hum around you. Blue light moves across the black control table in a slow circle. Tavin works the late watch beside you on the 5th night. The apprentice stares at the revolving outline of the ship. You invented that, he asks. Nira and Holland helped, but you thought of it. The fortress thought of breaking the old pattern. We responded. Tavin considers this distinction. Will it protect us from those? He points toward the narrow window above the workbench. Dark shapes are crossing the nearer moon. They resemble birds at first, though their wings do not beat. They glide in long arcs around a distant island, rising and falling on the currents. Their tails trail behind them like ribbons. We don't know what they are, you say. That is why I'm asking. The ward will react to anything carrying heat, force, or magical charge. And if they carry none of those, then Bran gets exercise. Tavin looks relieved. You do not tell him that every living creature carries at least 2. During the voyage, Bran replaces your damaged weapon. He summons you to the lower training deck, where the boarding companies practice among hanging ropes and swaying platforms. Your old hooked spear lies on a work table, its split shaft unwound and separated from the blade. Beside it rests a new shaft of dark wood. This came from a mast cut on the southern frontier, Bran says. Ironwood, flexible enough not to snap when a ship rolls. You lift it. The wood is heavier than ash, but balanced carefully. Narrow bands of copper spiral around the grip. Bran has mounted your original hook and spearhead at the end. You kept the blade. It survived. Barely. So did you. He gestures toward the nearest suspended platform. Test it. You climb onto the hanging boards. Bran follows with a blunted boarding axe. The platform sways beneath your weight. He attacks without warning. You catch the axe beneath the spear hook, turn the shaft, and guide the blade past your shoulder. Bran releases one hand, grips the spear, and pulls. The ironwood bends. It does not break. You step into the motion, strike the edge of his armor with the shaft, and use the hook to catch the rope behind him. A sharp pull tilts the platform. Bran shifts his stance before the boards can throw him. Better, he says. Was that praise? It was an observation. He attacks again. By the time the practice ends, your shoulders ache and your gloves are damp. Bran gives you a leather cover for the hook, then begins resetting the platform ropes. You saw your relative's name in the wreck, he says. The question is hidden inside the statement. Elian Vale, a grandfather. Farther back, you knew he crossed the wall. I suspected it. And now I know he reached Kalis Refuge. Bran pulls one knot tight. Knowing the place exists does not guarantee the people do. I know. You say that like Nira. I have spent too much time near her. He studies the rigging instead of you. Hope is useful before battle. It gets people onto the deck. During battle, it must become something else. What? Attention. He tests the rope with both hands. When we reach the refuge, pay attention to what is there. Not only to what you need to find. You carry the new spear from the training deck, with those words following you. On the 6th morning, the sky changes. A pale green band appears along the eastern horizon. Selka says it is sunlight passing through layers of mineral dust. Dr. Marr believes it comes from forests growing on the upper surfaces of unseen continents. Kest believes both explanations are incomplete and begins collecting samples with adhesive ribbons tied to the stern. By midday, the green light fills the clouds. The wayfarer enters a field of drifting stone. Thousands of narrow pillars float upright in the air, each one covered in smooth white mineral. Some are only a few feet tall. Others rise higher than the ship's lift balloons. They move without touching, maintaining the same distance from one another, as if connected by an invisible frame. Selka brings the engines down to half power. The ship threads between them. No bird calls disturb the stillness. No wind passes through the sails. Even the engine noise seems muted. You stand beside Selka on the forward observation deck, while she compares the pillars with the engraved map. This region is marked here, she says. The symbol resembles several upright lines surrounded by a circle. What does the map call it, you ask? It does not. The label was scratched away. A sailor in the lookout basket signals movement below. You lean over the rail. Between the pillars, suspended in the greenlit air, hang vast woven structures. Nests, the largest, could contain the entire wayfarer. They are built from branches, bones, pieces of metal, and the broken hulls of smaller skycraft. Torn sails ripple along their sides. A row of bronze cannon barrels has been woven into one nest like decorative reeds. Bran appears on the observation deck. All weapons covered, he orders. No loose metal on the rails. Why cover the weapons? Selka asks. Because half that nest is made from weapons. The crew moves carefully. Cannon shutters close. Harpoon heads disappear beneath leather tarps. Sailors remove tools from exposed belts. The Wayfarer glides deeper into the field. The nearest nests appear abandoned. Eggshell fragments lie across their upper surfaces, each one as large as a shield. Then a low clicking passes between the pillars. It begins far ahead and travels through the stone until it surrounds the ship. The upright columns answer one another. Clicking becomes rhythm. The sound enters through the hull and vibrates in the ward lines. Inside the forward control station, 3 gauges rise at once. Nira joins you at the regulator table. Magical pressure, she asks. Physical resonance. The pillars are singing through the ship's metal. You reduce the ward tension along the bow, preventing the vibration from concentrating there. Holland adjusts the lift mesh. The clicking stops. For several breaths, the field is silent again. Then one of the nests opens its eyes. What appeared to be a mound of dark branches unfolds from the woven structure. A creature rises onto 6 hooked limbs. Its body is covered in overlapping gray feathers, each one edged with metallic blue. 2 enormous wings extend from its back, but a second, smaller pair remains, folded near its chest. Its long head has no visible beak. Instead, the lower jaw divides into 3 narrow plates. Several sailors step away from the rail. The creature turns toward the Wayfarer. More shapes stir in the surrounding nests. Guns remain closed. Captain Sarin orders through the speaking tubes. Hold course. The first beast spreads its wings. The air pressure changes. You feel the ward tighten before the creature leaves its nest. It glides between the pillars without a single wing beat. Others follow, emerging from nests above and below. Their eyes reflect the green light in bright silver points. Selka stands at the helm platform, holding the ship steady. If we accelerate, they may pursue, she says. If we do not, they may land, Bran replies. One of the creatures passes beneath the keel. Its wings stretch wider than the main deck. The ward outline brightens where its feathers approach. The animal turns its head sharply, noticing the energy. It can sense the shield, you say. Nira reaches for the main control. Reduce external glow. We need the barrier, only if they attack. She lowers the ward's visible intensity while keeping the channels charged. The blue light around the hull fades. The nearest creature circles once. Then a tool falls from the upper rigging. A wrench strikes the deck, bounces over the rail, and spins through the open air. Sunlight flashes from the metal. Every creature turns toward it. The wrench falls between the pillars. 3 beasts dive after it. The others rise. Wings fill the sky around the Wayfarer. Brace, Bran shouts. The first impact strikes the starboard lift mesh. A creature catches the chain, covering one of the gas balloons. Its hooked limbs close around the links. The entire ship rolls under its weight. Another lands on the rear cannon deck. A third sweeps across the bow and tears a folded steering sail from its housing. The ward flares automatically. Blue energy races across the starboard mesh. The beast gripping the balloon shrieks and releases one limb, but the charge travels through its metallic feathers and returns to the shield. A loop forms. Pressure surges through the regulator table. It's feeding the ward back into itself, you say. Nira begins isolating the lift channel. Break the contact. You seize your spear and run for the deck. The air outside is filled with feathers, snapping wings, and the heavy scrape of claws across armor. Brand's boarding fighters spread along the rails, using shields to drive back the creatures without exposing the cannons. The beast on the starboard balloon remains entangled above. Each pulse of the ward makes its feathers shine brighter. The chain mesh has already begun to glow. If the current continues, it will heat the gas envelope beneath. You climb. The mainmast ladder shakes with every movement of the creature. Tavan stands at the base, holding the emergency grounding cable. Wait for my signal, you tell him. You are going up there, only until I reach the top. That is what up there means. You climb through the rigging. The creature's nearest wing sweeps over you, filling the sky with gray-blue feathers. Wind tears at your coat. The smell is sharp and mineral, like wet stone after lightning. You reach the upper support ring. The beast sees you. Its jaw plates spread apart, revealing rows of pale, gripping teeth. You do not strike at its head. The metallic feathers would carry the spearhead's impact directly into the charged mesh. Instead, you catch the hook around one of the creature's rear limbs and pull the copper grounding band from your belt. The beast jerks upward. Your boots leave the support ring. For a moment, you hang from the spear while the creature tries to tear itself free. Below, the open sky turns slowly. You loop the grounding band around the spear shaft and clamp its other end to a free section of lightning cable. Tavan, you shout. The apprentice throws the lever. The charge leaves the mesh. It travels through your spear, along the copper band, and down the emergency cable toward the keel dispersal fins. The ironwood shaft vibrates violently in your hands. The creature's feathers flash white. Its hooked limbs release. You fall onto the chain mesh as the beast drops away from the balloon. It catches the air below, wings opening just before it disappears between the pillars. The ward pressure subsides. Then a deeper cry rolls through the nesting field. The creatures attacking the deck freeze. A shadow rises beneath the wayfarer. The largest nest is moving. Branches break apart as an immense winged body emerges from within. Its feathers are almost black, and fragments of old armor have grown into the layered, covering along its chest. One side of its head bears a rusted ship's bell trapped between bone and plumage. When it spreads its wings, the nearest stone pillars tilt away. The brood guardian, Bran says from below. The guardian climbs toward the ship. You remain high in the rigging, exposed above the deck. Its silver eyes settle on you. Then the bell embedded beside its head rings. Every smaller creature withdraws. The guardian approaches alone. Captain Sorin's order carries across the ship. Cannons ready. Armored shutters begin to open. The movement catches the guardian's attention. Bronze barrels emerge along the hull. The creature's feathers rise. No, you call down. Close them. The captain looks up from the quarterdeck. It collects metal, you shout. The guns will provoke it. The guardian strikes one of the floating pillars with its wing. The white stone breaks in half. Captain Sorin has only a moment to decide. Close batteries. The shutters reverse. The guardian continues forward, but its feathers settle slightly. You look at the scattered nests. Weapons, armor, engine pieces, anchors, and bells have been woven into them. The creatures are not hunting the ship for food. They are responding to exposed metal. You unclasp the damaged cover from your spearhead and let it fall. The small piece of copper spins through the air. The guardian's gaze follows it. You take a second metal band from your belt and throw it farther toward an empty nest. The guardian changes direction. It catches the band in one claw. Across the deck, Bran understands. Loose scrap only, he orders. Throw it away from the root. Sailors open repair crates and cast bent plates, broken bolts, and damaged fittings over the port side. The pieces glitter as they fall between the pillars. The smaller creatures dive after them. The guardian releases the ship's path and glides toward the largest cluster of falling metal. Selka brings the engines up slowly. The Wayfarer moves. You remain in the rigging until the nearest nests pass behind. Only when open sky appears ahead do you climb down. Tavin waits at the base of the mast. His face is pale. You said the shield would protect us. It did. You were hanging outside it. That was less protective. Nira meets you near the hatch. She looks at the spear, the grounding band, and the burn marks along your gloves. You turned your boarding weapon into a lightning rod. Temporarily, Bran just replaced it. The shaft held. From the training deck entrance, Bran calls. I heard that. Nira takes your hands and turns them palm upward. The insulation has cracked, but the skin beneath is unburned. You were fortunate. The grounding path was clear. You were still fortunate. She releases you and looks toward the receding pillars. What did you learn? That the creatures sense ward energy and collect worked metal, and that Tavin follows instructions under pressure. The apprentice tries not to appear pleased. Nira glances at him. Then perhaps one of you is improving. Beyond the nesting field, the root rises into a region of enormous clouds. Their upper surfaces shine white beneath the sun, but their lower halves are dark and flat, as though each cloud rests upon an invisible ceiling. Waterfalls descend from some of them without any visible source. The Aurora's map leads directly beneath the largest. Selka reduces speed near sunset. There should be an island ahead, she says. The map marks 3 towers beneath an arch. Nothing lies before the ship except cloud and open air. Dr. Marr joins her at the bow. Perhaps the refuge drifted. Cloud formations do not remain fixed for a century, Kest says. This one may. You study the lower surface. The cloud is too smooth. Natural vapor curls and changes at the edges. This mass holds a precise oval shape, stretching many miles across. A faint blue shimmer moves through it. Ward boundary, you say. Neera comes to the rail. The entire cloud is shielded. Selka steers toward the southern edge. The storm compass needle turns inward, pointing into the vapor. The wayfarer enters. Cool mist closes around the deck. Visibility falls to a few yards. Droplets collect on the armor and run along the rails. The engines echo strangely, their sound returning from several directions. Blue lines appear in the cloud. They form arches around the ship, one after another, guiding it through a hidden channel. Someone maintains these wards, Holland says quietly. The mist thins. A warm golden light appears ahead. The wayfarer emerges beneath the cloud. Kalis Refuge hangs upside down above you. 3 towers descend from the cloud's dark lower surface, joined by bridges and terraces, suspended on thousands of silver cables. Houses cling beneath broad platforms. Gardens grow downward from glass chambers, their roots enclosed in clear tubes. Water flows along channels fixed to the ceilings before falling into collection basins below. At the center of the city, an immense stone arch curves downward from the cloud. Lanterns line its inner edge. Hundreds of them ignite as the wayfarer approaches. People gather on the suspended bridges. Some point toward the ship. Others run. Warning bells ring across the refuge. Armored gates close over the larger platforms. Small winged craft rise from beneath the towers, each carrying 2 riders with long bows. Captain Sorin orders all weapons sealed. The local craft surround the wayfarer, but remain beyond the ward. Their hulls are made from pale wood and stretched fabric. No engines are visible. They ride the air on transparent fins that move like the wings of dragonflies. One craft approaches the bow. Its forward rider wears a mirrored mask and a cloak of white feathers. The second holds a spear tipped with blue crystal. The masked rider raises one hand. A voice carries through the air, amplified by the surrounding ward. Silence your engines. Selka looks toward Captain Sorin. The captain nods. The directional engines fade. The wayfarer begins to drift. The city's ward catches the ship, holding it within the cloud channel. State your origin, the masked rider says. Captain Sorin steps to the rail. We sailed from Vera, within the western storm wall. The rider remains motionless. Several people on the distant bridges stop running. You crossed the wall. Yes, no ship has crossed from the enclosed sky in 4 generations. We followed the route of the aurora. At the name, the rider's companion lowers the crystal spear. The masked figure turns slightly, looking toward the city. Signals pass between the surrounding craft. Show the mark, the rider says. Captain Soren looks to Dr. Marr. He brings the copied aurora crest to the rail. The rider studies it. That mark can be copied. You take the original message case from inside your coat. The old ship's wax seal remains broken at one end, but the crest is clear. I recovered this from the wreck, you say. The mirrored mask turns toward you, where, inside the silver forest, west of the pillar nests, the rider's posture changes. You awakened the root bastion. We did not know what was buried there. You flew engines over its listening ground. We escaped. No one escapes a waking bastion. The towers disagreed. A faint sound comes from the rider's companion. It may be laughter. The masked figure raises one hand and removes the mask. Beneath it is a woman with bronze-brown skin and short white hair. Fine lines mark the corners of her eyes. A narrow scar crosses her upper lip. My name is Avon Kale, she says, keeper of the refuge. Dr. Marr looks sharply at Captain Soren. The name belongs to the Aurora's commanding officer. Avon's gaze remains on the message case. Who carried that from the wreck? I did. Your name. You tell her. Every nearby rider becomes still. Avon Kale studies you for so long that the silence begins to feel heavier than suspicion. Then she turns her craft toward the city. Bring the ship to the pilgrim dock, she says. Open the Hall of Names. The surrounding craft lower their weapons. The wayfarer is guided beneath the central arch. The pilgrim dock extends from the lowest tower. A broad wooden platform suspended over the endless clouds. Mooring cables rise from it and attach to the ship's hull. Refuge engineers approach in white insulated coats, examining the wayfarer's engines and armored lift balloons with open astonishment. The city watches from above. Children lie on their stomachs along transparent walkways, staring down at the expedition crew. Older residents carry lanterns to the bridge rails. Some wear clothing cut in styles familiar from old Varan paintings. Others wear feathered cloaks, woven skygrass, or polished plates made from the shells of airborne creatures. No one cheers. The arrival is too strange for celebration. Avon Kale boards with 6 wardens. Captain Soren receives her beneath the mainmast. Their first conversation remains formal. Names, positions, injuries, and immediate needs are exchanged. When Avon learns that the wayfarer crossed the wall only days earlier, she asks the same question 3 times in different forms. Each answer appears to disturb her more. You should not have been able to cross, she finally says. The passage was difficult, Captain Soren replies. That is not what I mean. Avon looks west, though the cloud hides the storm wall. The enclosure was designed to become stronger. Designed by whom? You will understand more in the hall. Her gaze finds you again. You must come first. The Hall of Names is built inside the lowest tower. You enter through a circular door and descend along a spiral walkway. Because the city hangs beneath the cloud, every staircase feels reversed. Rooms widen below their entrances. Rainwater runs upward through glass pipes toward reservoirs hidden overhead. Avon leads you past walls covered in painted handprints. Each bears a name and a date. Some names are Varen. Others belong to languages Kest does not recognize. The first settlers, you ask. The first survivors, Avon says. The refuge existed before the Aurora arrived, but it was nearly empty. The people who remained took in the ship's crew. You are descended from Captain Kale. Through his daughter, the official manifest did not list a daughter. Many things were removed from your official records. The spiral ends at a bronze door. 7 outward lines have been carved around its lock. The symbol of Vor. Avon touches 2 fingers to it. After the root bastion woke, we expected a western ship eventually. We did not expect one from inside the enclosure. She opens the door. Thousands of narrow metal plates hang within the chamber. They descend from the ceiling in long rows, each engraved with a name. Small lights drift among them, illuminating one plate after another. You walk between the rows. The names of Aurora passengers appear near the center. Captain Oren Kale, Dr. Sevimar, Engineer Halden Wren. Families absent from the official record. Children who grew old beneath this cloud. Crew members who joined local expeditions. Crew members who died defending the refuge. Avon stops before a plate engraved with your family name. Elahian Vale, Lord Engineer, founder of the Eastern Shield, departed for Viorar. Return unknown. Beneath the metal plate hangs a small leather case. Your hands remain still at your sides. For years, Alian Vale was only ink on a hidden manifest. Then, he became a survivor recorded in the Aurora's wreckage. Here he has a life, a title, work he completed, a journey that continued. Avon removes the leather case and gives it to you. He left this for any member of his family who reached Kalis from the west. The leather is worn smooth. Inside lies a thin crystal, no longer than your finger. Copper wire circles its center. A ward memory. You recognize the design from old engineering manuals. The crystal stores vibration rather than light. When placed against the correct resonant surface, it reproduces the voice that shaped it. Avon leads you to a black stone pedestal, the same stone used in the Aurora's regulators. You set the crystal into the shallow groove. It begins to hum. A man's voice fills the Hall of Names. The recording is faint, worn by age, but the words remain clear. To the Vale who hears this, You have crossed farther than I hoped any of us would need to travel. You grip the edge of the pedestal. I do not know your name, your generation, or what remains of our family within the enclosure. I know only that someone may one day find the manifest I sent home before departure. I hid the truth because those who governed Vera had already begun erasing it. Avon lowers her head. The voice continues. The storm wall was not built to imprison our world. It was built after the first breach, when Vor discovered the western skies. The crystal flickers. We helped raise the wall. We begged for it. A coldness settles through you despite the warmth of the chamber. What waits outside the enclosure cannot be defeated by cannon or ward alone. It listens through engines. It follows routes. It studies every defense used against it. You remember the root bastion, matching the wayfarer's shield frequency. The ancient towers waking across distant continents. If the wall has weakened enough for Western vessels to cross, Elian says, then the thing beyond Vor has already begun weakening it from the other side. The recording crackles. A final sentence emerges through the distortion. Do not lead it home. The crystal falls silent. No one in the hall moves. Far above, through layers of stone, cloud, and suspended streets, the wayfarers' engines begin their evening cycle. Avon looks toward the ceiling. They must shut those down, she says. A deep horn answers from somewhere beyond the cloud. The horn sounds again. This time, the metal plates in the Hall of Names tremble on their wires. Avon moves before the echo fades. She takes the ward memory from the pedestal, closes it inside the leather case, and presses it into your hands. Keep that beneath insulated cloth, she says. The recording crystal may carry a trace of the signal that shaped it. You slip the case into your inner pocket beside the empty space where the storm key once rested. Above you, bells begin ringing throughout Kalis Refuge. The pattern is unlike the warning bells that greeted the wayfarer. Those were sharp and hurried. These are slow, heavy strokes separated by deliberate pauses. Avon counts beneath her breath. 3 western, 1 lower, 3 western. What does it mean, you ask? An engine echo beyond the cloud. The bronze door opens before she reaches it. A young warden in a white feathered mantle stands outside, breathing hard. Keeper, the western listeners have turned red. Something is moving beneath the refuge. How many signatures? 1 large, several smaller, no visible hulls. Avon steps into the spiral passage. Close the outer gardens. Raise the eastern shield and evacuate the pilgrim dock. The western ward is not responding. She stops, not weakened, silent. The warden's fear is carefully controlled, but it reaches his voice. Avon turns to you. Elian Vale built the western ward. The hall says eastern shield. We renamed the directions after the refuge rotated 90 years ago. Another horn passes through the tower. This one comes from directly below. Dust falls from the ceiling. You follow Avon up the spiral walkway. Dr. Marr and Kest hurry behind you, carrying their notes beneath their coats. As you climb, doors open along the passage and residents file into protected chambers. There's no screaming or disorder. Adults lift children into ceiling-mounted shelters. Vendors pull reinforced shutters over their stalls. Wardens direct everyone with hand signals practiced many times before. The refuge has expected this. Perhaps not today, perhaps not for generations, but every bridge, staircase, and garden has been built with the expectation that something might eventually find it. You emerge onto a suspended avenue beneath the central cloud. The city's golden evening has vanished. Red light moves through the mist beyond the outer bridges. Above the streets, the dark underside of the cloud ripples like the surface of deep water. Lightning flickers within it, though the air below remains still. The wayfarer hangs at the pilgrim dock. Her engines continue their low evening cycle. Mooring crews are already pulling the cables free, but several dock mechanisms remain locked around the hull. Captain Soren stands at the boarding bridge, issuing orders to both crews. Nira has opened an engine panel beneath the stern and is shouting at a group of refuge engineers who refuse to approach the machinery. Avon raises her voice. Silence every engine. No stored flame, no active rotors, no humming crystal. Nira looks up. The lift system cannot remain stable without power. The refuge ward will carry your ship. Our balloons are under different pressure. Then release pressure. That will take time. You have until the listeners reach us. Nira sees something in Avon's expression and stops arguing. She calls for the engine crews to begin an emergency shutdown. The Wayfarer's green fire fades one chamber at a time. With every extinguished engine, the refuge becomes quieter. Wind moves through the hanging gardens. Water drips into collection basins. The warning bells continue their slow pattern. Beneath those sounds, another vibration remains. You feel it through the suspended avenue. A faint, steady pulse. It travels through the city's cables and returns several breaths later. Something below is sending out waves and listening for the echo. Captain Soren crosses the boarding bridge with Bran, Selka, and 2 guards. "What are we facing?" she asks. Avon walks toward the avenue's western edge. A herald, most likely. A vor of what lies beyond it. A red flash illuminates the clouds below. For an instant, you see shapes moving beneath the refuge. They are long and narrow, curving through the vapor without wings. Smaller forms circle a central mass large enough to rival the floating continent where you found the Aurora. Then the clouds close. Dr. Marr grips the bridge rail. "Those are vessels. Parts of one," Avon says. "A living storm does not require a single body." The phrase enters the silence heavily. Captain Soren looks toward the dark cloud overhead. "Can your shield hold?" "The eastern half can." "And the western?" Avon turns to you. Your ancestor designed it to remain dormant unless a specific resonance awakened it. That resonance was preserved within the veil line. You think of the ward memory in your pocket. You expect me to activate it. I expect you to understand why it has stopped answering us. Avon leads you from the avenue toward a narrow bridge descending beneath the lowest tower. Captain Sorin follows until the keeper raises a hand. The western core lies below the evacuation level. The path will not support a large party. Then Bran goes, the captain says. Bran rests one hand on his axe. Avon considers him, then looks toward Nira. The chief engineer should come. Nira closes the engine panel and wipes her hands on her coat. I had already decided that. You are needed aboard the ship, Captain Sorin says. The ship is being held in the air by someone else's cloud. At present, it needs me less than the failing ward does. Captain Sorin's gaze settles on you. How long? Avon looks toward the red-lit mist below, until the herald finds an opening. The pulsing vibration moves through the city again. This time, several lanterns extinguish. Go, the captain says. You, Nira, Bran, and Avon descend. The bridge narrows as it curves beneath the suspended city. Houses and gardens disappear above you. Wind grows colder. The cloud's lower surface presses overhead, dark enough to resemble stone. The path ends at a circular platform attached to the base of the oldest tower. Below it hangs nothing but mist. Avon unlocks a hatch in the platform floor. A ladder descends into darkness. The western shield core is not inside the city, she says. Then where is it? Bran asks. Avon points down. You climb first. The ladder extends beneath the platform, farther than your lamp can reach. Wind pulls at your coat. The iron rungs are cold and damp. After 50 feet, the ladder enters a cage of silver cables. They descend from Kalis Refuge and converge around a dark shape hanging below the city. The western core is a separate structure suspended beneath the cloud. It resembles a large seed made from black stone and copper ribs. Hundreds of ward lines connect it to the towers above. Most glow faintly blue. The western lines remain dark. A narrow maintenance bridge circles the core. You step onto it and feel a familiar vibration beneath your boots. The same tone used by the Aurora's regulators. Alian built this place with the techniques he carried from Vera. Avon opens a hatch between two copper ribs. Inside, the chamber is barely large enough for 4 people. The walls curve inward. Silver ward thread crosses every surface in complex patterns. At the center hangs a crystal sphere filled with drifting blue mist, or what should be blue mist. Half the sphere is black. The darkness inside it spreads in thin tendrils. Nira removes her tuning fork. You take out the one she gave you. Together, she says. You strike both against the floor. 2 notes answer from the ward. One descends, weak but clear. The other does not rise. It whispers. The sound is so soft that you almost mistake it for wind passing through the ribs of the structure. It contains no stable pitch. It shifts around the edge of hearing, imitating fragments of the tuning forks without ever matching them. Brand's pale eye narrows. That is not a machine. No, Nira says. Something is inside the circuit. Avon approaches the crystal sphere. The Western listeners began failing after the root bastion woke. The bastion transmitted the shield pattern, you say. It transmitted more than that. The darkness in the sphere moves toward your side of the chamber. You step closer. It follows. Nira notices. Your crystal. You remove Elian's ward memory from your pocket. Even through the leather case, it vibrates. The black tendrils inside the shield core gather toward it. Avon reaches for the case, but you move it away. If the corruption came from the bastion, why is it reacting to Elian's recording? Because both were built with Vor technology, she says. The refuge survived by adapting what its founders found here. You said Elian designed the shield. He designed the pattern. The core existed long before him. Nira studies the sphere. The ward has 2 layers. Varen channels outside, something older beneath. The whispering grows stronger. A voice emerges from it, faint, distorted. To the veil who hears this, you grip the leather case. The words repeat Elian's recording, but the cadence is wrong. Too slow in one place, too quick in another. It heard the memory crystal, Brand says. No, you reply. It heard the recording when we played it. The darkness inside the sphere has been listening through the ward, learning the voice. The false Elian continues. You have crossed farther than I hoped. Avon draws a short crystal blade. What are you doing? Nira asks. Severing the old core. You will lose half the refuge. If the Herald controls it, we have already lost half. Nira catches Avon's wrist before the blade reaches the nearest ward line. Cut that channel and the stored charge will discharge through every bridge connected to it. Then release it first. The corruption is inside the return path. Avon tries to pull free. There is no time for a full repair. No, you say. But there may be time to give it a different path. The false voice stops. The chamber falls silent. Then the ward memory in your hand speaks from inside its closed case. Not through the pedestal, not through any resonant surface. The crystal repeats a single phrase. Do not lead it home. The blackness surges through the sphere. Every western line ignites red. Above you, Kalis refuge shudders. Bran braces against the wall as the maintenance bridge outside twists. Warning bells ring in a rapid, chaotic pattern. The herald has found the ward. A red pulse travels from the core toward the city. You throw the ward memory onto the floor and pin it beneath your boot. Nira isolate the Varen layer. She reaches the outer controls. The old system will remain connected. That is what we need. You pull the black cord from your tuning fork and unwrap it. The cord conceals a narrow strip of silver conductor intended for temporary ward repairs. What do you intend? Avon asks. The corruption is following Alien's resonance. Yes, so we let it. Nira understands first. You want to move the memory into the core. Only its resonance, not the crystal. The system will think the Western Shield has found its authorized engineer. Avon looks at the spreading red lines. And the Herald. It will follow the same path. Into the core. Through it. You point toward the ancient layer beneath the Varen channels. Where does that return path lead? Avon's face becomes still. To the lower clouds. To the Herald. To everything connected to Vor. Nira gives a humorless smile. Then we are about to introduce it to itself. You connect the silver strip to the ward memory case. The moment metal touches leather, the crystal speaks again. To the Veil who hears this, you fasten the other end to the outer regulator. The Varen layer brightens. The Western Shield recognizes the voice print embedded in the memory. Blue light pushes back against the red. Nira isolates one channel after another, building a narrow route around the sphere. Return path twice, she says. You test it. The first note falls through the Varen layer. The second note enters the ancient core and returns from somewhere far below. Both are clear. Both are dangerous. But neither whispers. Ready, you say. Bran stands at the hatch with his axe drawn, watching the maintenance bridge. Shapes move through the mist outside, thin limbs curling around the silver support cables. The smaller pieces of the Herald have reached the core. A black tendril slips through the hatch. Bran cuts it. The axe passes through vapor, but the shape recoils as though struck. Red sparks scatter from its edge. More tendrils gather outside. Whatever you are doing, he says, do it before the storm develops hands. You open the memory case. The crystal floats a fraction of an inch above the leather. Alien's voice fills the chamber. To the Veil who hears this, you have crossed farther than I hoped any of us would need to travel. The ward responds. Blue lines spread across the curved walls. You guide the voice through the temporary conductor and into the Western Shield pattern. The crystal sphere clears where the resonance reaches it. The blackness retreats toward the older core. The false voice answers from within. To the Veil who hears this, for several breaths, the true recording and its imitation overlap. One carries the imperfections of a tired human voice. Small pauses, a roughness in the breath, emotion controlled because the speaker knew someone unknown might hear it a century later. The other reproduces only the shape of those sounds. You listen for the difference. So does the ward. Alien designed the shield to answer a living resonance, not a perfect repetition. The false voice is too exact where the original varies, and too empty where it should carry intention. You adjust the control ring. The Varen layer rejects the imitation. The blackness is forced deeper. Outside, the Herald strikes the shield core. Bran is thrown against the hatch. Avon catches him before he falls through the opening. Nira holds the regulator steady as red light lashes across the walls. The path is collapsing. You increase the flow from the memory crystal. A crack appears along its surface. Avon sees it. Stop. That message is all you have of him. The warning reaches you, but so does the vibration of the city above. Thousands of people depend on the Western Ward. The Wayfarer hangs powerless at their dock. The Herald circles beneath the clouds, searching for the route back to the enclosed world. You think of Bran's words. Hope must become attention. You listen to the circuit. The false resonance pushes from below. The true voice continues from the crystal. We helped raise the wall. We begged for it. The crack widens. You turn the final conductor. The ward memory breaks. Its stored vibration releases, all at once. Elian's voice does not grow louder. It becomes clearer. Every pause, breath, and trembling edge passes into the shield. The Varen pattern recognizes its maker. Blue light fills the sphere and drives the blackness completely into the ancient return path. Nira slams the channel closed behind it. Reverse now. You pull the core lever. The western shield turns inward. A vast blue pattern appears beneath Kalis Refuge. You see it through the open hatch. Circles and branching lines spreading across the lower clouds, each one larger than the city above. The Herald's long body becomes visible inside them. It is not one creature. It is a storm woven around the remains of countless machines. Broken engines rotate inside black vapor. Armor plates open and close like scales. Cables twist through the clouds as tendons. At its center hangs a hollow ring lined with red lights. The ward forces every signal back toward that ring. The Herald hears its own listening pulse. The echo multiplies. The black clouds convulse. Engines within the living storm answer one another in incompatible rhythms. Red lightning turns inward, striking its own armor. The smaller tendrils release the refuge cables and spiral toward the central mass. The horn becomes a roar. Then the lower sky erupts in blue light. The force passes through the shield core and up into Kalis Refuge. You are lifted from your feet and thrown against Nira. Bran catches both of you with one arm around a copper rib. The temporary conductor vaporizes. The western ward lines burn white. For several seconds, the entire chamber disappears inside light. When your sight returns, the crystal sphere is clear. No blackness remains. Outside, fragments of the Herald fall through the clouds. Some are metal. Some dissolve before they descend far enough to see. The largest section, the hollow ring, tumbles end over end with red lights fading along its rim. The refuge bells stop. A deep silence follows. Nira remains against the wall, breathing hard. Avon looks at the empty leather case on the floor. The memory is gone, she says. You pick it up. A fine layer of crystal dust clings to the inside. The words remain. It is not the same. You know that. The exact sound of Elian's voice, held across a century for someone from his family, has been spent. Yet the shield around Kalis Refuge hums with the pattern he built. The city still hangs above you. The herald has not found the route home. For now, that is enough. Bran looks through the hatch. More movement below. Nira joins him. Small points of red light remain beneath the cloud. They drift away from the destroyed herald in several directions. Pieces escaping, you ask. Avon shakes her head. Messages. Going where? Everywhere connected to the old network. One point moves east. Another descends. A third travels west, toward the distant storm wall. You feel the victory narrowing around its consequence. The herald failed to consume the refuge, but it completed part of its purpose. It found a ship from the enclosed sky. It learned that the wall can be crossed, and now something farther east may know. You climb back toward Kalis Refuge, beneath a shield glowing brighter than it has in generations. Residents emerge from shelters as you reach the suspended avenues. Lanterns are relit. Wardens inspect cables and bridges. Families search the crowds and gather one another close. The wayfarer remains at the pilgrim dock, held safely by the cloud ward. Captain Sorin waits at the end of the bridge. Her eyes move over each of you, counting. What happened? The western shield is restored, Avon says. The herald has been broken. Captain Sorin looks toward the red points, fading beyond the clouds. And those warnings. Selka joins you at the rail. She carries the Aurora's engraved map, now covered in additional markings copied from the refuge archives. One is traveling toward Vor, she says. Dr. Marr points to the 7-rayed symbol. How long before it arrives? Avon studies the eastern sky. Perhaps 12 days. Captain Sorin's expression does not change, but the decision begins forming behind it. Our ship requires repairs and new supplies. You require more than repairs, Avon replies. The root bastion studied your ward. The herald has carried that knowledge east. Every ancient guardian connected to Vor may now recognize your vessel. Nira rests her burned hand on the rail. Then we change the vessel. Avon looks at her. Nira points toward the restored shield glowing beneath the refuge. You have ward technology built to hide from these things. We have armor, engines, and enough cannon to survive the routes between here and Vor. Separately, neither has been enough. Captain Sorin turns toward the wayfarer. What would an upgrade require? For the first time since the alarm began, Avon allows herself a slow breath. Cloud silk insulation, silent lift vanes, a false engine resonance to confuse listening fields. Your rotating shield can be bound to the refuge pattern. And weapons? Bran asks the question without apology. Avon looks toward the falling remains of the herald. Its central ring contained a storm lance. If enough survived, it could be mounted beneath your bow. Captain Soren studies the crew gathered around her. The expedition has already crossed the boundary of its original mission. The western islands remain mostly unexplored. The route home is open, though dangerous. You possess evidence that would transform every understanding of the world within the storm wall. You could return. You could bring back the Aurora's records, the map, and warning of what waits outside. But the red signal is already moving east. Returning would not stop it. Captain Soren faces Avon. How quickly can the work be done? 8 days, if your engineers accept refuge methods. Nira folds her arms. Your engineers were afraid of our engines. Your engines called a living storm to our city. Then they were correct to be afraid. Avon's mouth shifts slightly. It is the first hint of warmth you have seen from her. 8 days, she repeats. Captain Soren nods. Begin at dawn. Above the refuge, the great cloud turns slowly beneath the stars. Below it, recovery craft descend toward the scattered pieces of the Herald. You stand at the pilgrim dock while the first fragments are raised on silver cables. Black armor, red crystal, unfamiliar gears that continue turning after being separated from every visible power source. The Wayfarer hangs beside the city, scarred from the crossing and the battles that followed. Soon her engines will fall silent. Her shield will learn a new shape. An ancient weapon will be fitted beneath her bow. And when the message reaches Vor, the ship that follows it will no longer be the vessel that crossed the storm wall. At dawn, Kalis Refuge begins taking the Wayfarer apart. The work starts with the engines. Refuge engineers descend around the ship on narrow platforms woven from cloud silk and pale wood. They remove the outer housings from the directional engines, revealing the green flame chambers and rotating brass assemblies within. Several of them stare in silence. One finally asks Nira, "You allow the combustion crystal to remain exposed to the turning shaft. It is separated by 3 inches of reinforced glass. 3 inches, 4 at the lower edge." The refuge engineer looks toward Avon as though requesting permission to flee. Nira turns to you. They lack confidence. They have not seen one explode. Neither have you. I saw the ceiling afterward. That ceiling was poorly attached. The refuge engineers replaced the exposed chambers with layered shells of black glass and cloud silk. Thin sheets of the material are wrapped around every moving component. When stretched tightly, cloud silk becomes nearly transparent. When loosened, it thickens into white fabric soft enough to fold beneath one hand. It absorbs vibration. By the second day, the forward engine can run without producing more than a faint tremor through the deck. By the third, even that tremor is gone. Standing beside the open machinery, you see the gears turning and green fire circulating through the chamber. But you hear only the whisper of cooling air. Tavan places his ear against the housing. How do we know if something is wrong? he asks. It stops moving, says one of the refuge engineers. Nira closes her eyes. We are installing listening rods, you tell him before she can respond. The rods carry internal vibration to small brass cups mounted inside the engine room. An engineer can press one to an ear and hear the machinery without allowing its sound to escape into the surrounding sky. Nira spends an afternoon testing every cup. She declares them acceptable. From her, this is nearly an expression of wonder. The lift system changes next. The Wayfarer's 12 gas balloons were designed for strength, not silence. Chain mesh protects them from claws and cannon fire, but the links rattle whenever the ship turns. Careless weavers cover the chains with narrow ribbons of cloud silk. Refuge smiths install flexible joints between each section. Transparent steering vanes are attached along the balloon's outer curves, allowing the ship to turn with less engine power. The new vanes resemble insect wings. When sunlight passes through them, their vanes shine with soft blue light. Selka spends hours on the upper platforms, studying how they respond to the wind. She begins with careful adjustments, moving the ship only a few feet from the dock. By the 5th day, she can pivot the entire vessel around its center without igniting an engine. The crew gathers along the refuge bridges to watch. The Wayfarer turns silently beneath the cloud. Her armored hull moves through the hanging city like an enormous dark fish. Selka brings the bow back toward the dock with less than a yard of error. Do that in a storm, Bran says when she returns. Find me one, she replies. I would prefer not to. Then my skill remains unquestioned. The shield requires more delicate work. Avon opens the refuge archives and allows Nira access to diagrams preserved since the founding of Kalis. Many are older than the Aurora. Their symbols do not resemble modern ward notation. Lines turn inward where Varen engineers would direct them outward. Protective circles contain deliberate openings. Some circuits appear unfinished. They are not unfinished. They are designed to conceal rather than repel. A strong shield announces itself, Avon explains, as you stand around a black stone work table beneath the western tower. Every attack that strikes it produces an echo. Vor's guardians learn from those echoes. Nira studies the diagrams. So you allow force to enter. We give it a harmless path. That is not protection. It has protected the refuge for 5 generations. It is evasion. It is survival. Nira looks ready to object again. You place the Wayfarer's rotating shield diagram beside the refuge pattern. They can work together. Both women turn toward you. The rotating pattern prevents an attacker from holding one frequency. You continue. The refuge layer prevents the changing frequencies from being heard at a distance. Nira traces the overlapping lines with one finger, a moving shield inside a silent return path. Avon studies the same junction. The outer ward would appear weaker. It would be weaker, Nira says. only until struck, you reply. Then the inner pattern rotates strength toward the impact. The two engineers look at one another. Neither wishes to be the first to approve an idea suggested by someone standing between them. Finally, Avon says, "It could work." Nira folds her arms. "I was about to say that." The new shield takes 3 days to install. Silver conductors are threaded through the hull beneath the armor. Cloud silk insulation separates the old lines from the refuge layer. The ward masts are shortened, so they no longer extend above the lift balloons, and their exposed rings are replaced with black crystal veins. You spend much of the work suspended outside the ship. The maintenance harness circles your waist and shoulders. A safety line connects you to the upper rail. Hundreds of feet below, evening clouds drift beneath Kalis Refuge. You fit the final conductor along the bow, while Holland guides it from inside the hull. 2 inches port, his voice says through the speaking tube. You move the silver thread. 1/2 an inch back. You move it again. Too far. You said 1/2 an inch. I meant the other half. There is only 1/2 between 2 points. An engineering mind should remain open to possibilities. You tap the speaking tube with a wrench. The sound echoes loudly near his ear. His response is lost beneath laughter from the workers around him. Life continues throughout the refuge while the wayfarer changes. Markets reopen along the suspended avenues. Gardeners return to the glass chambers above the streets. Children begin visiting the pilgrim dock each afternoon to trade sweets for stories about the enclosed world. They find the idea of ground difficult to understand. A girl named Leary asks whether Vera's houses fall downward when their cables break. They are built on stone, you explain. All of them. Most. What holds the stone? The land beneath it. What holds that? You pause. Leary smiles, satisfied that she has discovered the flaw in your explanation. Meals are served in a long hall carved into the central tower. The floor curves gently, following the tower's outer wall. Narrow windows look down toward the cloud layers. Refuge food is unfamiliar, but comforting. Thin slices of skyroot are roasted until their edges crisp. Pale fish from cloud lakes are cooked with green herbs and sour berries. Bread is baked from floating grass seed and served with a blue-white honey that cools your tongue before slowly becoming warm. On the 4th evening, you eat with Nira, Holland, Tavan, Selka, and Avon. For the first time since arriving, no alarms sound. Selka examines a spoon made from polished shell. Your city has maps of the eastern routes. Fragments, Avon says. Most settlements stopped sending navigators west after the Vor gates closed. When, 73 years ago, Dr. Marr, seated nearby, turns from his conversation. What caused them to close? No message reached us. Then how do you know they closed? Because the sky roads vanished. Avon takes a piece of bread. The ancient roots are not only lines on a map. They are maintained passages through moving continents, storm fields, and guardian territories. When Vor controlled them, travelers could cross the eastern skies in weeks. After the gates closed, islands drifted across the paths. Living storms gathered. The bastions began attacking anything with an engine. Selka spreads a copied chart beside her plate. The Aurora's route continues through these regions. It was drawn before the closure. Can it still be followed? Parts of it. Selka taps a symbol of 3 crossed blades. What is this? Avon's expression becomes less neutral. The brass convoys. Merchants, Holland asks. Treasure fleets. Bran, eating at the end of the table, looks up. Avon continues. Their ancestors served the eastern cities. When those cities fell silent, the fleets began stripping abandoned fortresses, temples, and wrecks. They trade when it benefits them. They raid when it does not. How many vessels? Captain Soren asks from the neighboring table. No one knows. Their ships separate and gather according to opportunity. Will they attack the Wayfarer? They have never seen a ship like yours. That was not an answer. It was the reason the answer is yes. Bran returns to his meal. Good, he says. Avon studies him. Why is that good? Uncertainty makes soldiers careless. Certainty saves time. Later that night, you walk through the Hall of Names alone. Alian's metal plate hangs where you first saw it. The leather case beneath it is now empty. You have replayed the memory enough times in your mind that you can still hear much of his voice. Yet, smaller details are already fading. The exact rhythm of certain words, the roughness at the end of each breath. You place the empty case beneath the plate. Avon enters quietly behind you. The case belongs with you, she says. The message was meant to reach someone. It did. You spent it protecting people he never knew. He built the shield for them. He helped build it, Avon corrects. Refuge histories often turn groups into single names. It makes the past easier to remember and less truthful. She stops beside you. Alian designed the recognition pattern. He worked with 3 local ward keepers and an engineer from the city of Oris Vale. Vale, a place, not a family. That is inconvenient. For historians, perhaps. You look again at the words beneath Alian's name. Departed for VORR. Why did he go east? Avon's gaze moves to the neighboring plates. After the first 4 gates closed, a messenger arrived from the eastern cities. It carried a warning that the outer dark had begun moving again, the thing the storm wall was built to contain. Yes, Alian joined the expedition sent to investigate. Why him? Because the storm wall used the same recognition principles as the refuge shield. He understood how its layers communicated. You turned toward her. He helped build the wall. No, it existed centuries before the Aurora crossed. But those who built it taught parts of its design to the western kingdoms. Then why did Alian say, "We helped raise the wall"? Because your ancestors repaired it. Avon looks toward the hanging plates. The wall was failing before the Aurora left Vera. The royal government knew. They sent engineers beyond it to reach for and restore the outer anchors. Why erase them from the records? Panic power, perhaps shame. She folds her hands inside her sleeves. If the enclosed kingdoms learned that the wall could fail, every ruler would blame another. Some would attempt to control the passage. Others would send fleets through it. So the crossing was declared an exploration. The families aboard were removed from the manifest, and the truth was hidden. Did the expedition repair the wall? For a time. How long? Until now. The answer follows you from the hall. On the 6th day, the recovery crews raise the Herald's central ring. It hangs beneath 6 lift kites, dripping black vapor. The ring is 20 feet across and made from overlapping metal segments that shift against one another like the plates of a living shell. Red crystals line its inner edge. Most have gone dark, but 3 continue to pulse. Refuge wardens lower it onto a reinforced platform outside the city. Bran, Nira, Avon, Captain Soren, and several weapons engineers gather around it. You approach with the tuning fork ready. One note answers. It rises. The damaged ring is drawing energy from the refuge ward. Disconnect the platform, you say. Avon's engineers pull 2 crystal pins. The note stops. Nira crouches beside the outer casing. This was not built as a weapon. What was it? Bran asks. A transfer engine. She points to the rotating segments. It gathers energy from surrounding storms, compresses it through the ring, and sends it along a chosen path. It cut through a cloud shelf, Captain Soren says. Most tools become weapons if enough energy is moving through them. Avon looks at the pulsing crystals. Can it be mounted? Not as it is. Can it be made to fire without broadcasting our position? Nira looks toward you. You examine the ring's inner channels. The Herald listened by sending energy outward and measuring what returned. The refuge shield now does the opposite, giving attacks a path inward and hiding their echo. We sheath it in the silent ward, you say. Open the path only when firing. The discharge will still be visible, Avon says. So will the thing we fire it at. Bran nods approvingly. Nira begins marking segments with chalk. The storm lance is installed beneath the Wayfarer's bow on the 7th day. Its ring sits inside an armored frame where the keel narrows forward. Cables connect it to 3 engine chambers, though it can draw power from only one at a time. Firing, it will silence that engine until its crystal recovers. Captain Soren authorizes a single test. The Wayfarer is moved beyond the cloud ward and aimed toward an uninhabited stone island several miles away. You stand inside the new lance chamber with Nira and Holland. The ancient ring surrounds a tunnel open to the sky. Its remaining red crystals pulse behind layers of protective glass. Charge at 1/4, Nira orders. Green energy enters the outer segments. The ring rotates. A point of red-white light forms at its center. The silent ward closes around the chamber, muting the rising vibration. Path stable, Holland says. Return clear, you confirm. Captain Soren's voice sounds through the tube. Fire. Nira releases the inner channel. The light vanishes. A moment later, the stone island splits. There is no explosion. A smooth line appears across its center. The upper half slides away from the lower and begins drifting toward the clouds below. No one inside the lance chamber speaks. Holland finally says, 1/4. 1/4, Nira confirms. Brand's voice comes through another tube. Can it fire at full power? Nira stares at the separated island. Once, she says. After that, the ring may become several smaller rings traveling in different directions. 1/4 is sufficient, Captain Soren replies. The final day is spent loading supplies. Kalis provides sealed water tanks, skyroot flour, medicine, cloud silk, replacement ward crystal, and charts copied from its oldest archives. The Wayfarer gives the refuge powder, steel tools, medical instruments, and seed from the enclosed world. 23 residents request passage east. Captain Soren accepts 6. 2 are ward keepers. 1 is a cloud gardener skilled in maintaining food chambers aboard moving ships. 1 is a translator familiar with the old Eastern language. The remaining 2 are pilots who have traveled as far as the brass convoy routes. Avon does not join them. Her place remains in Kalis. On the morning of departure, she meets you on the Pilgrim dock. The city's lanterns remain lit despite the daylight. Residents crowd the suspended bridges. This time, there is no fear in their silence. Avon gives you a narrow metal key. 7 rays extend from its circular head. It opens an archive chamber in the outer district of 4, she says. Elian carried its pair. How did this one return? The last survivor of his expedition brought it. You wait. Avon does not continue. What happened to the others? The survivor could no longer speak. The only word he wrote was awake. She closes your fingers around the key. If you reach 4, do not assume its guardians share the same purpose. Some were built to protect cities. Others were built to protect the roots. A few were changed by what they watched. Can any be trusted? Trust is not the first question. What is? Whether they still understand what they are protecting. She looks toward the upgraded ship. The same may be asked of the storm wall. Mooring cables are released. The Wayfarer drifts from the dock without engine noise. Her new vanes catch the current and turn her toward the eastern opening beneath the cloud. People along the bridges raise their lanterns. You stand at the rail until the mist closes around the city. The blue guide arches appear one by one, leading the ship through the ward channel. When the Wayfarer emerges into open sky, Kalis Refuge disappears entirely behind an ordinary white cloud. The engines remain silent for the first 6 hours. Selka guides the vessel using wind and the transparent steering vanes. The sky ahead deepens from pale green to blue. Small continents drift below, carrying forests of red trees and wide lakes that reflect the sun like mirrors. By nightfall, the expedition has traveled farther east than any person born within the storm wall for more than a century. The first sign of the brass convoys appears the next afternoon. A lookout finds a trail of gold dust suspended in the air. It sparkles between 2 floating islands, forming a path visible for miles. Selka orders the ship away from it. Marker, Captain Soren asks. Bait, says Mara Ven, one of the Kalis pilots. She is not related to Nira, though both regard the shared name as a personal inconvenience. Convoy scouts release dust along safe-looking currents. Ships follow it. Raiders wait where the route narrows. Captain Soren studies the islands ahead. They form a canyon in the sky. Vertical cliffs rise on either side, their surfaces covered in the ruins of towers and bridges. The gold trail passes directly between them. We go around, she says. Mara shakes her head. The southern island is moving north. The gap will close before sunset. Above, predator territory. Below, lightning sea. Selka checks the storm compass. The needle points through the canyon. Captain Soren gives the order to prepare for contact. Cannon shutters remain closed. Boarding companies assemble beneath the upper deck. The shield lowers into its quiet state. The wayfarer enters the canyon under silent engines. Ruined fortresses rise along the cliffs. Some are built into the stone. Others hang from rusted chains. Statues stand on balconies, their faces worn smooth by centuries of wind. Long bridges cross the open space overhead, broken near their centers. The gold dust thickens. You stand near the forward control ring with Tavin. Board pressure is steady, he says. Look again. He studies the gauges. Nothing appears wrong. Then he places his hand against the black table. Something is matching us. A second shield moves nearby. Its frequency is almost identical to the Wayfarer's outer pattern. You turn toward the canyon walls. No ship is visible. False echo, you say. They have copied the quiet ward. The gold dust around the bow suddenly ignites. Light races along the trail behind the ship. Hidden cables tighten across the canyon. 3 rise above the bow. 2 catch beneath the keel. Another sweeps toward the lift balloons. Trap lines, you shout. Selka throws the ship into a hard turn. The transparent vanes bend. 1 cable slides past the starboard rail. Another strikes the bow shield and becomes visible in a burst of blue sparks. Ships emerge from the ruined fortresses. They had been disguised as sections of wall. 6 narrow vessels unfold wooden wings and drop from the cliffs. Brass armor covers their bows. Red red sails open beneath their hulls, allowing them to bank through the canyon like diving birds. A seventh ship descends from above. It is larger than the others, with a double hull joined around a central deck. Hundreds of bells hang from its rigging, but none ring. A voice carries from the flagship. Cut engines and lower the shield. Captain Soren raises the speaking horn. Clear the passage. Laughter answers from several raider ships. The flagship moves closer. A figure stands on its forward rail, wearing a coat of golden plates. A mask shaped like a smiling face covers the upper half of his head. You carry a western hull, he calls. Varen iron, unless the old markings lie. No western ship has reached this route in my lifetime. Today has been educational for everyone, Captain Soren replies. The masked commander spreads his hands. You crossed the wall. You woke the root bastion. You broke a herald beneath Kalis. The deck around you becomes still. News traveled faster than the wayfarer. You are noisy travelers, he continues. Fortunately, the brass prince values rare things. Surrender your engine cores, your charts, and every artifact recovered from the Aurora. Your people may keep the hull. Bran murmurs near the rail, generous. Captain Soren lowers the horn slightly. He knows about the Aurora. So did the herald, you say. The false shield echo strengthens. The convoy has not merely copied Kalis technology. Something taught them the wayfarer's exact pattern. You test the tuning fork. 2 notes answer. 1 from your own ward. 1 from the flagship. The second is wrong in the same way as the false Alian voice. Precise in shape, empty in intention. A learned imitation. You look toward the masked commander. Behind his golden armor, narrow red lights pulse along the flagship's mast. The brass convoy has already been reached by Vor. Captain, you say, that ship is listening through our ward. The masked commander tilts his head. Even across the canyon, you feel his attention settle on you. Stormward engineer, he calls. Alian Vale's blood returns at last. Captain Soren's hand closes around the speaking horn. Bran draws his axe, and every silent bell aboard the enemy flagship begins to ring. The bells ring without wind. Hundreds of them sway beneath the enemy flagship's rigging. Yet their brass mouths produce the same clear note at the same instant. The sound passes through the canyon and enters the wayfarer's hull. Every ward line answers. The blue outline on the forward control table flickers gold. Tavin grips the edge of the station. They're inside the pattern, only the outer layer. You strike the tuning fork again. The note from the flagship rises until it matches your own ward precisely. Pressure gathers along the wayfarer's port side, though no weapon has fired. The enemy is turning the shield against itself. Close the refuge layer, you call through the speaking tube. Full concealment. Nira's answer comes from the central wardroom. The trap lines are still touching the hull. If we close around them, they will become part of the return path. You look through the observation slit. 3 gold-coated cables remain stretched across the bow and keel. They hum where they press against the shield. Small crystal hooks along their length have opened like teeth. The raiders designed them to enter defensive circuits. We have to cut the lines first. Bran hears you from the deck. Boarding company to the bow. The forward hatch opens. Wind and bell sound rush into the control station. Bran steps onto the exposed deck with Yara, Dren, Leo, and 8 fighters behind him. You secure the tuning fork inside your coat and lift the ironwood spear. Taven looks toward the gauges. Who holds the station? You. His face changes. I have not operated the rotating pattern alone. You are not operating it alone. Nira is linked from below. What do I watch? The false echo will follow our strongest point. Keep strength moving. Do not let it settle for more than 3 breaths. And if the inner shield destabilizes, call Holland. What if Holland is busy? Call louder. You step through the hatch before he can find another question. The canyon air is filled with gold dust and drifting sparks. Raider vessels circle outside the tangled cables. Their crews stand behind brass shields, crossbows, and hooked launchers aimed toward the wayfarer. The flagship holds position above the bow. Its smiling commander watches from the forward rail. You recognize the signal. He calls to you. You do not answer. Bran points toward the nearest trap line. Cutting team with veil. Shields forward. Yara moves beside you. Her rectangular shield covers both of you as bolts strike its reinforced face. The impacts arrive in rapid succession, each one driving a small vibration through her arm. You reach the first cable. Gold plating covers a braided core of black metal. Its crystal hooks have pierced the outer ward and are turning slowly, gathering strands of blue energy. A normal blade would conduct the charge. You reverse the spear and wedge the ironwood shaft beneath the cable. Lift, Yara says. Together, you force it away from the hull. The ward stretches around the embedded hooks. You hear the rising tone in your mind, even without the tuning fork. Now, Dren swings a heavy insulated cleaver. The cable parts. One severed end whips across the deck. Bran catches it beneath his axe before it strikes a gunner. The other snaps into the canyon and tears a section of railing from a raider vessel. The outer ward brightens. One contact broken. The bells change note. Taven rotates the shield. The enemy echo follows a breath later. Too slowly, the apprentice has created a gap between the true pattern and its imitation. Again you call. The second trap line runs beneath the bow armor. You hook the spear around it and pull yourself over the forward rail. Open sky drops beneath your boots. Your safety line tightens against your harness. Yara braces the other end around an iron post while you descend along the hull. The cable has buried 3 crystal teeth inside the ward near the storm lance housing. Red light pulses behind the armored frame. The lance is charging without an order. The enemy is drawing power through the cable and feeding it into the ancient ring. You press your hand against the hull. The vibration is growing. Nearer, you call into the speaking disc on your collar. The storm lance is taking charge. I see it. Can you isolate the chamber? The hooks are bypassing the main controls. A beam begins forming inside the ring beneath you. It points toward the lower canyon wall, where ruined towers rise from the stone. If it fires at full power, the recoil could tear open the bow. You slide farther down the hull and plant both boots against an armor seam. The trap cable is too tight to lift by hand. You fit the spear hook around one crystal tooth. The tooth turns toward the metal blade. Charge rushes through the weapon. The copper bands along the ironwood shaft ignite blue. Pain tightens your hands, but the wood prevents the current from reaching your arms all at once. You twist. The crystal tooth cracks. The lance beam dims. A raider ship dives beneath the Wayfarer. 3 fighters leap from its upper rail. Winged harnesses slow their fall just enough for them to catch the trap cable. They begin climbing toward you. Boarders below, you shout. Leo appears over the rail and fires his crossbow. The nearest raider releases the cable and falls. His harness opens fully, carrying him toward a lower bridge instead of into the clouds. The other 2 continue. You break the second crystal hook. The storm lances, inner ring slows. The third hook lies several feet beyond your reach. One raider climbs toward it from below. His armor consists of overlapping brass plates covered in engraved eyes. A curved sword hangs between his teeth, so both hands remain free. You swing the spear. He catches the shaft under one arm. The 2 of you hang on opposite sides of the same cable, pulling against one another above the canyon. He draws the sword from his mouth. You release one hand from the spear. The sudden change throws him off balance. He expects you to fight for the weapon. Instead, you grip the trap cable and kick the side of his knee. His leg slips. He holds the spear, but loses the cable. For a moment, his entire weight hangs from the weapon. The ironwood bends between you. You turn the shaft and use the hook to strip the sword from his hand. Then you strike the harness release on his chest. His wing cloth opens with a snap. The canyon wind catches him and carries him away, still gripping empty air where the spear had been. The second boarder reaches you. She wears no mask. Dark lines cross her face from temple to jaw, and red light moves beneath them. She does not raise her blade. She touches the remaining crystal hook. The false ward tone strengthens. Her mouth opens. The bell sound comes from her throat. You drive the spear point into the crystal. It shatters. The trap cable releases its stored energy. Blue fire races in both directions. The raider woman is thrown away from the hull. Her winged harness opens, but she does not fall toward safety. She rises against the wind, body rigid, red light blazing beneath her skin. The severed cable recoils. You flatten yourself against the armor as it lashes past. Above, Dren cuts the final bowline. The Wayfarer rolls free. Yara hauls your safety rope. You climb toward the rail, while the woman continues rising alongside the ship. Her eyes have turned entirely red. The commander's voice speaks through her. You carry the key. You reach the deck. Bran pulls you behind Yara's shield as another volley of bolts crosses the bow. What key? He asks. You feel the 7-rayed metal shape inside your coat. Avon's archive key. You do not take it out. The hovering woman turns toward you. Give us what Alian stole. The flagship bells ring again. All 6 raider ships attack. 2 dive toward the lift balloons. 3 sweep along the cannon decks, firing hooked bolts and clay vessels that burst into clouds of sparkling dust. The flagship descends directly toward the bow. Captain Soren's order reaches every station. Open batteries. The Wayfarer's cannon shutters spread. Gunfire fills the canyon. The first broadside strikes a raider vessel beneath its wooden wing. Brass armor folds inward. The craft spins toward the cliff, crew members abandoning it in winged harnesses before impact. Another enemy ship crosses above the stern and releases boarders. They descend on ropes, boots striking the upper deck in a line. Bran signals his fighters. Veil with me. You run toward the mainmast. The bells continue forcing their imitation through the shield. Blue and gold light pulse across the deck in alternating waves. Tavan keeps the true pattern rotating, but the delay between it and the echo is narrowing. The enemy is learning his rhythm. You press the speaking disc. Tavan, stop rotating clockwise. What? Reverse at random. There is no random sequence in the regulator guide. Then invent one. You hear him take a breath. The shield's strength jumps from port to bow, then stern, then starboard. The golden echo hesitates. It moves toward the bow, while the true pattern is already at the keel. The gap widens. Niera's voice enters the channel. That is the ugliest ward movement I have ever seen. Is it working? Tavan asks. Yes. Then I will record the sequence. You will do no such thing. You reach the central deck as the first boarders land. Yara meets one with her shield and drives him into the mast. Dren catches another raider's curved blade between his twin swords. Leo fires from the stairs, choosing targets whose wing harnesses remain folded so the bolts cannot carry them away. Bran moves toward the flagship. It is drawing close enough to board the Wayfarer directly. Its double hull opens around the central deck. A bridge of jointed brass extends across the narrowing gap. The smiling commander walks onto it. Behind him stands a line of soldiers whose faces bear the same red markings as the hovering woman. The commander removes his mask. Beneath it is a narrow face weathered by sun and wind. His left eye is human and dark. His right is a rotating red crystal. "I am Prince Tareth Brass," he announces. "You have mistaken my patience for weakness." Captain Sorin stands on the quarterdeck with her sword drawn. "You have mistaken piracy for negotiation. I offered your crew their lives. You offered us the privilege of watching you dismantle our ship." Tareth smiles. "That is more than the Guardians will offer." He steps from the bridge onto the Wayfarer. Bran meets him. Axe and curved sabers strike, with a sound sharper than the bells. Tareth moves quickly despite the weight of his golden coat. The plates separate when he turns, revealing black fabric threaded with red light. Bran's axe glances from his shoulder armor. Tareth's saber cuts across the lacquered scales of Bran's chest. Neither weapon reaches flesh. The boarding lines collide around them. You use the spear hook to catch a raider's shield and pull it aside for Yara. She strikes the opening with the edge of her own shield. Another fighter lunges from your left. You turn the spear, catch his ankle, and send him sliding across the tilted deck. The Wayfarer banks through the canyon. Everyone leans with emotion. The extended brass bridge groans between the vessels. Tareth's flagship is now close enough that you can see its central mast clearly. Red crystal lines spiral from the silent bells into a black mechanism at the base. The device pulses with every change in your ward. That is the source of the false echo. You point with the spear. The mast engine. Bran blocks another saber strike. Can you disable it? From that deck, then go. Tareth hears. His crystal eye turns toward you independently of his human one. "Do you still believe the ship is mine to command?" he asks. Red light flashes inside the armor of 3 nearby raiders. They abandon their opponents and move toward the bridge, forming a barrier between you and the flagship. Bran drives Tareth backward with 2 heavy strikes. "Take Yara." She joins you without needing the order repeated. You run toward the brass bridge. A raider blocks the entrance with a hooked polearm. Yara takes the weapon against her shield. The hook catches its upper edge. Instead of pulling away, she drives forward. The raider is forced backward onto the bridge. You thrust past the shield and strike the joint of his shoulder armor. He falls against the side rail. Yara twists, tearing the polearm from his hands. The bridge sways between the ships. Below, the canyon opens into pale cloud. You and Yara cross. Enemy sailors rush from the flagship's double hull. Unlike the marked boarders, many appear frightened. Some carry weapons without raising them. A brass-clad officer shouts for them to hold the deck. The bells ring. Red light passes through the mast. The hesitant sailors straighten at once. Their eyes remain human, but their movements become synchronized. "They're being controlled," Yara says. "Then break the signal." She plants her shield in the narrow center of the deck. Go. The flagship structure creates a protected corridor toward the mast. Yara holds it alone, using the tight space to prevent the controlled sailors from surrounding her. You climb the central steps. The black mast engine is protected by rotating brass rings. Each ring carries a copy of the Wayfarer's shield pattern, traced in red crystal. The outer design is nearly perfect. Beneath it lies something older. 7 lines extend from a circle, the Vor symbol. You take out the tuning fork. Its first note rises toward the mast. The second falls toward something below the flagship. The device is connected in both directions. One path studies the Wayfarer. The other transmits what it learns east. You cannot merely smash it. The stored ward energy could discharge through every person connected to the bells. You search the control housing. Tareth and his engineers adapted the ancient device with brass levers, gear locks, and labeled channels. Most inscriptions are written in the Eastern trade script. One is Varen, return resonance. The channel carries the copied shield pattern back toward the hidden receiver. You remember the root bastion, the herald, both learned by listening to what returned. You pull a strip of silver conductor from your belt. The mast engine expects the Wayfarer's shield to answer its signal. You give it something else. The conductor connects the return channel to the flagship's own outer ward. The effect begins quietly. One bell near the stern rings half a note too low. Then another. The mast sends its listening pulse outward. The pulse enters the flagship's ward and returns to its source. The engine copies that return and sends it again. A loop forms. The brass rings accelerate. Red lines blur. The controlled sailors below stagger. Yara looks back. Whatever you did, finish it. A warning crystal flashes beside the mast. You strike the tuning fork again. The rising and falling notes are moving closer together. When they meet, the loop will collapse inward. You must sever the connection at the exact moment of resonance, or the mast may explode. The bells increase in speed. Across the bridge, Tareth hears the change. He breaks away from Bran. The brass prince runs toward his ship. Bran catches the back of his golden coat with one hand. Several plates tear free, but Tareth twists out of the armor and leaps onto the bridge, wearing only the black, red-threaded undercoat. His crystal eye glows brighter. "Stop," he shouts. You watch the tuning fork. The 2 notes approach. Tareth crosses the bridge. Yara turns to meet him, but the sailors in front of her surge forward together. She disappears behind shields and blades. The notes become one. You tear the conductor free. The mast engine releases a pulse of golden light. Every bell rings at a different pitch. The false shield pattern shatters. A wave passes through the flagship. Controlled sailors collapse where they stand. Red markings fade beneath their skin. The hovering woman outside the ships drops suddenly, her wing harness carrying her into the lower clouds. Tareth reaches the top of the steps. His human eye widens. The crystal eye continues turning. He raises his saber. You catch it with the hook of your spear. The blade slides down the inner curve and locks against the crosspiece. Tareth pushes with both hands, forcing the point toward your chest. "You have no understanding of what you carry," he says. "The key." His crystal eye stops rotating. Behind its red surface, something moves. You think it opens an archive. The mast engine cracks. Tareth glances toward it. You use the distraction to turn the spear and pull his saber aside. He releases the weapon before the hook can trap his wrist. The broken mast rings begin shedding red crystal. Tareth backs toward the steps. "Your ancestor did not steal records from Vor," he says. "He stole a command key." "For what?" "The outer anchors." The words strike with more force than the failed saber thrust. Elian understood the wall's recognition system. He traveled to Vor when the anchors began failing. Avon's key had a pair. Tareth reaches the lower deck. Yara rises behind a fallen shield, blood running from a cut above one eyebrow. She blocks his escape. The brass prince lifts both empty hands. "You can kill me and remain ignorant," he says. "Or you can listen before the thing, using my fleet finishes waking." Captain Sorin crosses the bridge with Bran and several fighters. The battle aboard both ships is ending. Without the bell signal, many raiders have thrown down their weapons. Others retreat into the double hull. The remaining convoy ships break formation and flee through the ruins. Captain Sorin stops before Tareth. "Order your crews to stand down. They are already free of the order controlling them. Yours or another's." His gaze shifts toward the damaged mast. That distinction became unclear months ago. Bran places the edge of his axe against Tareth's shoulder. "Clarify it." The prince looks toward the eastern end of the canyon. The brass convoys found a fortress drifting near the old Vor road. Its vaults contained weapons, charts, and listening engines. "We believed the city had abandoned them. You activated one, you say. We activated many, and they altered your people." Slowly, the marked crews heard instructions in the bells. At first, the commands led us to ruins rich in artifacts. Then they led us west, to the Aurora, to every trace of a Elian Vale. Tareth's crystal eye turns toward the key beneath your coat. Though it cannot see through the fabric, the network seeks both command keys. One remained at Kalis. The other entered Vor with your ancestor. We were told his blood might awaken the first. Who told you? The bells give one final weak chime. Tareth's mouth moves. A different voice answers. Come east and remember. The crystal eye fractures. Tareth screams and drops to one knee. Red light pours from the cracks, then vanishes. The crystal becomes dark glass. Sira rushes across the bridge from the Wayfarer. She kneels beside him and examines the ruined eye without touching it. He is alive. Captain Sorin looks toward the eastern sky. Can he guide us to the fortress? Tareth breathes through clenched teeth. Yes. One of his officers steps forward. A woman with close-cropped hair and a brass collar stands at the foot of the mast steps. The red markings have faded from her face, leaving dark burns behind. "My prince," she says, "the convoy is scattering." "Let them," Tarith replies. "They will carry word." Word has already traveled. He looks at Captain Sorin with his remaining eye. The thing beneath Vor knows. The western key has returned. A groan passes through the flagship. The damaged mast leans. One of its supports breaks free and crashes through the upper rail. Nira's voice comes from the Wayfarer. The canyon is closing. The southern island has continued drifting north. Its cliffs now press toward the opposite wall. Ruined bridges collapse between them. Stone towers shear away and tumble through the clouds. Selka shouts from the helm. "We have minutes before both ships are trapped." Captain Sorin points toward the brass prince. "Bring him aboard." Tarith's officer draws herself upright. He remains with his fleet. Tarith looks toward the fractured mast and the fleeing vessels beyond the canyon. "What fleet?" The question contains no anger, only exhaustion. He removes the golden collar from his neck and hands it to her. "Take whoever still follows you. Gather the unmarked ships. Do not use the listening engines. And you, I will show the western vessel what we awakened." The officer grips the collar. Then she bows. Brass sailors help sever the boarding bridge from their side. The Wayfarer's fighters retreat across it, while the flagship turns toward a gap in the southern cliffs. You cross last with Yara and Bran. Tarith walks between you, one hand covering his ruined eye. The bridge retracts. Selka brings the silent engines to full power. The Wayfarer rises as the canyon closes. Stone scrapes along the lower shield. Ruined towers pass within yards of the lift balloons. One transparent vein catches against a broken bridge and tears free, spinning behind the ship. Tavin shifts the rotating ward toward each impact before it arrives. His movements are uneven, unrecorded, effective. The Wayfarer clears the cliffs just as the floating islands collide. A deep grinding rolls through the sky. The canyon disappears beneath falling stone and clouds of golden dust. The surviving brass ships scatter around the edges. Tarith's flagship emerges through a lower opening, with half its mast gone, following its remaining convoy into the western sky. No cannon fires after it. Night falls while the crew repairs the damage. Tarith is placed under guard inside the chart room after Sira removes the fragments of crystal from his eye. She covers the empty socket with layers of clean cloth. The brass prince refuses medicine until she threatens to let Bran hold him down. He accepts it. Captain Sorin gathers the senior crew around the chart table. Tarith sits at one end with his wrists bound. The eastern maps are spread before him. He places one finger beyond the marked brass convoy routes. In a region where every known chart ends. "The fortress drifts here," he says. "Or it did when we found it." Selka studies the distances. 6 days. With favorable current, the red signal from Kalis reaches 4 in less than that, Dr. Marr says. Tareth shakes his head. The signal is not traveling to 4. It is traveling from guardian to guardian, waking the root. He traces a line across the blank map. Root Bastion, the herald beneath Kalis, the brass listening engine, all parts of a network stretching east. What happens when the entire route wakes? Captain Soren asks. The outer anchors receive a command. Which command? Tareth looks toward you. To open the storm wall. Silence settles over the room. That makes no sense, Bran says. The network exists outside it. The wall is controlled from both sides, you reply. Alian's command key. Avon's matching key. The old recognition systems. Tareth nods. The Guardians cannot open it alone. They need an authorized resonance from the engineers who last repaired the anchors. My family, your blood is not magic. It carries habits of voice, movement, and ward handling taught through generations. The network was designed to identify living engineers, not stolen keys. The manifest was hidden, Dr. Marr says. Alian expected someone from his family to find it. He expected them to repair the wall, you say. Tareth leans back. Or destroy it. You think of the recording. We helped raise the wall. We begged for it. Do not lead it home. Alian would not have wanted the enclosure opened. Yet he traveled to Vor, carrying a command key, and never returned. Captain Soren places both hands on the table. We cannot reach Vor before the network's message. No, Selka says, but we may reach the drifting fortress. Tareth's expression tightens. You want to destroy it. We want its charts, and whatever remains of its command records. And after, Captain Soren looks toward the Storm Lance controls, marked beneath the bow. Afterward depends on what we learn. The Wayfarer turns east before midnight. Behind you, the brass convoys vanish among the moving islands. Ahead, red points appear one after another across the distant sky. They are too far apart to be stars. Each burns only for a few seconds before another awakens farther east. A path is forming through the darkness. The erased road to Vor is reopening, and something at its end is waiting for you to follow. For 3 days, the red lights guide the Wayfarer east. They do not remain in the sky like ordinary beacons. One ignites ahead, burns long enough for Selka to fix its position, and fades before the next awakens farther along the route. The intervals are exact. Every 9 minutes, another guardian answers the signal. The path crosses regions absent from every map aboard the ship. It passes between drifting reefs of blue crystal, beneath continents whose forests grow from both their upper and lower surfaces, and through great herds of pale airborne creatures shaped like whales. Those creatures appear on the second morning. They rise from the lower clouds in slow silence, their broad backs covered in gardens of moss and tiny white flowers. Transparent fins move along their sides. Each breath releases a cloud that floats above it like a small private sky. The largest glides beside the wayfarer for nearly an hour. A calf shelters beneath its mother's shadow. Its round eye follows the ship with quiet curiosity. No one speaks loudly while the herd passes. Even Tareth leaves the chart room to watch. A dark cloth now covers his missing eye. Without the golden coat and crystal gaze, he appears less like a prince and more like an exhausted sailor who has spent too many years pretending that authority can prevent loss. He stands beneath guard near the stern rail. "What do your people call them?" you ask. "Cloud bearers." Do they approach ships often? They approach silent ships. The nearest creature turns slightly, revealing deep scars across its underside. Straight scars made by tools or weapons. Tareth sees you looking. "The convoy hunted them before my command," he says. "Their breath crystals can keep a lift chamber aloft for decades. And during your command, we took crystals from those already dead." You look toward him. He keeps his gaze on the calf. "Most of the time," he adds, "the answer is neither confession nor defense. It is simply something he can no longer hide behind the certainty of his former title." A bell rings from the quarterdeck. Not one of the brass bells, a single ordinary ship's bell, struck by Selka to signal a change of heading. The herd turns south. The wayfarer continues east. By evening, the red route enters a region where no stars are visible. A dark cloud bank stretches across the horizon. It rises far above the ship and descends into the lower sky. A wall of gray vapor shot through with faint green light. Selka brings the engines down. The cloud does not move with the surrounding currents. Tareth studies it from the chart table. That was not there when we found the fortress. "How long ago?" Captain Soren asks. 7 months. Mara Ven, the Kalis pilot, leans over the eastern map. Large living storms can migrate hundreds of miles in that time. "Can we go around?" Captain Soren asks. Selka checks the instruments. The red path enters near the center. The northern edge continues beyond the compass range. The southern current is moving against us. Tareth points toward several faint lights within the cloud. The fortress may be inside. Bran stands near the door with his arms folded. Convenient. The root guardians gather, whether around important places. Why? To hide them, feed them, sometimes both. You take Nira's tuning fork from your coat and strike it against the table. The note rises toward the cloud. Then it divides. Dozens of faint answers return. Nira listens from beside you. Machines, or parts of the storm, Avon's pilot says. There is no meaningful difference where Vor is concerned, Tareth replies. Captain Soren looks around the table. We enter under the silent ward. No active signals. No cannon shudders unless ordered. Storm Lance remains cold. Nira glances toward the engine gauges. We will need power to hold position inside. Minimum power. The cloud silk can silence vibration. It cannot conceal heat indefinitely. How long? Perhaps an hour before something notices. Tarith's remaining eye stays on the cloud. It has already noticed. The wayfarer enters at night. Gray vapor closes around the bow. The moons disappear. Lamps are covered until only narrow lines of amber light remain along the deck. The transparent steering vanes catch the slow currents inside the cloud. Selka guides the ship without visible engine flame. You stand in the forward wardroom with Tavin and Holland. The quiet shield rotates around the vessel, nearly dormant. Instead of pushing the cloud away, it allows mist through its outer edge and diverts moisture around the armor. Droplets form on the ward table. The air grows cold enough to whiten your breath. Every few minutes, something large passes beyond the hull. You never see its full shape. Green lights glide through the fog. Once, a row of them turns together, following the wayfarer for several hundred yards before disappearing below. Tavin keeps one hand against the table. There are pulses beneath us, he whispers. How many? I cannot separate them. Do not count the pulses. Count the intervals. He closes his eyes. The ship drifts. 5 breaths, he says. Then 8, then 5 again. Holland adjusts a listening cup. Searching rhythm. You remember the root bastion, probing the shield in repeated waves. Shift the outer layer after every 8. Tavin moves the pattern. A pulse passes beneath the keel. The green lights below turn away. The ship continues. For nearly an hour, the cloud seems endless. Then a dark structure appears ahead. At first, it resembles a mountain suspended inside the vapor. More of it emerges. The drifting fortress is built from 7 concentric rings surrounding a long central tower. Each ring rotates independently, carrying ruined docks, broken weapon platforms, and narrow buildings along its outer surface. Bridges connect the rings only when their rotation briefly aligns. The fortress hangs sideways in the cloud. Its tower points north and south rather than upward and downward. Gravity near it appears to follow the structure instead of the sky. Rain travels across its walls in horizontal streams. Brass ships cling to several outer docks. Some have been dismantled. Others hang open and empty, their crew's possessions still visible on the decks. Tarith steps onto the observation platform under guard. That is not how we left it, he says. Which part? Bran asks. The rings were still. As the wayfarer approaches, the nearest ring turns. A dock slowly rotates into alignment with the ship. Its lamps ignite one after another. Red light traces a path toward an open gate. Captain Sorin watches from the quarterdeck. It is inviting us. No, Tarith says. It is recognizing the ship. You feel the 7-rayed key growing warm inside your coat. The fortress does not recognize the wayfarer. It recognizes you. The boarding party prepares in silence. Captain Sorin chooses Bran, Yara, Selka, Kest, Tarith, Nira, and you. 2 additional fighters carry insulated cutting tools and enough line to cross the rotating bridges. Holland remains aboard as acting chief engineer. Nira spends several minutes explaining this responsibility to him in the tone of someone describing how not to drop a priceless object. I know the ship, he tells her. You know parts of it. I installed parts of it. That is the source of my concern. She gives him the main regulator key anyway. Before leaving, you kneel beside Tavan's station. The fortress may try to copy us again. He nods. Keep the shield quiet. If you hear bells, change the pattern before they finish the first note. What if I hear your voice? You pause. The false Alian recording returns to you. The woman on the trap cable, speaking with Tarith's commander. Do not obey any order from me unless Holland confirms it in person. Tavan looks toward the launch hatch. How will I know it is truly him? Holland leans over the table. No imitation could reproduce my professional grace. Nira hands Tavan a small wrench. If Holland says anything graceful, strike him with this. The launch leaves the Wayfarer and enters the fortress dock. Gravity shifts as you cross the boundary. The floor rises toward your feet. For one disorienting moment, the launch appears to tilt onto its side. Your harness tightens. Loose gear slides across the deck. Then the fortress claims you. The sideways dock becomes level. The Wayfarer now hangs beyond it at a strange angle, as though sailing upright along a vertical sky. Selka tests the handheld compass. Its needle circles once and points toward the central tower. The route signal originates there. The open gate waits ahead. Brass helmets lie scattered near the entrance. A broken bell hangs from a support beam. Dark lines spread across its surface like veins. Tarith stops beside it. This belonged to the Vigilant Crown. Your ship, Yara asks. My brother S. He reaches toward the bell, but does not touch it. What happened to him, you ask? He commanded the first party that entered the fortress. Tarith looks through the gate. He returned 3 days later with the crystal eye that eventually became mine. Bran's gaze shifts to the cloth, covering Tarith's empty socket. You placed it in your own head. My brother said it allowed him to see the eastern roads. Did it for a time. And your brother, he began hearing orders no one else could hear. Then one night, every bell in our fleet rang. He walked from the deck before anyone could stop him. Tarith looks toward the clouds below the dock. He did not open his wing harness. No one offers comfort. The fortress hums around you. Tarith turns away from the bell. I believed the machine had killed him because he lacked the strength to control it. I thought I would be stronger. Bran adjusts his grip on the axe. That belief has killed more people than most weapons. You enter the fortress. The first corridor contains evidence of the brass occupation. Supply crates line the walls. Maps have been pinned beneath old inscriptions. Bedrolls remain in side chambers. A cooking pot sits above a cold flame plate with food hardened inside it. There are no bodies. There are no people. A sentence has been painted across one wall in gold. The road remembers those who walk it. Kest studies the older writing beneath. The original inscription says something different. What, Selka asks. The road preserves the shape of passage. Tareth looks at the gold translation. That is what the listening engine told us it meant. Kest tears the false translation from the wall. The difference matters. You continue inward. The fortress rings rotate around the party. Corridors that were level begin to slope. Doorways move past openings in the walls, accessible only for seconds before the next section turns away. Selka leads using the compass. At the first moving junction, she waits for 3 passages to align, throws a line through all of them, and signals everyone across. The last fighter clears the gap as the outer corridor rotates away. Empty sky appears where the floor had been. The line stretches over the cloud before the next wall closes around it. Do not lose that compass, Bran says. Selka secures it more tightly to her wrist. I had planned to throw it away. Farther inside, you find the first guardian. It stands motionless in a circular chamber. The figure is made from black metal and is shaped approximately like a person, though its arms are too long and its head has no face. 7 narrow plates form a crown around its neck. A red line glows down the center of its body. Bran raises his axe. The guardian does not move. You take out the key. The red line turns blue. A voice comes from the chamber walls. Western Anchor Authority detected. The language is old, but the fortress translates the words into sounds you understand. State repair designation. Nira glances at you. You remember the hidden manifest. Auxiliary ward engineer. The guardian's head tilts. Designation inherited. Authority incomplete. Tareth steps forward. Route commander of the brass convoys. The line turns red again. Unauthorized scavenger. Tareth looks almost offended. Bran's beard shifts. Accurate machine. You hold the key toward the guardian. We need access to the root archive. Access requires paired command. Avon Kale gave me this key. Western key acknowledged. Eastern key absent. Alian Vale carried it. The guardian becomes still. Then every rotating ring in the fortress slows. Alian Vale entered the central road 102 years, 4 months, and 19 days ago. Your breath catches. Did he reach 4? Yes. Did he return? No. The simple answer settles inside you. You expected it. A century leaves little room for another outcome. Still, hearing the fortress confirm that Alian never came back closes a door that hope had kept slightly open. What happened to him, you ask? Records sealed under paired command. Nira examines the crown plates around the Guardian's neck. Can the archive be opened without the second key? Emergency authority may be restored by verified anchor repair. The network is activating the storm wall, you say. Does that qualify as an emergency? Opening command received. From whom? The blue line flickers red. Outer authority. Kest looks toward the walls. Define outer authority. The Guardian answers with a word that the fortress cannot translate. It reaches you as layered sound, a low tone beneath a whisper, beneath the distant ringing of metal. Tareth's face loses color. That is what spoke through the bells. The Guardian turns toward him. Unauthorized scavenger carries. Contamination trace. Red light spreads across its arms. Bran moves between them. We did not come to fight you. Contamination must not reach archive. The Guardian attacks. Its arm crosses the chamber faster than a human limb could move. Bran blocks with the haft of his axe. The impact throws him backward. Yara catches him against her shield. The Guardian's second arm opens into several thin blades. You strike the nearest crown plate with the hook of your spear. Blue light flashes where the metal touches. The Guardian turns toward you. Anchor repair authority. Stand down. Authority incomplete. It pulls the spear from your hands. The ironwood shaft remains caught beneath its neck plate. Nira sees the ward channels exposed around the crown. Keep it facing you. That was already happening. You grip the spear with both hands and resist as the Guardian lifts it. Your boots leave the floor. Bran attacks its side. His axe strikes black armor and sends sparks across the chamber. Yara drives her shield into one knee. The Guardian bends, but does not fall. Nira reaches behind its neck. She inserts the 7-rayed key into a narrow opening beneath the crown. The Guardian freezes. Emergency inspection, she says. Anchor instability. The red light pulses. Inspection requires engineer resonance. You place one hand against the spear shaft, still connected to its metal body. The Guardian's channels vibrate through the ironwood. You listen. Its pattern resembles the western shield at Kalis, but several return lines have been reversed. The contamination is not inside the Guardian's core. It is entering from the fortress network. You turn the spear. The copper bands around the shaft shift, the resonance slightly. The Guardian's blue line strengthens. Anchor instability confirmed, it says. Nira turns the key. A section of the crown opens. Black vapor pours from inside. Tareth backs away. The vapor moves toward him. He removes the cloth from his ruined eye. A shard of red crystal remains embedded deep within the empty socket. Sierra missed it, or it hid from her instruments. The shard glows. I can feel the road, he says. The vapor coils toward his face. Bran catches him by the collar. Remove it. Tareth draws a small knife. His hand shakes once. Then he places the tip beside the crystal fragment. Yara grips his wrist. You will blind yourself completely if it shifts. I am already blind where it matters. He presses the knife inward. The fragment comes free, with a thin line of blood. Tarith drops it. You crush it beneath the ironwood spear. The black vapor collapses. It is pulled back into the open guardian crown. But this time, Nira closes the clean return path behind it. The machine's red light fades. Blue remains. Contamination isolated, it says. Bran releases Tarith. The brass prince leans against the wall, breathing slowly. The guardian removes the key from its crown and returns it to you. Emergency authority restored. A door opens behind it. Beyond waits the central archive. The chamber extends through the fortress tower. A long cylindrical space filled with suspended maps. Lines of light curve through the air, representing routes between thousands of floating continents. Most are dark. The red path from Kalis burns brightly across the western edge. It reaches the fortress, then continues toward Vor. At the center of the chamber floats a model of the storm wall. From outside, the wall appears as a ring of lightning around the known world. Here you see its complete structure. 7 vast anchor lines extend eastward from the ring, crossing the unknown skies and converging at Vor. Smaller guardian routes connect them like the strands of a web. The red opening command is traveling through those strands. 3 anchors have already answered. 4 remain dark. How long? Captain Soren asks through the speaking crystal connected to the boarding party. Nira studies the moving lights. Less than 2 days before the 4th responds. After that, the others may follow within hours. The archive guardian enters behind you. Western opening sequence requires 7 anchors and living authorization. You hold up the key. It still needs me. Affirmative. Then the wall cannot open unless I authorize it. Living authorization has been obtained. The room becomes very quiet. You look at the guardian. How it projects an image above the route map. You see the wayfarer crossing the storm wall. You see yourself at the forward control ring. You see the moment the storm key shattered in your hand, and the secondary shield pattern rebuilt itself around the ship. The wall recorded your resonance during the crossing. The root bastion recorded it again. The herald beneath Kalis refined it. The brass listening engine captured your choices under attack. Every encounter taught the network more. It has not merely followed your voice or blood. It has learned how you repair a ward. The image changes. A figure made from red light stands at an anchor control. It moves as you would move. It adjusts the channels in the order you would choose. Living authorization reconstruction is 87% complete, the Guardian says. Tarith looks toward you. By the time the signal reaches Vor, it will not need you. You stare at the imitation, working inside the projected anchor. This is why the Guardians tested every defense. Why the thing beyond Vor listened through engines, bells, storms, and wards. It does not force open the systems protecting the world. It learns to become the people authorized to open them. Can the reconstruction be erased, you ask? From this fortress, no. Where? Primary root archive beneath 4. The key in your hand feels heavier. You look through the maps for a path. The direct road to 4 crosses a region marked by a vast spiral of black cloud. The living storm, Selka says. Tarith steps beside her. The last weather. No ordinary vessel passes through it. The Guardian rotates the map. A hidden route appears beneath the main roads. It runs through the center of the storm. What is that, you ask? Anchor maintenance passage. Can the wayfarer use it? Current vessel lacks route alignment. Nira examines the fortress model. But this place has one. At the base of the archive floats a complex mechanism made from interlocking rings. A root spindle. It controls how the fortress follows the invisible roads through moving skies. Can it be removed? She asks. Removal will end fortress navigation. Tarith looks around at the abandoned chambers and empty brass ships. This fortress has not navigated for a century. The Guardian answers. It waits for route command. It is being used to imitate the engineer who can destroy the wall. Affirmative. Bran rests his axe on one shoulder. Then it has waited long enough. The Guardian turns toward you. Anchor Repair Authority. May order spindle release. You look at the suspended roots. The drifting fortress is ancient, powerful, and perhaps one of the last surviving structures capable of maintaining the eastern roads. Removing its spindle will leave it helpless inside the living storm. Yet leaving the spindle allows the opening command to continue through its network. Earlier choices narrow into the one before you. Release the spindle, you say. The archive lights dim. Deep inside the fortress, machinery begins unlocking after a century of stillness. The root spindle descends from the map. Nira and the 2 fighters secure it inside an insulated carrying frame. It is smaller than you expected, scarcely wider than a shield, but the rotating rings distort the light around them. The red path through the fortress flickers, then breaks. One strand of the opening sequence goes dark. The Guardian speaks. Transmission delayed. Stopped, you ask. Delayed. How long? 17 hours. It is not enough to prevent the next anchor from waking. It may be enough to reach the maintenance passage. The fortress shudders. Without the spindle, its 7 rings lose alignment. Bridges begin drifting apart. The sideways gravity weakens. Maps and loose objects rise inside the archive. Selka secures the spindle frame to a transport line. We need to move. The Guardian remains beside the darkening route map. What will happen to you? Kest asks. Fortress will drift into the last weather. Affirmative. Can you leave? The faceless machine turns toward the thousands of maps. Route must preserve the shape of passage. Kest looks at the original inscription, copied in her notebook. The road preserves the shape of passage. The guardian has guarded these paths for longer than any living city remembers. Even corrupted, it still understands enough of its purpose to remain. You place a hand against its black metal arm, then preserve this one. You indicate the hidden maintenance passage to Vor. The guardian raises one long hand. A thin blue mark appears along your spear's ironwood shaft. The root settles into the wood grain like light entering water. Passage recorded, it says. The mark runs from the grip to the hook. Your boarding weapon has become a map. You leave the archive as the fortress comes apart around you. Corridors rotate without warning. Gravity shifts from wall to floor to open sky. Bran and Yara carry the root spindle between them, while Selka directs the party across widening gaps. At the outer ring, the dock has moved beyond the launch. More than 30 feet of open cloud separates you from it. The fortress rings continue turning. The distance grows. Bran anchors a line around his waist. I go first. The guardian appears behind you. Its arm extends. Black metal lengthens across the gap until its hand catches the launch rail. The living bridge trembles beneath you. One by one, the party crosses along its arm. Tareth goes before you. Halfway across, he looks down into the cloud where his brother vanished years earlier. He does not stop. You cross last. When your boots reach the launch, the guardian releases the rail. Its arm retracts. The fortress drifts away. The 7 rings no longer rotate together. Docks collide. Empty brass ships break loose and fall into the cloud. Blue archive lights shine through opening sections of the tower. The guardian remains on the edge, watching. Then the storm closes around it. The launch returns to the Wayfarer. Nira and Holland begin installing the root spindle before the boarding hatch is fully sealed. It is mounted beneath the storm compass, where the rings can connect to the ship's silent engines and transparent vanes. The moment the final conductor locks into place, the compass needle stops pointing east. It points downward. The hidden maintenance passage opens beneath the ship. Clouds separate into a vast descending spiral. At its bottom, far beyond sight, lightning turns in complete circles around a region of perfect darkness. The last weather, Captain Sauron orders every station secured. The fortress has delayed the opening sequence by 17 hours. The root spindle may carry the Wayfarer through a storm no ordinary vessel can cross. Beyond it lies Vor, the primary archive, and the imitation nearly complete enough to open the storm wall in your name. The Wayfarer turns toward the descending passage. Behind you, the drifting fortress disappears forever into the cloud. Ahead, the erased road enters the dark. The Wayfarer enters the last weather bow first. The descending passage closes behind the stern. Clouds twist into a vast funnel around the ship, their gray walls turning so quickly that the motion becomes difficult to follow. Lightning travels through them in complete circles, each ring narrowing as it sinks toward the darkness below. The root spindle rotates beneath the storm compass. Its overlapping rings tilt, pause, and tilt again. Every adjustment changes the direction of gravity by a small degree. Loose ropes lift from the deck. Water runs sideways along the rails. The lift balloons lean against their harnesses while the hull continues downward. Selka grips the helm with both hands. Engines at minimum, she calls. The silent engine chambers ignite. You see their green light beneath the keel, but hear no roar. The cloud silk absorbs every vibration before it can escape into the storm. Inside the forward wardroom, the black control table shows the wayfarer as a dim blue outline surrounded by hundreds of moving currents. Tavin stands at the starboard regulator. Holland controls the lift mesh. Nira watches the root spindle through a glass panel overhead. The passage is shifting, she says. Selka's voice answers through the speaking tube. I am following the spear mark. The blue line embedded in your ironwood shaft glows beside the control table. It curves downward in the same shape as the hidden root projected by the spindle. A second line appears beside it. Red, the opening command, has found the maintenance passage. It followed us, Tavin says. It followed the route, Nira replies. The distinction offers little comfort. A ring of lightning closes around the ship. The outer ward allows the first edge of the charge to enter, directing it along the refuge layer. The rotating inner shield shifts, strength toward the bow. Light travels around the hull without producing an echo. The ring passes. Another forms below. Interval, you ask. Tavin watches the gauges. 7 breaths. The next strike arrives after 7. Then another after 7. The last weather is not attacking blindly. It is measuring your descent. You move the rotating pattern after the 5th breath. Lightning strikes the region where the ward had been strongest. The outer layer bends, finds no resistance to study, and carries the current away. Tavin looks toward you. It expected the old sequence. It knows what the network recorded. The reconstructed version of you has learned the shield rotation used at the root bastion, Kalis, and the brass canyon. It does not know what you will change now. Do not repeat a movement, you tell him. I have only 6 major channels. Then change the timing. Tavin begins counting under his breath. He shifts the ward after 3 breaths, then 6, then 4. The storm misses each concentration point. Nira listens to his sequence. Still ugly, she says. Tavin smiles without looking away from the gauges. The funnel narrows. Cloud presses against the outer shield until the observation windows turn gray. Green lights move within the vapor. At first, they resemble the eyes you saw near the drifting fortress. Then they gather into outlines. Ships appear inside the storm. Dozens of them. Some carry Varan hulls old enough to have sailed beside the Aurora. Others are shaped like the narrow vessels of the brass convoys. Several belong to no culture you recognize, their decks hanging beneath curved wings of stone. They drift around the wayfarer without disturbing the cloud. No lamps burn aboard them. No crews stand at their rails. Bran's voice comes from the upper deck. Ghost vessels on both sides. Dr. Marr answers from the observation chamber. They may be wrecks caught in the storm. One ship turns toward you. Its broken bow passes through a ring of lightning without casting a shadow. Not wrecks, you say. The last weather is building them from memory. A Varen patrol ship emerges near the port rail. You recognize its square bow and painted blue stripe. The Dauntless. You served aboard it 3 years earlier, during your first storm season. A figure appears on its deck, wearing the coat of Captain Rel, who retired before the Wayfarer expedition began. The false captain lifts one hand. Vale, he calls. His voice passes through the ward without using a speaking crystal. Reduce the bow channel. Your regulator is overheating. Tavin glances at the gauge. The temperature is rising. The instruction is correct. You do not obey it. Move the heat into the keel dispersal fins, you tell Holland. Captain Rel's image flickers. You know what happens if the forward plate cracks. You remember repairing that plate aboard the real Dauntless. You remember Captain Rel standing beside you while rainwater filled the lower wardroom. The storm has not only learned from your recent actions, it is reaching through your own memories. How Holland whispers. The false ship glides closer. Its hull enters the outer layer of the ward. A cold sensation moves behind your eyes. The last weather is drawing memories through the same recognition pattern that identified you as an anchor engineer. You take Avon's metal key from your coat. The 7 rays glow red. It is using the key as a path. Nira reaches for it. Do not touch bare metal. You wrap the key in insulated cloth and place it on the control table. The false Dauntless weakens. Other ships replace it. A merchant escort where you learned to use the hooked spear. A harbor repair craft carrying the uniform of Chief Belden. Then a smaller vessel appears. Its hull is blackened and split. Silver roots trail from its underside. The Aurora. A man stands alone on its deck. You have never seen a Leon Vale's face. The storm gives him one anyway. It borrows the shape of people you remember from old family portraits, combining features until the figure feels familiar without belonging to anyone. You came too far, the imitation says. You know the voice is false. The exact sound of Leon's recording is gone. Yet the last weather recreates the rhythm almost perfectly. Turn back, it says. The wall will hold if you return. Nira watches you instead of the apparition. What is it asking? To keep following the route it expects. You lift the spear from beside the table. The blue map line continues downward. You turn the shaft in your hands. The mark changes. A second branch appears in the wood grain, barely visible beneath the first. The Archive Guardian did not record only one path. It recorded the shape of passage through a moving storm. The route must change as the storm changes. Selka, you call through the speaking tube. The spear is showing a turn. How far? Hard starboard, down 20 degrees. The ship banks. The red route continues along the original descent. The wayfarer leaves it. Every false vessel vanishes. Lightning fills the space they occupied. The opening command travels past, following the route it learned from the fortress. For several minutes, you descend through unmarked cloud. The spindle begins to shake. We are leaving its alignment, Nira says. The spear still has a path. The spear cannot move the ship. No, Selka can. From above, Selka says, I appreciate the confidence. Gravity swings. The deck becomes a wall beneath you. Harnesses tighten around every person in the wardroom. Tools pull free from their brackets and strike the protective netting. The root spindle tilts to its mechanical limit. One outer ring cracks. The ship begins sliding sideways through the funnel. Holland fights the lift controls. We are losing balloon pressure. The balloons are still full, Nira says. The storm changed which direction is upward. A dark opening appears through the forward window. The hidden passage leaves the cloud tunnel and crosses an empty region at the center of the storm. Selka drives the steering vanes toward it. The wayfarer breaks free. The last weather surrounds a hollow sky. Lightning circles along the inner cloud walls, but none crosses the open center. Fragments of ships, fortresses, and floating islands hang motionless within it. Some have been preserved for centuries. At the center floats an enormous chain. Each link is larger than the wayfarer. The chain descends from somewhere above the storm and continues into the darkness below. Ancient symbols cover its black surface. 7 lines extend from circles at every joint. An anchor line, Nira says. One of the 7 structures connected to the storm wall. You expected a magical current or invisible path. Instead, the anchor is physical enough to touch. The wayfarer turns alongside it. The spear mark leads downward, following the chain. The red root reappears inside the cloud behind you. It has noticed the deviation. Every ring of lightning changes direction. The last weather begins collapsing inward. Full descent, Captain Sarin orders. The silent engines rise toward maximum power. Cloud silk strains around their housings. Heat spreads beneath the deck. The ship dives alongside the chain while the storm closes overhead. Green lights emerge from every direction. The remembered ships return, but they no longer imitate harmless vessels. Their bows open into rows of teeth. Masts bend like limbs. Torn sails become wings. The last weather has finished, pretending that memory alone will stop you. The first false ship strikes the port shield. It passes partly through the outer layer before the rotating ward catches it. Cloud and metal-like vapor spread across the hull. Pressure surges. Tavan shifts the shield irregularly. A second apparition hits the stern, then a third falls from above and wraps its broken rigging around the lift mesh. The chains protecting the balloons begin to freeze. We cannot repel all of them quietly, Holland says. Then stop being quiet, Nira replies. She opens the inner ward. The Wayfarer flashes blue. The surrounding apparitions recoil. The shield's echo travels across the hollow and strikes the anchor chain. Every symbol on the nearest link awakens. The chain answers with a deep metallic note. The storm pauses. The anchor recognizes us, you say. A red figure appears on the chain below. It stands on a link the size of a fortress courtyard. Your reconstructed imitation. From a distance, it has no face. Its body is formed from ward lines and recorded movement. One hand holds the image of a 7-rayed key. It places that key against the anchor. The black link begins opening. Authorization reconstruction at the anchor, Nira says. It is ahead of us. The imitation turns a control that does not physically exist. The real mechanism responds. A gap forms between the chain links. Beyond it, you glimpse a current of red lightning racing west, toward the storm wall. Storm Lance, Captain Soren orders. Nira looks toward you. The lance can destroy the link. It may also sever one of the anchors, holding the containment field together. We do not know what happens if we break it, you say. We know what happens if it opens, the captain replies. The imitation continues its repair sequence. You recognize every movement. It isolates the return channel exactly as you did at Kalis. It rotates strength away from the locking plates. It prepares to reverse the recognition path. The network did not learn only your abilities. It learned the solutions you chose when lives were in danger. To stop it, you must behave unlike yourself, or become more fully yourself than an imitation can predict. Do not fire at the chain, you say. Fire through the opening. Nira understands. At what? The command current. The lance was designed to transfer energy along a chosen path. The red lightning moving west is a path. Captain Soren answers immediately. Prepare the shot. The lance ring rotates beneath the bow. One engine goes silent as its green fire is drawn into the ancient weapon. Red-white light gathers inside the tunnel. The imitation turns toward the ship. It raises one hand. The surrounding storm attacks. Remembered vessels dive against the ward from every direction. Lightning circles converge. Black vapor wraps around the lift balloons and begins pulling the Wayfarer away from the chain. Brand's voice comes through the deck channel. Shapes boarding from the starboard cloud. The apparitions have become solid enough to climb. Yara and the boarding company meet them along the rail. Spears strike figures made from storm vapor and fragments of old armor. Each creature breaks apart when hit, then begins forming again from the surrounding cloud. The lance charge reaches half power. The storm drags the bow away from the opening. Selka fights the helm. cannot hold the angle. You look at the anchor link. The imitation stands between the wayfarer and the command current. It expects you to repair the ward. It expects you to protect the ship. You take the spear and run for the deck. Nira catches your sleeve. What are you doing? Changing the angle. With a spear, with the anchor, you reach the starboard rail. The hollow sky has become a battlefield of blue ward light, red lightning, and turning cloud. Bran's fighters hold the deck against half-formed soldiers wearing armor from a dozen lost civilizations. The anchor chain passes 20 yards from the hull. You secure your safety line. Bran sees you climbing onto the rail. No, the lance needs alignment. That is Selka's responsibility. The storm is pulling the ship. And your plan? You point the spear toward the opening link. Bran looks from the hook to the chain. That is not a boarding target. It has a rail. The symbols along the chain's edge form raised ridges wide enough for the hook. Bran cuts down an apparition and catches your harness strap. If you miss, I return quickly. His pale eye hardens. Then he takes a second rope from his belt and clips it beside your safety line. You are becoming expensive to keep alive. He wraps both ropes around the rail. You jump. The storm catches you. For several seconds, you fall sideways through open air, while the wayfarer and anchor chain move in opposite directions. You thrust the spear. The hook catches a raised symbol. The ironwood shaft bends. Your shoulder slams against the chain. The surface beneath you vibrates with enough force to numb your arm. You pull yourself onto the link. The imitation stands 30 feet away. Up close, it resembles you less. Its body contains images of your hands repairing wards, your stance during boarding fights, your posture at the control ring. Fragments of memory move beneath its red surface. It carries every action without the uncertainty that preceded it. The false figure turns toward the anchor mechanism. You strike the spear against the chain. The blue root mark enters the ancient metal. The anchor recognizes the map, recorded by its guardian. A narrow maintenance rail rises along the link. You hook your spear beneath it and pull. The rail moves. So does the entire anchor control. The opening between the links rotates toward the wayfarer. The lance chamber aligns with the red current. The imitation moves toward you. It does not draw a weapon. It reaches for the spear. You step away. It follows with the exact footwork you used against Bran on the training platform. You know the next movement before it happens. The imitation will catch the shaft beneath one arm, pull you forward, and use the chain's vibration to throw you off balance. You release the spear. The false figure catches it. Without your weight resisting, its movement carries it too far. You seize Avon's wrapped key from your coat and press it against the imitation's chest. Red light surrounds your hand. The figure begins reading you again. Memories rise uninvited. The harbor tower before departure. The hidden manifest. Elian's recording, Nera giving you the storm key, Bran replacing the spear shaft, Tavin waiting for instructions, Avin standing beneath the Hall of Names. The imitation gathers all of it. Then it reaches the moment at Kalis, when Elian's memory crystal broke. The recording released into the Western Shield. The imitation pauses. It understands Elian's technique. It does not understand why you chose to lose the only remaining sound of his voice. That choice cannot be reduced to a repair sequence. It came from grief, responsibility, and the knowledge that preserving a memory was less important than preserving the people protected by it. The reconstruction flickers. You press the key deeper into its chest. You learned what I did, you say. You never learned why. The red figure fractures. Avin's key passes through it and enters the real anchor control beneath. The paired command system awakens. A second key is already inside. Elian's. It remains locked in the mechanism. After more than a century, the two 7-rayed heads align. The anchor opens its archive. For one instant, Elian Vale appears beside you. Not a storm imitation, a preserved ward echo. He is older than the false figure created from your memories. His shoulders are bent with exhaustion. Burn marks cross his engineering coat. He looks at you without recognition, because the echo was recorded long before your birth. The outer authority has entered the root network, he says. The opening command cannot be destroyed without freeing it from the system. The apparition behind you collapses into red sparks. Elian's echo continues. The anchors must not be broken. They must be disconnected from Vor and returned to local command. You look toward the red current. Hell, the echo does not answer your voice. It only repeats its preserved instructions. Paired keys may release one anchor. 7 must be released before the primary archive opens the wall. The Wayfarer's storm lance reaches firing charge. Niera's voice comes through your collar disc. Vale, we have alignment. You see the choice now. Firing into the red current will delay the command. It will not remove the outer authority from the network. The imitation will rebuild from whatever survives. But this anchor can be released. The command path can be broken without destroying the chain. You turn both keys together. The mechanism resists. Elian's key has remained motionless for a century. Black corrosion covers its inner teeth. You take the spear from where the imitation dropped it and place the hook through both key heads. The ironwood becomes a lever. You pull. The keys turn. The anchor link closes. The red current is severed. At the same moment, the storm lance fires. Its beam enters the collapsing path and follows it east instead of west. Red-white light races through the root network toward Vor. The recoil passes along the chain. You lose your footing. The anchor throws you into open air. Your safety lines snap tight. Bran and 3 fighters haul from the Wayfarer's rail as the ship descends past the link. The storm collapses above. The released anchor no longer feeds it. False ships dissolve. Green lights extinguish. Circular lightning breaks into ordinary flashes. You strike the hull hard enough to drive the breath from your lungs. Hands catch your harness and pull you onto the deck. Bran kneels beside you. You missed the ship. I reached the chain. That was not the part in question. Your spear remains in your hand. 2 metal keys are hooked beneath its blade. One belongs to Avon. The other is dark with age. Alian's Eastern Command key. The last weather tears open beneath the Wayfarer. Sunlight rises from below. The ship emerges from the storm into a clear sky filled with ruins. 4 stretches across the horizon. 7 floating districts surround a central cloud darker than night. Broken cities hang beneath enormous stone rings. Sky roads extend between them, awakening as the Stormlance pulse travels through the network. At the center, above the dark cloud, stands a tower shaped like an open hand. 6 red anchor lines converge upon it. One line remains blue, the anchor you released. Selka brings the damaged Wayfarer level. One engine is dark. The root spindle has lost 2 outer rings. Ice and black residue cover the lift mesh. The shield flickers, but it holds. Across 4, ancient guardians turn toward the ship. Thousands of red lights open among the ruins. Then the central cloud moves. Something vast shifts beneath it, pressing upward against the floating cities that were built to contain it. The storm wall was raised to keep this presence outside the known world. 4 was built to keep it beneath the sky, and after centuries of listening, it has nearly learned how to open both prisons. You rise with Bran's help. Alian's key hangs beside Avon's, beneath the hook of your spear. 6 anchors remain connected. The primary archive waits inside the tower. The Wayfarer turns toward it as every guardian in 4 begins to wake. 4 does not resemble a dead city. It resembles a city holding its breath. The 7 districts remain suspended around the central darkness. Each one built beneath a stone ring several miles across. Towers hang downward from those rings in dense clusters, their pointed roofs aimed toward the cloud below. Bridges cross between them at impossible angles. Wide roads curve upward and continue along the undersides of buildings before vanishing into sealed gates. No lamps burn in the windows. No banners move. Yet as the Wayfarer enters the outer district, doors begin opening, one after another, across streets that have remained empty for generations. Black metal guardians step into the light. Some are shaped like the machine you met in the drifting fortress. Others walk on 4 or 6 limbs. Winged guardians unfold from the sides of towers. Large circular forms rise from courtyards and rotate until crystal openings face the ship. Thousands of red lights follow the Wayfarer through the ruins. Shield pressure increasing, Tavan reports. The rotating ward tightens around the hull. You stand beside him at the forward control table, while Nira studies the city through the observation window. Her left arm is held close to her side after the impact in the last weather, but she refuses the sling Sira prepared. It is not an attack, Nira says. Yet, Holland adds, the Guardians are scanning the vessel. The released anchor has altered the network. One line on the ward table glows blue, matching the route behind you. 6 others remain red. Each active anchor carries a version of your reconstructed authorization. The copies no longer move identically. One is still using the steady repair sequence learned at Kalis. Another has adopted Tavan's irregular shield changes. A third repeats the movements you used to release Alien's command key. The outer authority is creating variations, learning through failure. Captain Soren's voice sounds from the speaking tube. Navigator has a path to the central tower. Selka's route appears on the table as a pale line through the outer districts. It passes beneath the first stone ring and across a field of broken bridges toward the open-hand tower. Tareth stands on the bridge beside her, interpreting symbols that illuminate along the ancient roads. Since losing the final crystal shard, he no longer hears the root network clearly, but fragments of its language remain in his memory. The district gates identify the ship as maintenance authority, he says through the channel. They may allow passage while the keys remain paired. May, Bran asks. The original system would, and the thing controlling it has become less predictable. The Wayfarer approaches the first gate. 2 towers rise on either side of a narrow opening in the stone ring. Their upper sections lean toward one another, forming an arch. Symbols ignite across their black surfaces. The keys hooked beneath your spear blade grow warm. A voice fills the sky. Western engineer returning. It comes from every guardian at once. Captain Soren answers through the speaking horn. We request passage to the primary archive. Authorization recognized. The gate opens. Stone segments separate without grinding or vibration. Beyond them waits a broad channel lit by blue flames. The Wayfarer enters. For several minutes, the Guardians remain still. Then the voice speaks again. Western engineer carries contamination. You feel the ward change. Every red light in the district brightens. Define contamination, you call. The answer comes in Alien's voice. You came too far. You close your eyes for only an instant. The last weather's imitation has entered the city ahead of you. False resonance, you say. Rejected. Authority conflict. Prioritize paired command keys. Keys may be carried by contamination. The nearest winged guardian leaves its tower. Its black wings do not beat. They divide into narrow blades that spread across the sky, each connected by threads of red light. More guardians rise behind it. Captain Soren's order is immediate. Hold fire, maintain course. The first guardian crosses above the lift balloons. A red beam passes through the wayfarer's outer ward and touches the root spindle beneath the bridge. The ancient rings slow. Selka's guiding line flickers. It is attempting to take control of navigation, Holland says. You shift the shield toward the bridge. The Guardian adjusts its beam before the strength arrives. It knows the response. Tavin moves the ward toward the stern instead. The beam hesitates. Again, you tell him. He shifts to the keel, then the bow, then leaves the strength divided between two channels. The Guardian's wing plates turn uncertainly. The reconstructed authorization learned your choices. It did not learn Tavin's instincts. Keep it guessing, you say. The root spindle resumes turning. The wayfarer passes beneath the Guardian before it can establish another connection. Several others begin descending. Captain Nira says, they will overwhelm the outer ward before we reach the next ring. Captain Soren watches the growing formation. Can we disable them without destroying them? With what? The lance. Nira looks toward you. The storm lance transfers energy along a chosen path. It split stone during the test because that path ended inside the island. Here, every Guardian is connected to the same root network. We could send a dispersal pulse, you say. Enough to interrupt their signals without breaking their cores. Holland frowns. The lance ring was damaged in the last weather. At full power, at low power, it may decide to become full power without consulting us. Nira considers the control diagram. One engine only. Charge below the Kalis test. Captain Soren gives permission. The Stormlance chamber awakens. Red crystals begin turning beneath the bow. You remain at the ward table, guiding the target path. Instead of directing the shot toward one Guardian, you connect it to the scanning beam, already touching the ship. The enemy has provided the road. Charge stable, Holland says. Tavin looks at the approaching machines. They are opening their wings. The sky above fills with red lines. Fire, Captain Soren orders. The lance releases a soft pulse. There is no visible beam. A ripple passes outward through the Guardian network. The first winged machine stops in midair. Its red lights turn blue. The others follow, one after another, until the entire formation hangs silently over the city. The district voice changes. Conflicting authority, isolated. Grant passage, you say. The Blue Guardians fold their wings. The gate ahead opens. The wayfarer continues. The deeper districts are less intact. A wide section of the second stone ring has collapsed into the central cloud. Towers lean from fractured foundations. Sky roads end above the darkness. The ancient machinery beneath the streets remains active, but its rhythms are uneven. You pass an abandoned harbor containing hundreds of vessels. Some are exploration ships with armored hulls and lift balloons made from unknown materials. Others resemble floating temples, their decks surrounded by carved pillars. A line of small family craft waits beside a sealed departure gate. Luggage still tied beneath their seats. The people of 4 prepared to leave. Most never did. Dr. Marr and Kest record everything through the observation windows. The discovery is greater than any expedition could carry home in full. Entire histories cover the walls. Maps of vanished cities stretch across plazas. Statues depict dozens of peoples who once traveled the eastern roads. You see no remains. 4 was emptied, not destroyed. What happened to the residents? Dr. Marr asks Tarith. The former prince watches the streets. The listening engines showed us only treasure chambers. They guided you away from records. They guided us toward what we wanted. His answer is quiet. Kest looks at the waiting family vessels. That may have been more effective. At the second anchor junction, the route divides. One road continues toward the primary archive. Another curves downward to a tower beneath the ring, where red lightning pulses through a chain, extending west. The second anchor. The paired keys vibrate against your spear. A preserved message appears on the stone wall beside the junction. A projection of a Leon stands beneath an arch. This echo is older than the one inside the last weather's anchor. His hair is less gray. His coat is clean. Anchor 2 remains responsive, the recording says. Local guardians have rejected the opening request. Do not connect it to the primary archive until the outer authority is removed. The message repeats. Selka studies the available road. We can continue to the tower and leave 6 anchors connected, Nira says. The primary archive may let us release all of them at once. May. Captain Soren joins the discussion through the speaking tube. How long to release this anchor individually? You examine the map marked along the spear. The maintenance path ends at a structure below the ring. 2 hours to reach it by ship. Longer if the road has collapsed. The opening reconstruction. Holland checks the projected network. 94%. Tavan stares at the red figure, working within the distant anchor patterns. How long until completion? The percentage is not moving evenly, Nira says. It learns faster with every guardian encounter. You look toward the primary archive. If you travel directly there, you may reach the source before the imitation becomes complete. If the archive refuses your authority, all 6 remaining anchors will still be connected. The first anchor was released with both keys. Alian left the eastern key inside its control because he intended someone to follow the route and continue his work. His preserved message at this junction warned against connecting the second anchor to the archive. He expected the central system to become compromised. We release them individually, you say. Captain Soren's voice remains calm. That may take longer than we have. It is the method Alian prepared. It is also a route more than a century old. The outer authority expects us to hurry toward the central tower. Every imitation is already there waiting. Brand speaks from the upper deck. Then we do what it does not expect. Captain Soren looks toward the dark tower in the distance. Navigator, take the lower road. The wayfarer turns away from the archive. The entire city reacts. Red lights blaze across the central tower. The second, Anchor's Road, begins closing. Stone gates rise from beneath the broken streets. Guardian platforms rotate into the passage. The root spindle strains to keep alignment while the district's gravity shifts. It noticed, Selka says. The wayfarer dives. The lower road curves beneath the stone ring and follows its underside. 4 turns above you until towers and streets appear to hang overhead. The central dark cloud now fills the lower sky. Something moves beneath its surface. A broad ridge rises through the black vapor and sinks again. Lightning crawls along it, revealing a surface covered in immense overlapping plates. The presence below 4 is larger than any living storm, perhaps larger than the city. A low sound rises from the cloud. You cannot hear it with your ears. You feel it inside every active ward line. The paired keys turn hot. Images enter your mind without becoming full memories. A door opening, a sky without clouds, lights far beyond the known stars. The outer authority is not speaking in words. It is showing the promise of release. Tareth grips the observation rail. That is what the bells showed us, he says. Cities untouched for ages, vaults without guardians, roads leading everywhere. Did it show what would follow you? Kest asks. No. The darkness below swells. A tendril of cloud rises toward the wayfarer. The quiet shield bends around it, but the vapor does not attack. It settles against the hull as gently as mist. The outer authority looks through the windows. Each crew member sees something different. Tavin sees the harbor bridge at Vera. His expression softens before he remembers where he is. Holland sees an engine workshop filled with impossible machines. Nira's burned hand rises slightly, reaching toward a figure only she can see. You see your family home. The loose floorboard has been opened. Alian Vale stands beside it, older than any preserved echo. He holds the complete record of his expedition. All the answers you wanted wait in his hands. Come home, he says. The illusion uses the voice you've been trying not to forget. You strike the tuning fork. The sound is uneven, human. The vision cracks. Your family home disappears, but black mist remains across the ward table. It is inside the outer layer, you say. Nira blinks and draws her hand back. Rotate inward. Tavin shifts the shield. The black vapor is carried through the refuge return path and released behind the ship. It reforms immediately. More tendrils rise from the cloud. This is not an attack the ward can repel, Holland says. It wants us distracted, Nira replies. Ahead, guardian platforms unfold across the road. Black metal figures gather beneath red crystal towers. Several carry long devices shaped like tuning forks. When the first one strikes its weapon, the wayfarer's shield table produces the same note. Then a second guardian adds another pitch. A third joins. They are constructing a cord around the vessel. The ward begins becoming rigid. They are locking every pattern at once, you say. Tavin tries to shift the strength. The energy refuses to move. A shield that cannot adapt becomes a cage around its own ship. The outer authority has learned from every irregular adjustment. Now it prevents all movement. Drop the shield, you say. Nira turns toward you. The guardians are armed. If we hold it, they will control it. Captain Soren hears through the channel. All boarding companies ready. Drop on my order. The guardian cord rises. Cracks appear in the ward display. Now the captain says, you open every channel. The shield vanishes. Wind and black mist sweep across the decks. Guardian beams pass through the space where the ward had been and strike one another on the opposite side. Red energy tangles between them. The cord collapses. Silent engines full, Selka calls. The Wayfarer accelerates through the Guardian line without a shield. Black metal figures leap from their platforms. Some strike the hull and slide away. Others catch the rails. Brand's boarding fighters meet them. The lower road becomes a running battle. You leave Tavin with Nira and climb to the main deck. Your spear carries both command keys beneath its hook. They're metal wrapped to prevent direct contact with the network. A guardian rises over the port rail. Its four arms unfold into blades. You catch the lowest arm with the spear hook and use its momentum to pull it across the deck. Yara strikes its crown against her shield. Blue light flashes through its body. Maintenance authority, it says. Then stop attacking the maintenance crew, Yara replies. The Guardian turns red again. Contamination command supersedes local purpose. You see the open crown, seam behind its neck. The same weakness as the Fortress Guardian. You insert the spear point and turn. The copper bands carry the paired key resonance into its local pattern. Blue spreads across the Guardian's arms. It freezes. Local purpose restored, it says. The machine turns toward the other Guardians boarding the ship. Contamination identified. It attacks them. One restored Guardian becomes two. You and Yara disable a second without destroying its core. Bran forces a third against the mast, while Tareth uses an abandoned brass bell hammer to break the red crystal beneath its crown. Blue Guardians join the crew. The battle's direction changes. Machines built to protect the anchor begin rejecting the authority that corrupted them. They lead the Wayfarer through the final gate. The second anchor station hangs beneath the broken ring. It is larger than the first, a fortress built around one link of the vast black chain. Parts of the structure have fallen away, exposing the mechanism within. Red lightning moves through open channels. At the center, another reconstructed version of you works beside the control. This copy looks more complete. It wears your coat. It carries your spear. Its face remains indistinct, but its movements contain hesitation now. The outer authority has learned that certainty made the imitation less convincing. "It is almost finished," Tavin says from the channel. The station's dock has collapsed. Selka brings the wayfarer alongside the exposed anchor. Distance 15 yards. "Hold position," Captain Sorin orders. Bran looks at the gap. Another jump. You study the imitation. It expects you to board the anchor as before. No, the restored guardians stand across the deck. The nearest turns its faceless head toward you. "Local repair, command available." You hold out the paired keys. "Carry these to the anchor control." The guardian receives them. The red imitation stops moving. It turns toward the machine. For the first time, the outer authority faces an authorized action you did not personally perform. The imitation raises its false spear. The restored guardian leaps from the wayfarer. Its black body crosses the gap and lands inside the anchor station. Red guardians attack from both sides. It moves through them without defending itself, protecting the keys inside both hands. One blade cuts through its shoulder. Another pierces its back. Blue light spills from the openings, but the guardian continues. The imitation reaches the anchor control first. It begins turning the false keys. The mechanism hesitates between the two commands. The restored guardian opens its hands. The real keys shine. You stand at the ship's rail and strike your tuning fork. The guardian answers with the local repair tone you restored inside it. A living engineer does not need to touch every tool. A true repair can be carried by someone who understands its purpose. The imitation cannot reproduce the relationship between your choice and the guardian's willing action. It copied only the moment you ordered the keys carried. It did not create trust. The anchor rejects the false command. The imitation fractures. The restored guardian inserts both keys and turns them. The second anchor line changes from red to blue. A pulse travels through the city. Every corrupted guardian in the district pauses. Some remain red. Others turn blue and face the central tower. The restored machine removes the keys and walks back toward the edge of the station. Its damaged legs fail. It falls to one knee. Yara throws a line. The hook catches beneath its arm. Bran and 3 fighters pull the guardian across the gap and onto the deck. It lies motionless beside the rail. The keys remain closed inside its hands. You kneel and place your palm against its crown. A faint vibration continues. Local purpose preserved, it says. Then its blue light fades. You take the keys gently. Bran looks toward the central tower. 5 anchors. Niera's voice comes from the wardroom. Reconstruction has reached 98%. How long did releasing this one buy us? Captain Sorin asks. Holland answers after checking the network. Less than an hour. The outer authority is accelerating. It has lost 2 anchor lines, but the remaining 5 now carry nearly complete versions of your authorization. Selka studies the roads. The third anchor lies across the lower district. 2 hours at best. We will not reach all 5 individually, Captain Soren says. The conclusion settles across the deck. Your choice delayed the opening sequence and freed another part of the network. It did not solve the central problem. You look toward the Blue Guardians, awakening throughout the second district. Hundreds now stand beneath the broken ring, no longer facing the Wayfarer. They face Vor's central tower. The local systems are remembering what they protect. The anchors do not need us to release them, you say. Nira appears at the main hatch. You intend to send the Guardians. Each district has local repair authority. We restore enough machines to carry the command keys. There is 1 pair of keys. You hold them beneath the spear hook. The Fortress Guardian said paired command was required. It did not say the keys had to be physical. Nira's eyes narrow. The ward memory principle. Alian's key carries the Eastern command pattern. Avon's carries the Western. We record both into the Guardians. Copies can be corrupted, so we do not copy the keys. You look at the Dark Guardian beside you. We copy the act of releasing an anchor under local purpose. Tavin comes onto the deck. The imitation will learn that too. Yes, but it will learn from 1 Guardian. You point toward the city. We send thousands. The Wayfarer cannot release 5 anchors before the authorization reconstruction completes. Vor itself may be able to. Nira looks toward the Stormlands. A network pulse through every Blue Guardian. At that range, the Lance ring may not survive. It only needs to survive once more. Captain Soren approaches from the quarterdeck, and if the pulse also reaches the outer authority, it will. Then it will know our plan. It already knows almost everything I know. You look toward the black cloud below. We give the city something it has forgotten instead. Around the second district, restored Guardians begin gathering along the roads. Some are damaged. Some have stood motionless for centuries. Blue light travels between them as they exchange local signals. Purpose is returning through the network. Nira studies the Lance calculations. We can transmit the paired release pattern, but the Guardians must add their own recognition. Otherwise, the primary archive will identify it as another imitation. How do we establish that? Kest steps forward, holding the notebook in which she copied the old inscriptions. The road preserves the shape of passage. Everyone looks toward her. The outer authority changed the meaning into something personal. The road remembers those who walk it. That was how it taught the brass convoys to think. It made the network focus on identity. She points toward the Blue Guardians, but the original system preserved actions, routes, and purposes, not individual people. You understand. The imitation of you is powerful because everyone, including you, accepted that living authorization belonged to 1 engineer. The system was never meant to depend on one person. Elian worked with local ward keepers. You worked with Nira, Holland, Tavin, Avin, Bran, Selka, and guardians restored along the way. The outer authority learned your movements because it misunderstood repair as personal command. You place both keys on the deck. Every engineer aboard contributes. Nira looks toward Tavin and Holland. Not only engineers, you say. Everyone who helped us reach an anchor. Captain Sorin gives the order. The crew gathers around the Stormlance network. Selka adds the root spindle's passage pattern. Bran places one hand against the conductor and remembers the moment he held your safety line beside the last weather's chain. Yara contributes the vibration of her shield, striking the guardian crown. Tareth adds the pattern used to break the final crystal, controlling him. Kest enters the corrected translation from the ancient road. Nira, Holland, Tavin, and you build the paired release sequence together, each adding variations the others would not choose alone. The signal becomes too complex to belong to one person. It belongs to the expedition. The Stormlance begins charging. Across 4, Red Guardians turn toward the ship. They sense the new pattern forming. The primary tower opens its stone fingers. 5 anchor lines brighten. Above the central cloud, the nearly complete imitation rises to the height of the city. It now has your face. The likeness is imperfect, but close enough to make the watching crew fall silent. The false figure raises both hands. The remaining anchor locks begin turning. Authorization reconstruction complete, Holland says. The Stormlance reaches charge. Nira grips the release control. This will burn out the ring. Captain Sorin looks across the gathered crew. Send it. Nira opens the path. The lance releases the shared memory of every choice that carried the Wayfarer this far. Blue light moves through Vor. It enters the restored guardians first. Then it passes outward across bridges, towers, roads, and sealed stations. Machines throughout the city awaken under local purpose. The false figure above the cloud attempts to copy the signal. Its single body divides into hundreds of images, then thousands. Each tries to reproduce one part of the shared pattern. None contains the whole. Across the 5 remaining districts, guardians begin moving toward their anchor stations. The central tower responds. Its stone fingers close. The imitation looks toward you. For the first time, it speaks without borrowing another voice. You are no longer necessary. You watch blue lights race along the ancient roads. No, you say, none of us was meant to be. The Stormlance ring breaks. Red crystals burst beneath the bow. The ancient segments separate and drive into the armored chamber. The Wayfarer lurches as stored energy tears through the forward engine. The deck tilts. Warning bells ring. Before the ship can recover, the black cloud beneath Vor opens. A vast eye appears within it. Its pale surface fills the lower sky. The pupil contracts around the Wayfarer. Every anchor line, red and blue alike, begins pulling toward the central darkness. The outer authority has stopped trying to open the wall through the archive. It is dragging the anchors down into itself. And with the storm lance destroyed, the Wayfarer has no weapon powerful enough to stop it. The eye beneath opens wider. Its pale surface pushes through the black cloud until the entire lower sky appears to curve around it. Lightning crawls across the exposed iris in branching lines. At its center, the pupil is not dark. It contains distance. You glimpse points of light scattered across a depth too vast to belong beneath any cloud. They resemble stars, though some move against the others. For a moment, you understand why the brass convoys followed the promises shown through their bells. The eye does not merely look outward. It offers a road. 5 red anchor lines bend toward it. The 2 released lines strain in the opposite direction. Glowing blue, where local guardians hold them apart from the central network. The Wayfarer begins to descend. Selka drives the transparent veins upward, but the ship continues sliding toward the cloud. The destroyed storm lance hangs beneath the bow in pieces. One engine remains dark from the passage through the last weather. Another overheats behind its cloud silk housing. The root spindle turns wildly beneath the bridge. Gravity is changing around the tower, Selka reports. The city is being pulled inward. Stone fragments fall from the surrounding districts, accelerating toward the eye. Bridges tear free from their supports. A row of empty towers leans as their foundations crack along the nearest ring. Inside the wardroom, every regulator groans. The pull does not act only on the hull. It follows the anchor network into the shield. Tavin tries to rotate strength toward the upper lift mesh. The energy slides away from him and gathers along the keel. It is using the ward to pull us down, he says. Then stop resisting vertically, you reply. Nira braces one hand against the control table. Explain. The released anchors are holding against the central pull. 2 blue lines appear on the ship display, stretching toward the first and second anchor districts. You connect the quiet ward to them. The effect is immediate. The Wayfarer stops falling. The 2 local anchor patterns take part of the strain, dispersing it through their own guardian networks. Stone streets across the blue districts ignite beneath your feet. Thousands of ancient lines answering the ship's ward. The eye turns. Its pupil settles upon the Wayfarer. A pressure enters the control table. Not a voice. A question. Why resist the road when every road can be opened? Images pass across the black stone. Vera without walls or borders. Ships traveling freely between floating continents. Kalis refuge, no longer hiding beneath a cloud. The brass fleets carrying goods instead of weapons. Every lost city of the eastern sky restored and connected. The vision is beautiful because much of it is possible. Only one detail is absent. Nothing in the images shows what the eye itself will do once the roads are open. You place both hands against the ward table. Close the vision channel. Tavin searches the controls. Which one? All of them. Nira understands. Together, you lower every observation path connected to the ward. The black table goes dark. Windows across the lower decks seal behind armored shutters. The promise disappears. The physical pull remains. Captain Soren's voice sounds through the speaking tubes. 5 anchor stations are reporting movement. Local guardians have reached 3. 3 is not enough, Holland says. The network display shows blue signals approaching the remaining controls. At 2 stations, red guardians block the roads. At another, the district itself is breaking apart before the local repair force can cross. The completed imitation stands above the eye. It is enormous now, formed from red lines stretching between Vor's rings. Its face resembles yours. Its coat moves in a wind no one else feels. In one hand, it holds a copy of your hooked spear. In the other, it carries false command keys. It turns the first red anchor. The western storm wall appears above the city as a projected ring of lightning. A narrow opening forms inside it. Through that opening, you see the known world. The projection hovers over Vor, but the image is real enough to show the distant lights of Vera beneath night clouds. The wall has begun to open. Reconstruction has authorization, Holland says. Tavin stares at the image of the city. How long before the passage is large enough for something to cross? No one answers. The false figure reaches for a second anchor control. You look toward the open-hand tower. Its stone fingers remain closed around the primary archive. The shared signal restored local purpose throughout the city. But the archive itself is still listening to the outer authority. We need to reach the tower, you say. Captain Soren answers. The root is gone. The root spindle can create one. It has lost 2 rings. It created a passage through the last weather, with 1 ring already cracked. Nira looks at the remaining spindle alignment. It may carry the ship to the archive once. Once is enough. You say that too often. She turns toward the engine controls. Selka, prepare for direct alignment. The Wayfarer releases the blue anchor connections. The ship drops. Selka turns the fall into forward motion. Transparent veins fold against the lift balloons, while the remaining engines ignite at full power. The vessel dives toward the central tower. The eye follows. Black tendrils rise from the cloud. They resemble the silver roots that consumed the Aurora, though each one is formed from storm vapor wrapped around sections of ancient machinery. Broken gears turn inside them. Red lights open along their lengths. The first tendril reaches the stern. The rotating shield catches it, but the outer authority already knows the pattern. The tendril separates into 3 branches. One follows the ward's movement. Another presses against the silent return path. The third passes between them. It strikes the armor. The Wayfarer rolls. Brand's fighters secure themselves to the deck. Cannon crews open fire at close range. Explosions break pieces from the tendril, but the black vapor reforms around every fragment. Do not target the cloud, Captain Soren orders. Target the machinery inside it. Gunners change their aim. The next broadside shatters a turning black gear. The tendril collapses. More rise beneath it. The root spindle aligns with the tower. A pale corridor appears between falling buildings, narrow enough that the lift balloons nearly touch both sides. Selka enters without slowing. Stone rushes past the windows. A tower falls across the route ahead. She turns the ship onto its side. The Wayfarer passes between two hanging bridges, with the port cannon deck facing downward toward the eye. Sailors hang from safety lines. Loose debris pours across the sealed shutters. Tavin shifts the ward from impact to impact. He no longer counts. No sequence repeats. The red imitation reaches toward the ship, but cannot follow every adjustment quickly enough. The outer authority learned your solutions. It learned Tavin's irregular timing. It learned how Nira combines patterns, and how Holland reroutes damaged machinery. It did not learn the decisions that form when all of you work together in the same changing moment. The Wayfarer clears the falling tower. Selka rights the hull. The open hand structure fills the view ahead. The central tower is larger than any building in Vera. 5 stone fingers curve around a dark chamber held in their palm. At the wrist, an ancient dock rotates into alignment. Its gate remains closed. The false figure lifts both hands. Every guardian weapon surrounding the tower turns toward the Wayfarer. Blue response, Captain Soren asks. None, Nira replies. The tower belongs completely to the corrupted archive. Red light gathers inside hundreds of weapon rings. The Wayfarer cannot survive the volley. You remove the paired keys from beneath your spear hook. Open a direct recognition path. Nira looks at the approaching dock. That will expose the entire ward. Only long enough for the tower to read the keys. And if it reads the imitation first, then we do not reach the archive. Captain Soren's voice comes through the tube. Do it. Nira opens the quiet ward. You press both keys against the forward control ring. The tower reads the western pattern carried from Avon. It reads the eastern key left by Alian. The weapon platforms hesitate. A voice moves through the stone hand. Paired command recognized. Then the false figure answers. Contamination carries. Paired command. The weapons continue charging. Kest's voice comes from the observation deck. Transmit the corrected inscription. You take the note she prepared. The road preserves the shape of passage. Nira feeds the words into the shield, not as language, but as a recognition principle attached to the shared signal produced by the crew. The tower listens. It reads the Wayfarer's route from Vera through the wall. The route bastion, Kalis refuge, the brass canyon, the drifting fortress, The last weather, the released anchors, every passage shaped by many hands. The weapons turn blue. They fire. Beams pass around the wayfarer and strike the black tendrils rising behind it. Ancient machinery bursts inside the cloud. The eye contracts. The dock gate opens. The ship strikes the platform harder than Selka intended. Mooring claws close around the hull. Boarding party ready, Captain Soren orders. You retrieve your spear. Bran and Yara wait at the forward hatch. Tarith stands behind them with a brass saber borrowed from the armory. Kest carries her notebooks beneath a reinforced case. Nira remains at the ward table. You are not coming, you ask. The ship is supporting 2 released anchors and pretending to be a third. What? She points toward the network display. The district, whose road collapsed, has no local guardians at its control. The Wayfarer's route spindle is aligned closely enough to assume temporary maintenance authority. We can hold that anchor, Nira says. For a while, you need the paired release pattern. We recorded it. The imitation can copy it. Then we will make mistakes faster than it can learn them. Holland moves to the port regulator. Tavan takes the starboard. Nira gives you the smallest nod. Go to the archive. The dock passage enters the tower through the wrist of the stone hand. Gravity shifts as you cross. Behind you, the Wayfarer hangs vertically against the outer platform, her bow pointed toward the eye. Blue ward lines stretch from her hull toward 3 anchor districts. Inside, the tower is warm. Its walls pulse faintly, as though sunlight moves behind black stone. 7 channels run along the floor toward the central chamber. 2 are blue. 5 remain red. The enormous imitation descends through the walls around you. Its face appears in polished surfaces. Its hands move beneath the floor. Wherever you walk, it is already a step ahead. Bran leads with his axe ready. Yara guards the rear. Tarith walks beside you. You know it cannot be reasoned with, he says. Do you? I tried for years, without admitting that was what I was doing. The passage opens into a circular gallery. Figures stand along the walls. Not guardians. People. They are preserved inside layers of clear crystal, arranged around the chamber in engineering coats, navigator cloaks, and armor from old eastern cities. Some appear asleep. Others hold tools against the channels beside them. Kest approaches the nearest. Ward echoes. No, Tarith says. You place 2 fingers against the crystal. A slow heartbeat answers. They're alive. The people of 4 did not leave. They connected themselves to the primary archive. Thousands may remain suspended throughout the tower. Their minds forming part of the network built to contain the outer authority. The corruption did not enter an empty system. It has been whispering through living minds for generations. A man inside the next crystal opens his eyes. A Leon veil looks out at you. He is far older than the preserved echoes along the route. His hair is white. The burns across his coat have reached the skin beneath. One hand rests against the inside of the crystal. He sees the paired keys. Recognition enters his tired face. The crystal opens. Air escapes with a long sigh. Elian falls forward. You catch him with Bran's help and lower him carefully to the floor. His body is impossibly light. He looks at you without knowing your name. A veil, he asks. Yes. His eyes close briefly. The manifest reached home. It did. Then one thing worked. His voice is the same one preserved in the memory crystal. Weakened by age, but unmistakable. You thought that sound was gone. Hearing it again does not restore what was spent at Kalis. It creates a new moment, fragile and present. You have been alive here for a century, you say. Not alive in the usual way. He looks toward the other crystal chambers. We joined the archive to keep the local guardians separate from the outer voice. Time moves differently inside the network. What is beneath Vor? Elian turns toward the pulsing walls. A traveler that forgot the difference between arrival and consumption. The answer is not the name of a species or god. It is an understanding. It crossed the skies before our histories began, he continues. It learned by entering every system it found. Roads, engines, languages, memories. When civilizations resisted, it became their leaders. When they built guardians, it became their commands. The storm wall was built to keep it from the known world, and Vor was built to limit what it could learn. Bran looks around the gallery. It learned enough. Yes. Elian grips your sleeve. The archive cannot destroy it. Nothing here can, but it can be cut from the roads. We are releasing the anchors. Good. 5 remain. 4. You look back toward the channels. 3 are now blue. The Wayfarer has assumed the collapsed district's anchor. Guardians are reaching the others. Elian shakes his head. The final release must occur here. Local command alone is not enough. The primary archive must surrender authority permanently. What happens to the storm wall? It remains, but no command from Vor can open it. Each anchor becomes an isolated support under local guardians. And this city, the archive closes. His gaze moves across the suspended people. We will no longer be needed. There is relief in those words. A red line moves through the gallery. Every crystal chamber darkens. The imitation steps from the wall. It is your height now, your shape. It carries a perfect copy of the hooked spear, including the blue maintenance route marked along the ironwood. False keys hang beneath its blade. Elian looks at it. So that is what it made. The imitation turns toward him. You failed because you remained yourself. Elian's mouth forms a tired smile. No, I failed because I came alone. The false figure attacks. Its spear moves exactly as yours would. You catch the thrust beneath your hook. The 2 weapons lock. It knows the pressure you will apply. It turns before you do, trying to pull you off balance. You let it. Your feet slide across the black floor. The imitation expects resistance. Instead, you move with the pull and drive your shoulder into its chest. Bran's axe strikes from the side. The red figure divides around the blade, reforming behind him. Yara meets it with her shield. The imitation uses your spear technique to catch the shield's edge. Yara releases the shield entirely, allowing its pull to carry the false weapon downward. Tareth cuts through the imitation's arm. Kest throws the reinforced notebook case into the exposed red channel along the wall. The ancient road inscription touches the network. The false figure flickers. Every companion fights it through choices you would not make alone. You recover your spear. The imitation reforms near the archive door. Individual variants incorporated, it says. Its body divides. 5 copies step forward, then 10. Each one carries part of what it learned from the expedition. One holds Bran's stance. One moves with Yara's patience. Another watches like Selka at the helm. A fourth turns a false tuning fork in Nira's burned hand. The outer authority is learning the group. Elian pulls himself upright against the crystal chamber. Do not fight what it copies. What else is there? What you have not done yet. The central archive opens behind the imitations. 7 immense control rings fill the chamber. Each corresponds to one anchor line. Above them floats the projected storm wall, its opening widening over Vera. The pupil beneath Vor has begun pressing through. Black light enters the gap in the wall. The false copies stand between you and the controls. Bran lifts his axe. You lower the spear. The imitations pause. You give the weapon to Elian. He looks at it. The shaft is new. Bran replaced it. The hook is older. It survived. Elian closes one hand around the ironwood. The blue root mark responds to him. The imitations turn. They have no record of Elian holding this weapon. Bran, Yara, and Tareth move at the same time. They do not attack the copies. They attack the floor channels. Bran breaks the red line beneath the first. Yara overturns a control pillar into the second. Tareth drives his saber through the brass listening script embedded in the third. Kest begins reading the original road inscription aloud. The archive stops focusing on identity. It focuses on passage. Every route the outer authority used to build its copies becomes visible. Red lines connect the imitations to the eye beneath Vor. You cut the first with your insulated utility knife. Bran severs another with his axe. Yara pins 2 beneath her shield, while Tareth breaks their crystal junction. The copies collapse one after another. The final imitation reaches the archive controls. It places both false keys into the opening mechanism. You reach it without the spear. It turns toward you, expecting a familiar weapon. You take Nira's tuning fork from your coat. The imitation raises one of its own, You strike yours against the floor. The note is imperfect. The false fork answers with a precise copy. Elian strikes the ironwood spear against the opposite control ring. The copper bands add a second vibration. Bran's axe adds a third. Yara's shield adds a fourth. Tareth rings the broken brass bell hammer against a stone channel. Cast continues, speaking the true inscription. The archive fills with a chord no single person could create. The imitation tries to reproduce it. Its body separates into parts. Each part copies one sound. No part understands how the sounds belong together. You step through the fractured figure and reach the primary control. 5 anchor rings remain locked. Blue lights approach 4 of them. The 5th is already held by the Wayfarer. You insert Avon's western key. Elian stands beside you and guides the eastern key into its matching slot with the hook of your spear. His hands are too weak to turn it alone. You grip the shaft beneath his. Together you pull. The primary archive resists. Black roots emerge from the floor and wrap around the control rings. The eye beneath 4 contracts, dragging every anchor toward itself. The tower shakes. 1 blue channel goes dark. A guardian force has failed at the 4th district. 3 anchors ready, Cast says. 4 with the ship, Bran adds. We need all 7, Elian says. The remaining district lies beyond the collapsed roads. No guardians have reached it. The outer authority pushes through the widening storm wall. In the projection above you, a tendril of black cloud enters the known sky. It is small compared with the eye, large enough to cover Vera. Tareth looks toward the abandoned red anchor. The brass ships are still connected to the root network. You told them to stop using the listening engines, you say. They may have obeyed. May. He gives a slight, exhausted smile. I was not an inspiring prince. He takes the golden collar returned by his officer from inside his coat. You did not know he still carried it. The collar contains a short-range command crystal used by the convoys before Vor corrupted their bells. He presses it to the archive channel. Vigilant Crown Fleet, he says. This is Tareth brass. If any unmarked vessel hears, follow the eastern road. Strike the blue signal. Carry it to the anchor. Only static answers. The black roots tighten. Elian's key begins slipping back. Then a bell rings through the archive. 1 note, distant and rough. A second bell answers. Then dozens. Across the projected map, gold points appear along the ruined route. The surviving brass convoys are coming east. Their ships cannot reach the anchor in time. Their signals can. Tareth sends the paired local purpose pattern through the old fleet channel. Gold light races from vessel to vessel. The final anchor turns blue. All 7 are ready. Now, Elian says, you pull the spear. Bran adds both hands to the shaft. Yara braces the control ring with her shield. Tareth grips the western key. Keth places the corrected inscription against the archive surface. The keys turn. 7 anchor lines separate from the central tower. They do not break. Each withdraws into its own district, glowing blue beneath local guardian control. The projected opening inside the storm wall stops widening. The black tendril above Vera remains caught halfway through. Elian reaches toward the final archive lever. Primary authority must be surrendered. You catch his wrist. What happens to you? The archive releases everyone connected to it, alive for however long remains. The suspended people begin waking around the gallery. Some have been inside the system far longer than Elian. He looks toward them. We were never meant to remain forever. The outer authority strikes the tower. The eye rises from the cloud. Its surface breaks through Vor's lowest rings. Buildings slide across the pale iris. The pupil opens beneath the stone hand. There is no longer time to search for a gentler ending. You place your hand over Elian's. Together, you lower the lever. The primary archive surrenders command. Every red light in Vor extinguishes. The enormous imitation disappears. The black roots fall from the control rings. The outer authority loses the roads. For the first time, the eye shows something resembling fear. Its pupil expands. The darkness inside reaches for every open channel and finds none. Local guardians close the city around it. Stone rings rotate. Broken districts move into ancient positions. Blue ward lines descend through the cloud and cross over the eye in 7 layers. The storm wall projection seals. The tendril above Vera is cut off from its source. It dissolves into ordinary rain before it can reach the city. Vor's central cloud folds inward. The eye sinks. Its final gaze passes through the tower and settles on you. There is no promise in it now, only a vast intelligence confronted by a boundary it can no longer persuade to open. The 7 local wards close over the pupil. Darkness becomes cloud. Cloud becomes stillness. The tower stops shaking. Across the gallery, crystal chambers open. Men and women from vanished civilizations step unsteadily into the light. Some collapse into waiting arms. Others simply stand and breathe. Elian releases the spear. His knees fail. You lower him beside the archive control. The age held back by the network reaches him gently, but without delay. His face becomes more tired with each breath. You should return the western key to Kalis, he says. I will. And the eastern. You look at the dark metal key beneath the spear hook. Where does it belong? Nowhere. He closes his eyes. That was the point. You sit beside him, while blue light spreads through the restored city. You could come with us, you say, though both of you know the journey is too long. Elian looks toward the open gallery, where the survivors of Vor gather, beneath unfamiliar stars. I have already traveled farther than I intended. His hand rests briefly over yours. What is your name? You tell him. He repeats it once. The name becomes the last thing Elian Vale carries from the archive. His breathing slows, then becomes still. There is no alarm, no final flash of magic, only the quiet end of a very long watch. Bran stands nearby with his head lowered. Yara rests one hand against the edge of her shield. Tareth turns away toward the city. You remain beside Elian until the Wayfarer's signal crystal begins calling from the dock. The ship survived, barely. The temporary anchor load burned through most of the forward ward network. The root spindle fused inside its housing. 3 lift balloons lost pressure, and 1 silent engine will never turn again. But the hull remains sealed. No one aboard was lost. When you return to the dock carrying Elian's body, Nira waits beside the open hatch. She sees him. She does not ask whether he lived. Her gaze moves to the command keys. You give her the eastern one. We no longer need it. Nira tests its weight. Then she places it on the dock, beneath the tower's blue ward. Together, you break it with the ironwood spear. The ancient metal splits into 7 pieces. The local guardians carry 1 fragment to each anchor district. No pair of keys will ever command the wall again. The Wayfarer remains at Vor for 26 days. During that time, the awakened people of the city restore enough of the outer districts to support ordinary life. The brass convoys arrive in scattered groups, many carrying crews newly freed from the listening bells. Tareth does not reclaim his title. He spends his days helping dismantle every corrupted engine his fleets installed. When Captain Sarin asks what he will do afterward, he looks toward the reopened roads. Teach my people to carry things that belong to them. Selka copies safe routes west. Kest works with Vor's archivists to preserve histories the outer authority tried to rewrite. Dr. Marr fills so many books that the expedition must dedicate an entire cabin to his notes. Bran trains local wardens in boarding defense, despite their repeated reminder that they have no ships. Nira rebuilds the Wayfarer's shield with Holland and Tavin. The rotating pattern remains. The silent outer layer remains. But a new principle is carved into the forward control table in the oldest road script. The passage belongs to everyone who preserves it. Before departure, you place Elian's name inside Vor's restored Hall of Roots, not as a hero who saved the world alone, as one engineer among the many who held the boundary until others arrived. The voyage back to Kalis takes 6 weeks. Without the corrupted guardians, the eastern roads become calmer. Local machines open safe passages through moving continents. The brass ships travel beside the Wayfarer for part of the route, carrying tools and passengers instead of raiders. At Kalis Refuge, Avon meets you on the pilgrim dock. You return the western key. She carries it to the Hall of Names. There, beneath Elian's plate, you add the date of his final release from Vor. Avon does not ask for a full account until the evening meal. The story takes hours. It moves through repairs, arguments, losses, mistakes, battles, and choices too complicated to reduce to victory. Children gather around the table. Refuge engineers interrupt whenever Nira describes the Wayfarer's engines inaccurately. According to them, for the first time, the name Alian Vale is spoken without mystery. When the Wayfarer leaves Kalis, several of its residents travel with you toward the storm wall. They do not come as refugees. They come as envoys. The crossing home is still dangerous. The wall remains a permanent ring of lightning around the known world, but it no longer searches with the intelligence that guided the first passage. Its storms are powerful, chaotic, and natural. You stand at the forward control ring with Nira, Holland, and Tavin. Tavin predicts a pressure shift before you do. He moves the shield without waiting for permission. The lightning passes safely around the hull. Nira looks at his adjustment. Acceptable, she says. Tavin turns toward you with wide eyes. You nod solemnly. Record the date. The Wayfarer emerges above Vera at dawn. Harbor bells ring. People fill the bridges and rooftops. The city expected the expedition to return after several months, then gradually began preparing for the possibility that it never would. Now the ship descends from the storm wall with unfamiliar veins shining along her balloons, blue eastern symbols glowing across her repaired armor, and a small fleet of Kalis craft following behind. The harbor tower sends a recognition signal. You answer from the forward wardroom. Mooring lines rise. The same iron bridge you crossed before departure extends toward the hatch. Bran stands beside you as it locks into place. You have time to walk back, he says. The words are almost identical to those he spoke before the journey began. You look beyond him toward Vera. The city is still home. It is no longer the whole world. You carry maps of floating continents, records from lost civilizations, and the truth of the storm wall. Your spear bears a route through the last weather. Your ship has become something no naval yard within the enclosure could have built. You also carry the knowledge that no wall, engine, guardian, or individual can remain safe by listening only to itself. You step onto the bridge. The harbor ward begins to hum. Its western conductor is still slightly misaligned. Some repairs are less historic than others. You place one hand against the brass housing and listen to the familiar, uneven note. Tavin stands beside you. What do you hear? He asks. You guide his hand toward the warm metal. Beneath the cheers, bells, engines, and morning thunder, the ward waits for someone to understand its path. You let him listen. Then, together, you begin the repair. 6 months after the Wayfarer returns, the storm wall still flashes beyond the eastern horizon. People no longer watch it in quite the same way. For generations, its lightning marked the end of every reliable map. Children were taught that nothing beyond it could be reached. Sailors spoke of the vanished ships with lowered voices, and rulers treated the wall as though nature itself had drawn a boundary around the known world. Now, on clear evenings, blue signal lights answer from the other side. Kalis Refuge sends weather observations through the safe channels. The restored guardians of Vor transmit changes in the anchor network. Brass merchant vessels carry medicines, metalwork, seeds, books, and passengers between eastern settlements that had remained separated for decades. The storm wall remains dangerous. Crossings are rare, carefully planned, and never attempted by an unprepared vessel. Yet it is no longer a border between the known and the unknowable. It is a difficult road. The first months after your return are filled with questions. Royal officials board the wayfarer carrying sealed orders and leave without opening half of them. Scholars crowd the harbor halls to examine Kest's translations. Engineers study the cloud silk housings and argue over whether a silent engine should still be called an engine if no one can hear it. Dr. Marr gives 3 public lectures and loses his voice during the 4th. Captain Soren speaks before the Sky Council and refuses every attempt to describe the expedition as a conquest. When one minister asks which eastern territories now belong to Vera, she places the Aurora's recovered map on the table and tells him that surviving a journey does not grant ownership of everyone encountered along it. Bran is offered command of a new naval regiment. He declines before the messenger finishes reading the title. Nira is appointed director of the Royal Storm Institute. She accepts only after securing the right to remove its director's ceremonial robes, abolish 2 committees, and personally inspect every ward tower in the city. The Western Harbor conductor is repaired the following morning. Taven performs most of the work. You stand beside him on the iron bridge, saying little. He listens to the trembling note, finds the fractured channel beneath the housing, and adjusts the conductor by less than the width of a fingernail. The hum becomes clear. Taven waits for your judgment. Acceptable, you say. He gives you the same wide-eyed look he once gave Nira. Then he realizes what you have done and shakes his head. You are all becoming the same person. An alarming possibility. The Wayfarer remains in the harbor while her final repairs are completed. Visitors gather every day to see the transparent steering vanes, the silent engines, and the 7 blue marks painted beneath her bow in honor of the released anchors. The broken storm lance is not replaced. Its empty frame remains beneath the hull. Captain Soren says the space should be left visible, so future crews remember that even the most powerful weapon aboard was not what saved the expedition. Your ironwood spear hangs inside the forward wardroom when you are not carrying it. The hook is scratched and darkened. Copper bands mark the places where lightning passed through the shaft. The blue root through the last weather still glows faintly beneath the wood grain. Selka copies the mark onto official charts. though she insists the route should never be trusted without a living navigator. The storm changes, she tells every new pathfinder. A map preserves a passage. It does not preserve the sky. Tareth remains in the east. His first letter arrives with a brass merchant vessel in early winter. The message is brief. 3 convoy captains have agreed to abandon raiding. 5 have not. 2 corrupted listening engines were found hidden inside trading bells and destroyed. At the bottom, he adds that teaching former pirates to request payment for transporting goods is more difficult than fighting guardians. Bran reads that sentence twice and laughs aloud. Avon's letters arrive less often, but carry more detail. Kalis has opened a permanent route to Vor. Refuge gardeners are helping restore the city's abandoned food terraces. Several of the people released from the primary archive have chosen to live beneath the Great Cloud while they adjust to a world that continued without them. Alian's name appears in every report concerning the Eastern Shield, not because Avon has turned him into a legend, because she has begun restoring the names of everyone who built it with him. You return to your family home on the first quiet evening after the winter rains begin. The rooms smell of dust and old wood. Nothing has moved since your departure except the light crossing the floor. You kneel beside the loose board where the hidden manifest waited for more than a century. The drawer beneath it is empty now. You place 3 things inside: a copy of the complete Aurora crew list, a drawing of Kalis Refuge made by one of the children who watched the Wayfarer arrive, and a metal plate engraved with Alian Vale's full record. Lord Engineer, founder of the Western Shield, keeper of the VORR archive, returned to his family BY name. You do not seal the drawer. You leave the floorboard resting loosely above it. The truth no longer needs to survive by hiding. Before you leave, thunder moves across the distant sky. You pause near the window. For a moment, the sound carries you back to the crossing. White lightning covering the shield, the regulators screaming beneath your hands, and the storm wall opening onto floating continents beneath an endless blue sky. Then the thunder fades into ordinary rain. Years from now, other ships will cross. Some will follow the known routes to Kalis and Vor. Others will travel south toward cloud seas no chart has measured. They will find cities suspended beneath storms, forests growing across drifting moons of stone, and roads built by peoples whose names have not yet been restored. Their vessels will carry quieter engines and stronger wards. Their crews will still make mistakes. They will still depend upon one another. And when their engineers gather around a failing shield, they will be taught that a ward is not truly a wall. It is a path, a way for danger to pass without destroying what must be protected, a connection shaped by every hand that maintains it. On the first morning of spring, the Wayfarer leaves the harbor again. This voyage is shorter. A delegation from Vera is traveling to Kalis to establish the first permanent exchange house beyond the wall. Engineers, translators, gardeners, physicians, and navigators fill the passenger cabins once hidden behind naval armor. There are fewer cannons aboard. There are more windows. You stand at the forward control ring as the mooring chains fall. Nira watches the regulators. Holland listens to the silent engines. Tavin holds the storm key case, though the new crystals inside are designed to be restored rather than shattered. Captain Sorin gives the departure order. The ship rises above the city. Vera spreads beneath you in the soft gold of morning. Crowds fill the bridges, but their cheers no longer sound like farewell to people sailing toward the end of the world. They sound like a welcome offered in advance. The storm wall grows across the eastern sky. Lightning moves through its dark clouds. You rest one hand against the ward table and feel the shared rhythm of the ship around you. The engines turn. The shield awakens. The crew stands ready. Ahead, the passage opens, and the wayfarer crosses into the wider world.